Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, leadership of the House, and honorable members. First, I'd like to dedicate this moment to the good people of Nigeria, the people of Kogi State who led the land, and in particular, the people of Ibira. What I also would like to put a dedication to is the people of Russia and the Soviet Union. I'm just standing here and wondering why, with all the clamor and appreciation for the magnificent structure that stands there, not one person actually appreciated the brains behind, who dreamt this big dream for Nigeria. I stand here today.
Say Rome isn't built in a day. Do I have 100% comfort in the process so far, the beavers? I don't have 100%. That's why I told you that it's also aware that there are some people who have devised the means to maneuver around the beavers and still, put forward. And that is why we're training our agents and also trying to be more vigilant on that day and to avert such processes. But so far, it's a progress. I believe it's better off than the last. Look at what happened in Ekiti, and was it Osun State? Exactly. I had good feedback from the field where they said, look, they tried everything possible, but they couldn't. And then, so that gives some comfort. It's not absolute, but we still appreciate this progress so far. Hopefully in the next few years, we'll then get to e-voting and even get diasporas to vote. I mean, it's all about process of innovation, because they're talking about diasporas. I was in California and months back, and there's a huge body of Nigerians there, just like every other part of the world. I mean, talking about UK, and these people actually contribute to Nigeria's economy by sending money, the remitting monies in billions of dollars annually. And that's one is set of the, so they have a way of supporting us, but denying them the right to vote is an injustice. And I hope that when I get into this, and that's one of the bills we're going to pass to ensure that the diasporans actually have a voting right.
Hello. Kogi State is one of the worst governed states in Nigeria. Election after election, the quality of governance has stayed the same. The state's representatives in Abuja have not been better. The state produced the likes of Dino Melai. As Governor Yahaya Bello ends his second term in office, he has declared war on the opposition party in the state. Let's take a look at one of Governor Bello's recent statements.
Yeah, sure. Number one.
Our guest today on this show is running to be the senator representing Kogi Central under the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in this coming election. Now, she became a national political figure while advocating for the revival of the Ajaokuta Steel company. She made a speech at the National Assembly that moved everyone who watched it. Let's take a look.
I think political will is one of the reasons why Ajaokuta is laying moribund. And all the money in the world and all the technical expertise, even if every Nigerian today here becomes a steel expert, a metallurgist at that, if you do not have the political will and the decision from your heart, a patriotic movement, and leaders in place that will have this idea and share same vision, Ajaokuta will not move. So, permit me, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to put before the nation a few of such conspiracies with respect to the few individuals who would mention. I would not in any way or manner speak of anything that I do not have proof for. I'm very much aware of the risk that this befalls me. In 1994, when the Russians left, it was definitely the Soviet Union, I would call the company in particular Tiazheprom Export. When they left in 1994, Ajaokuta was 98.2% completed. I have that in the letter they wrote 2 years ago to the president. Mr. Speaker, I would gladly share the letter with you at your call. And when they left, it was likely because Nigeria fell short on its contractual agreement. They were not paying, they were not putting forth funds. And the supporting infrastructure that would be needed to bring to place all the other resources were not in place. But that aside, Nigeria should know that we have several times had good opportunities to have the steel sector running. The very first was in 2001 under President Olusegun Obasanjo. 2 years ago, when I visited Russia, I visited the People's University in Moscow. And right there in the hall, there's a big picture of President Olusegun Obasanjo. And I asked, why is his picture here amongst other leaders of the world? And they said, he visited this university in 2001 when he visited Putin. And then I got curious. Why did he visit President Putin? And then I got to know that on March 7th, 2001, there was actually a bilateral agreement entered into between Nigeria and Russia in furtherance to the transfer of high technology. And Ajaokuta Steel was actually one of the issues.
All right. Natasha Akpoti did not end it here. She joined politics, and in 2019, she ran for governor of Kogi State under the Social Democratic Party, the SDP. She was not successful the first time. She returned to advocacy and selfless service to her people. In this current political season, she's running to be the senator representing Kogi Central in the Nigerian Senate. Unfortunately for her, she's in the senatorial zone where Governor Yahaya Bello is from. And come 2024, when Bello leaves the government house, rumors have it that he plans to join other former governors in going to the Senate to retire. That will not happen if our guest becomes the senator. During this show, you will have the opportunity to ask her whatever question you may have. Any question you have, she's willing to answer that. It is 10:30 a.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Nigeria, 5:30 p.m. in South Africa, and 6:30 p.m. in Eritrea. Wherever in the world you're watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonho. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. We're now going to welcome our guest, Natasha, to help us understand why she wants to go back into politics and why she wants to get in when there is a war going on right there in Kogi State.
Good evening.
Hello. Yeah, good morning here from New York. It's nice to see you. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. You shouldn't have started this interview with the Ajaokuta debate. That's very.
I know. For most people, who might be meeting you for the first time, it's an entrance. I know that people like us who've been following you, but there are a lot of people who are just meeting you for the first time.
I was almost tearing up. Do you know that after that debate on the floor of the National Assembly on the 1st of March 2018, I have not gone back to watch that because it brings a lot of emotions, having gone that far. Every time when we almost get it right and then something gets wrong again, it's just too much to bear. But anyway, good
Yeah.
evening, Nigerians, and here in diaspora all over the world. I'm glad to connect with you.
Yeah, we are really honored to have you. I know that I reached out to you just 2 days ago, or yesterday even. I don't even remember, so quickly.
Yes.
But I'm happy that you were able to come in. And let's start from this. The Nigerian political scene is scary. I know
Yes.
politics is tough all over the world, but in Nigeria is a lot tougher. And of course, Kogi State is one of those states that are unbelievable what's going on there. Why are you doing this?
I got into politics just for one good reason, to have an avenue to make the greatest impact to my people and Nigerians at large, specifically by seeing how I can add my voice to the national debate and concern to revive Ajaokuta Steel Company so we can have jobs created, revenue generated, so we can industrialize. So I'm just a typical Nigerian who went through school, got taught in government and other subjects, got my head filled with great ideas of what is expected out of a country, functional wise. And then, like many others, got into a space where there are no jobs and you have to wit your way through with connections, people not looking at the merit. It's just that whole vacuum of um, joblessness. So I had to go through that. And when I became a woman of substance, defined in my own space and capacity, I thought, okay, why don't I lend my voice and contribute my little quarter towards national development? And that was when I picked up on Ajaokuta Steel Company and Itape, iron ore. But yeah, just shortly after that debate, I got called for the very last time by the DSS. I was summoned months before then. Each time I entered appearance on television, but the very last time I was called and I was cautioned that I shouldn't take for granted the fact that I have not been arrested and the fact that I'm still walking a life, that I'm here on national television calling out names of very powerful individuals, living and dead, with due respect to them. And that there was a whole lot of real conspiracy around the steel plant by some even international government. And that if I wanted to make real change and impact in the steel sector, I should consider politics because standing on advocacy as an advocate alone might not make that much difference. And then I thought, okay, the senatorial elections was around the corner. This was all in 2018. And then I was advised, okay, why don't you join the ruling party and see how things will work in? And that was why I joined APC at first. And I contested for the Senate seat for Kogi Central. For those who do not know, Ajaokuta Steel Complex and the iron ore mill are all in my district, that's Kogi Central, Ajaokuta local government, and Okehi being mine, respectively. So I pretty much thought once I get voted in, I would use that office and have the legal rights to represent my people and the good people of Kogi State and Nigeria at large through the Steel Committee and others. But we know there that we won the election, the senatorial, but we were shortchanged. The mandate was taken away from us. And then I joined the gubernatorial race in November 2019. But now again, I'm on the People's Democratic Party platform, and I'm also the candidate once more for the forthcoming elections come February 2023. And I pray that God grants us victory because the people are absolutely 100% with me, as they were then and now again.
Now we are going to go into how it's going so far. I mean, this current dispensation and your attempt to win the election. But let's look back at the experience you got in your advocacy and what did you learn apart from the fact that I've seen some interviews where you were talking about learning that you it's not enough to be an advocate, that you have to get involved. You have to get into a position where you actually have power. Do you think the Senate is where you can make that impact more than executive, where you have executive power?
I believe the Senate is a good platform to start. It is. We can make, because the senator isn't just responsible to making laws, but also ensuring that bilateral agreements are met, the obligations a country goes into in treaties, that we actually honor our own part. The senator also has a right to monitor the executive arm, which is the minister in charge, call them from time to time, monitor, evaluate their progress, set timelines of progress to ensure that the budget that is being allotted to that project and the technical team that is being invited, if we're going to rely on the foreign expertise, that everyone that is in that ecosystem to fix the steel sector actually works. So I believe the Senate is the right place to contribute one's administrative quota to ensure that is done. But I know there are countries that advocacy actually leads to some good reforms, like the US, the UK, some parts in Europe. You see advocates who have shaped the climate change space, gender equality or equity, as some may say, and many others. But in Nigeria here, being an advocate actually puts you at risk, especially when you're honest and you refuse to be compromised. Now, I would say this from my own experience, since there are many people who would learn who will get a word or two from this interview. It's very important for people to lend their voices wherever they are towards national growth. But they should understand that when you become an advocate for a cause, you're carrying on your shoulders the responsibility and burden of everyone, including the unborn generation. So it's very important to stay true to your cause and not to compromise. Why I'm saying this is, during my advocacy for Ajaokuta Steel Company, there was a lot of offer was put before me in money, hundreds of millions, positions, and all of that. But I turned them down because in my heart and mind was a desire to ensure that that project works for the greater good. But I know that some of the monies that was offered to me at the time, 300 million naira was offered to me, and I turned down. I know not many people would have that courage to reject such money. So, and maybe that is why some advocacies have fallen short. Maybe you see some people advocate and then they just compromise along the line. I'm not accusing anyone, but I see that that's what happens. And putting that into the Senate, you've seen that sometimes there will be like healthy debates being called, and the next thing it just fizzles out. We don't get to see the end of that. For example, the gas flaring debate, amongst others. And sometimes it's because once, I'm letting Nigerians know this, once a committee or a particular senator stands to raise an issue of public and national concern, the people responsible, maybe the organizations or the international companies in that space, approach these senators or members of House of Representatives and begin to lobby them. They offer money, they offer contracts in the companies, and then alongside you see that that senator loses momentum in that particular debate, and then the issue just goes down. So one of the things, and that actually annoys, well, myself greatly, because I'm like, how can you deceive people this much? You have many people who rely on you, on your voice, on your mandate, and then you disappoint them for your own selfish gains. And pretty much that is why Nigeria is presently a failed country. So my desire to go in there is to lead differently, to advocate, but this time around with an authority for my people, for the people of Nigeria. Depends on the committee I serve. And set a standard. So people will say, if Natasha can do this, then you also can, or they themselves can. And there's a whole lot to be done. I know Nigeria, we have quite a lot of laws in place. We have quite a lot of policies already in place by ministries. But what we lack is the implementation of this. And it's basically because the National Assembly has, to a large extent, the past few National Assemblies have fallen short of their mandate to call on the executives and caution them, reprimand them, and follow up. What I've seen happen with the National Assembly these days is they're just interested in lobbying contracts in. Sometimes contracts that have already been executed or not even existing. You find them in budgets and this money just gets shared. So pretty much that's why we keep seeing this. Like this time around in 2022, the budget is over 10 trillion, but I bet you less than a fraction of that will actually go into projects. And, what I intend to do is bring a different narrative to leadership, try to use technology and see how, as much as possible, we can bring about transparency. So people will actually, I'm going to ensure that with the National Assembly works in tandem with bodies. We have some, is it Budget It, and many other platforms which have tried to key into projects to bring about transparency, So we're going to use technology to plug in so people will feel the government closer to them, see that their voices matter, see that the monies that have been allotted to projects actually utilized. That's sort of things. I'm not going to speak some more before we begin to get more enemies. Oh, we don't want that woman because she's going to deny us the chance to grow as usual.
Yeah. I try to be. We should have started this interview by talking about the last interview you had at Channels.
Okay.
You have 14 days. The governor of Kogi State gave you 14 days to retrieve your damaging statement. I don't know what the statement was, but I know that you have not even started your campaign already. The accusations leveled against you that you're a terrorist and that some women are protesting in Delta State against you. So when you see all these things, you still go in there to do this. I know I said, why are you doing this? But can you explain to me or to the audience, what is the relationship between you and the governor of Kogi State? How is it? Why is he very antagonistic about this year run for Senate?
Wow, politics anywhere in the world isn't an easy, I would say, games. That's what it's called. But in Nigeria, it's tough. Kogi State, tougher. What the governor has done, Yahaya Bello, in the past few months, I would say is actually uncalled for because he has taken it personal. He has neglected his duty as a governor to safeguard life and properties, to maintain peace. And he has stepped out of that space into outright confrontation, confronting myself and the opposition party in general. And he has taken this attack personally by tagging me a sponsor of terrorism. I, like many others, woke up, was it the 31st of October, to the news in all the major newspapers that I am connected to our massacre and the Kuje prison break. And that has to do with a particular man named Shafiu who was arrested at the Trademore Estate, Lupe. So when I began to dig deep into that, I realized that this man in particular was actually an inmate on death row at the Suleja prisons, the Suleja Correctional Center. And the governor, Yahaya Bello, released him just before the 2019 elections. So that's the Shafiu man, and others that were released from prisons across Nigeria would, that's the gentleman there, the man Shafiu in yellow t-shirt standing behind Yahaya Bello in Government House. There are many other pictures that actually prove Shafiu's connection to the governor and his team. So I was then, when I got to find out that after the elections, 2019 elections, which this man played a huge role in terrorizing the opposition, he was called upon a few months back to resume the attack and possibly kill myself and other candidates, and even some PDP party chieftains. And the man turned down the offer because in the space between the last election and now, He got married, he started a family. So probably life now has a different meaning to him. So I got to know that he turned to the governor's advances and then created a group called Say No to Violence and Terrorism, which saw him visit mosques, churches, and some traditional rulers in Kogi Central, advising the young people not to avail themselves to be used as thugs and in the creation of violence, and which will lead to an unhealthy and campaigning environment. So that further infuriated the governor, and then he then planned to get rid of Shafiu, and that was what led him to, oh no, pretty much Shafiu. Then I got to know decamped to PDP just a week before he was picked up at the Trademore estate. But let's ask ourselves this question. If Yahaya Bello, the governor of Kogi State, asserts that this man, Shafiu Fari, is a terrorist and that the man is responsible for the Owo massacre and the Kuje prison break. These two events, which took place on the 5th of June and 5th of July, respectively. At this month, Shafiu was actually with the governor in Government House. So that means if anybody is to be responsible for the Owo massacre and the Kuchi prison break, it should be Yahaya Bello, because that means he owes Nigerians. He owns, yeah, that's, I think there are other pictures there.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
that's
that's,
the picture of the man. Yeah. Okay,
yes,
go ahead.
Shafi there. Yeah, holding the t-shirt, saying no to violence, to thuggery and violence, yes. So if anybody is to be held responsible for sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria and be held responsible for the attacks for the Owo massacre and the Kuje prison break, it should be Yahaya Bello, because this gentleman was with him at that time. He only decamped to PDP a week before his arrest, making it 3 weeks ago now. I have never met Shafi in person. I have never spoken to him. I only got to know about him on the media, and I began to ask questions. No, I was actually out of the country, for those who wonder where I was in the months that the Owo massacre and the Kuje prison break happened. I was in California. I had my baby on the 12th of July, and that was a week after the prison break. And I only came to Nigeria on the 20th of August. So what I've also written to the security agencies and asked that they investigate these allegations. I'm actually waiting for them. I have not been invited by DSS. I thought I should have been by now, but I've made it clear in all the interviews I attended, from AIT to Channels to Arise, and I'm saying it right here, that I'm open to be interrogated by the DSS if anyone feels I have a hand in sponsoring these attacks, because I find these allegations very serious and grave. But I would like Yahaya Bello to be invited as well. I would like the same Shafi to be invited. Shafi should tell Nigerians, or Yahaya Bello should tell Nigerians why he released an inmate on death row, and then he granted him pardon. Okay, that means Shafi is on a clean slate. He should, and Yahaya Bello should tell Nigerians why Shafi was a common face in Government House. What was he doing? We all know, with due respect to ex-convicts and those who were freed and been given a second chance. We all know that in other countries, even in here in Nigeria, once you have been convicted of a crime, even if it's as mild as shoplifting, stealing, or hitting someone or whatever, you will find it very difficult. Such a person will find it very difficult integrating back into the workspace. That means banking sectors or government offices would keep such a person at healthy arm's length until such a person has been able to prove over time that they are of reformed character. But then here you have an individual who was directly released from the death row, from the Suleja prisons, leaving. That's the chief of staff to Yahaya Bello in white. His name is Asuku. And that's the gentleman Shafiu in question, who was picked up in Trademore Estate. So you can see that there are so many pictures that tie him together. He lived with them, he hobnobbed with them. Yahaya Bello owes Nigerians an explanation on what Shafiu did for him, and why is he after Shafiu? Is it that Shafiu knows too much? And was it that Shafiu now was ready to expose all the ills and all the bad things that he had done for the governor? Why exactly is he after Shafiu? Yahaya Bello owes Nigeria this explanation. And one more thing, we all know that if a governor is to grant a prisoner pardon, there are some constitutional processes that need to be followed, such as gazetting that pardon. I'm yet to see that such a person that it was actually gazetted. So Yahaya Bello actually owes Nigerians an explanation, and I hope the DSS gets to invite myself, Yahaya Bello, and bring Shafiu. And that interrogation will be lively transmitted. I will hope, Mr. Rudolph, when I get the invitation, I'm going to exercise my right by telling you to please connect me live, and I would like that to be televised so that there will be no games being played.
Now, let me ask you, the Kogi state people, how are they taking all this political maneuvering by the governor, and are they responding? For instance, the accusation against you, how are people taking it? Do they take it seriously that you were sponsoring the Owo massacre, that you were the one?
Oh, they all know it was just a lie, just like the video you told me about the women.
Yeah, the women that were protesting.
Exactly. Sorry, I didn't attend to that. Exactly. And sorry, you forgot to ask one about the blackmail thing. You probably forgot to raise that question.
Yeah. Now,
Yes.
let's go to that. The
Should I
women. What is? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is what comes with politics. Why they say it's a very tough, dangerous game. You can wake up one day and find yourself being blackmailed, being defamed, but that's really wrong. Elections should be about selling your vision, campaigning with your manifesto, and winning voters to yourself based on your competence. But what is happening now, especially in Kogi State, is a force of terror to scare people, and from voting their own choice, their own candidate. But what I tell you this is, people, I didn't fall off from the sky just yesterday. I grew up in my hometown, my beautiful hometown, Ihima. And I schooled, my formative years are there. I schooled in Okene, Christ King Nursery Primary School, Okene. And I proceeded to my secondary school. My first 3 years were in Government Girls Unity Secondary School, Oboroke, before I went to Federal Government College, Idoani, the University of Abuja. So my formative years are actually in Kogi State there. My father was a known humanitarian, as a medical doctor before he contested for the seat of House of Representatives for Okehi local government, under SDP then. So I'm a homegrown girl, and people know me. I have, over time, embarked upon a lot of philanthropic deeds by choice, out of will. It gives me so much joy to help my people, So what all the drama and the story of me being responsible for the Owa massacre, they all know that that's politics. Even the women from and the Delta women that we saw, all of that is just sponsored. It's Yahaya Bello that contacted some people to say, okay, you know what, let's just get this space heated up and get people angry that maybe I'm not qualified as a woman. I don't represent what the ideal woman to serve as a senator. But my people know me through that. Mind you, when I contested under the Social Democratic Party, both for Senate and the governorship position, I was single. The attacks came that, oh, she's single, she's not fit to lead, she should go fix her home first. All of these attacks came. But even irrespective of that, I was still able to get over 48,000 votes. That was 18,000 plus, much more than the PDP at that candidate at that time, With due respect to him, he's my brother now. So Senator Gembe, I love you. Don't take it personal. We're in the same team now. So what I'm saying is, people know me. They know who Natasha is. They know what she's capable of doing. And at the same time, they also know who the governor is. If you look at all the governors today, even in APC, I tell you, Yahaya Bello is worse off. Either his temperament, the manner in which he I wouldn't say lead, he rules with terror. He is extremely undiplomatic. He's very brash as a person. With due respect, this every word I'm making, I understand the implications and I'm able to defend. Just in case he decides to take me to court for defamation and stuff, I'm ready to face that. And but what I would say is this: the governor is an Ibira man, just as I am. And he knows that a typical Ibira person is one that can be cowed or intimidated. And in as much as he threatens, like there's a video where he actually spoke that he was going to cut off the fingers of anyone who voted any party other than APC. He also said in that video that he was going to send to his mother's grave, his mother is late of blessed memory, that he was going to send to his mother's grave anyone who voted the opposition, that they were going to serve as servants. As a matter of fact, some might not even fit to be his mom's servants in the dead world, that they will farm for her. He stated this in the video clearly, and such threats didn't go down well with our people. So I know very well, and he knows, and that's why he's fidgeting, going from place to place to speak more vile words, is that on that very day, I tell you, our people are most likely going to go one way in voting. Most of them are going to vote for me. It's going to be an election. Even though I'm on the PDP platform, I bet you it's going to be an election which will bring forth voters from even the APC themselves, from Labour Party, from ABGA, from everyone for the Senate, and others are going to vote Natasha, because people have seen in me beyond politics. People see themselves, who I am and the ideas and philosophy I project resonates with most people in Kogi Central. Right. And that's
Natasha,
where
let's play a little bit of Yahaya Bello saying some of those things that are unbelievable. Let's watch.
Please go on.
All in these states, all there, Duroka, one connection. How we look Kogi and how we can let me have below or need your
Natasha, Kogi State has a lot of smart people. How did they end up with Yahaya Bello as governor?
He initially was an accidental governor. The late Prince Abaka Audu of blessed memory actually won the election. So it was when he died. I thought that Honorable Faleke, who was his deputy, would have stepped in and become the governor. But of course, there was some constitutional loopholes that called for another election, like a by-election, or was it a rerun? And then that brought in Yahaya Bello. So whatever happened there, I think that was what brought Yahaya Bello into government. But like you said, Kogi State is blessed with very intelligent people, very resourceful, hardworking, and decent individuals. You find them in ministries. You find them as they are CEOs in some private organizations and even government organizations. We had Engineer Oniwo, who was once the MD of NNPC. He's actually an Ibera man. We have Alaji Ataba, who was the clerk of the National Assembly, who did quite well. We have quite a number of people. And even if you talk about Kogi West, we have Jideo Mokere, we have, what's his name again? Sorry. Oh, for some reason I have this name skip me. The Skybank
right.
gentleman. Oh my goodness. Well, we have quite a lot of people. We have senior advocates of Nigeria. We have professors, Professor Sheidu, of course, who passed away recently. We have quite a lot of intelligent, educated people. But you see, there's one thing about politics and technocrats. The technocrats over the last few decades, should I say, have shied away from politics because they found it too dirty and too dangerous. And while the decent folks shied away from politics, the political space got occupied by the misfits who just had a free field day, terrorizing their way through and rigging their way through the electioneering process. But that is why I said I would like to go in. It's not easy waking up every day, being attacked here and there. Even my followers, I get really worried for them because I had quite a number of my supporters who were killed at the last election. I just pray every day I pray that no death does not befall us. But it's such a worrisome, it's quite worrisome to put politics on the same space as death. It's almost like if you want to lead, if a good person, when you must be prepared that you could either be killed at any time. It's too drastic a thought. And I believe that is why many people, like I said, who are decent, shy away. Another thing again is politics has been made extremely expensive, that even those who are by merit capable and who have a quota to contribute cannot scale through because of the financial demands and implications. Sometimes even put forth by the party. That's for the men folks. I myself, I think my form was free as a woman. I thank God my party, even when I was in SDP, then it was free. In PDP too, I got the form for free. But I know what the male folks had to cough out in purchasing their forms and other participatory activities. It's expensive, and that has actually led some people to get godfathers. And sometimes when you get godfathers, then your godfathers own your voice.
For control.
And then you begin to ask yourself, oh, this person had a good manifesto. I know him right from time. But when he got into the National Assembly, he changed. He changed because every day he spent there in the National Assembly was to do the deeds of his godfather and not the people. That's one thing I have turned away. I said I was not going to have a godfather, and I didn't have then in 2019. I don't have any godfather right now. I have not borrowed any money, and neither have I sold any property. So when I get in there, I'm not going to have any responsibility of paying back debts, stealing from the people and the public's purse just to satisfy some godfathers. No, I wouldn't do that. And I'm going to caution everybody, every young person who's out there who has an intention to contest. I know it seems scary, but you have the right and you have the capacity. Don't get yourself entangled into the rules of the old, which means you have to get your thugs, you have to go spiritual. Oh, let me say this. I have had the most weird requests. Sometimes I will find messages, oh, you need to bring 2 human heads so that we can, in short, 2 mad people's heads so that a sacrifice can be done for you to win, or you need to throw 10 cows into the river. I see all of these things, and even though I reject them, I believe praying to God is enough, but I can only imagine. And that is why we get, if you notice, there's a trend around electioneering period. You find a lot of rituals being committed. You find people who are open, eyes out, privates out, breasts. That is because I just thought, oh my God, maybe that is why all of these deaths happen, these killings, because some people believe that if they go spiritual, then victory is assured. So here it is. I'm going to speak to the upcoming Nigerians. Once you're educated and you have the capacity to lead, step into politics. Sell yourself by using by ideas you have put down in your manifesto. Join a political platform, but don't rely on godfathers because they will own your voice. Nothing is given for free in this world. And in Nigeria today, we are in dire need of good, honest, transparent, and capable leadership, competent leadership. So please don't let the voices, the odds scare you. It's really tough, but I know you can do it. And for my fellow women, this is not a rounding thing. We still have a long time to go.
Yeah, we have a long time to go.
Women,
Exactly.
for the fellow women, it is much tougher. Believe me, there are people out there who would want to take advantage of you, especially when you're beautiful. They will come to you with all sort of advances, but no, stay true to yourself. Whether you're single or you're married, it's your right to come out and contest for any elective position. You being a woman is human enough. Don't let anybody make you feel less. And one thing, for those of you who know, um, my husband is from Delta State, I was attacked also. Oh, your husband is from Delta, you shouldn't contest in the Kogi anymore. Go and run for Senate in Delta State. The Nigerian Constitution allows every married woman a decision to choose between contesting in her state of origin or her husband's. All you have to do is to um, adopt either. So as of now, I'm still an indigenous of Kogi State, and politically, I have every right to contest for any elective position and even to serve on any appointed position from Kogi State. So to my fellow women, I know the odds are there, the challenges are real, but you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. And women, please support each other. Don't avail yourself to be used. Like my mind went to the women I saw in the video. I'm going to be in Delta. They said I shouldn't come to Delta State. My husband is a high chief in Delta. I'm going to be in Delta State next Saturday by God's grace, because ever since, I'm going to be there with my son. We're going to have a mini ceremony. And you are all welcome, okay? I'm not angry at you. I know you were used. Poverty is a weapon that has been used several times. They offer you 20,000 and then you go out there and spew vile words. No, I'm not upset with you. It's just a tool that's been weaponized. But I know we will get better. It just
all right. Let me play this video. This is an audio of, I think, the chief of staff of Yahaya Bello, and I want you to help us understand what's going on there. Why was he saying these things? Let's watch.
Agoveda ye anabile ya to ilichi. Masuku di mameha mi di make pare mako morihina. Mebe cheche, mebe yoyi. Meba mebila kawe kai oronyonyo mi favor yemi. Da so bebilo mi ko morihi ba nyonsi utosi yemi. Ma hishafiu ni deza. Shafiu di ma advice ani shafiu. Ine nwa o ya ni Donyao, agubo ishononyo, dosi phone, do here bear na kukari governor, kamogovo. The governor, ananei, ananyo ishebira, do uchirei, da hore won. An kana hore wakwa mo no over me anin. Di ma kayoka, asuna ino ne matamaya, because ne matamaya re, o udiviore niyo, omuri ona basuma ino ne matamaya re. Di mule ke kayoka, o hiyo ne mehiwan, agubo ishone menyo, atonyao. Because my you should know no no say in o me soon easy me say hon e me he ka me ya nwa ka ma de pe o ka yi bare ma ve o kuma ka wa izo ka nyo ka donyo sukutui ama e wa ka go isi e me ho wa ne he wa ne ka so wa no na e ma ta ma ye ko na ma na ta ma ye re ve so ma ye ni o de me ka o ka ma na ma ba na hi o agora so ka ma de pe o ko bare ma bi na APC Kono call Shafi. Anya na village and na de pe on ko drop
Oh,
right.
I think you did not play there's a part you didn't play where he talks about giving him 500,000 naira for I
Okay,
think it
let,
was the
Suku ya
let's
ministerial part.
threatening there una
Just
nehe lower warning. I go
if
on
you
na adi le che mu koro do e kai e masuku enyo ba mere no ni Shafi wa akwa avo. Oh, okay anyi sameyon ama omori hi oye anyi sameyon. Amade emeri onyo nwa akureka gajeri agube una ne bila. Do wa ize examine kai masuku ore su di bi pam. E pa na me hade me eri me han. Me to ko hapa na me oko na kire dan. Why there that ave na kana mi do me se carry on in ago there on no ye kai ora na pesa ona pa freely only the take ra shukuti na no idoti am oni homeboy anara dog gara ka shuku threaten Shafi da re so come hore yem ma threaten
no, I
nanda
think there's a
anyu di be na
part.
me le o megeda ma to
Mhm.
to di bi da e na nye do ekeneka ini de choichi.
There's a beginning part. Now, for those who don't understand what this is, the man, this is a voice note that was released by Asuku, who is the chief of staff to Yahaya Bello, the governor of Kogi State. It was released, I think, 3 days before Shafiu was picked up at the Trade Mall estate in Lube. It was just, I would say, a confessionary statement or like an admittance of a deed, and he felt betrayed. You can hear him say that Shafiu's mom was crying, and then he pleaded to the governor, that's Asuku himself, pleaded to Yahaya Bello to release Shafiu, someone on death row. That now forms an admittance of, it's not an admittance statement that said, okay, yeah, they are responsible. They freed him from the prison. And the other part where you did not play, because I know it's like a 4 minutes video, you'll see that he said when he was released, he housed him and he also gave him 500,000 naira for his wedding, and he gave Shafiu 500,000 naira to start up a business. But suddenly, Shafiu left APC and moved to Natasha's party, PDP. You will see in that part there, if you play probably in the beginning, maybe later on you'll find a way of uploading this on your page so people can go and get the full video. So this all happened just in the few space, and they were upset that Shafiu decamped from APC and moved to PDP. Now let's talk about this Shafiu. Like I said, I haven't met with him. He has been with them. He worked for them. He lived with them. They know what he was used for. They know why he was released. And they know that, when I mean they, Yahaya Bello and his group know why they arrested Shafiu. Probably because he knew, or he knows quite a lot of the deeds he had done for them, and he was going to expose. So that's what the audio is about.
All right. Let's go a little bit to the national politics, because it will have implication for your run. The PDP is not having a good time.
We're
Things are
having a
not
good
very.
time now.
It is at the
We're
national
having a
level, at
very
least.
good time.
At
Uncle
least
Wike,
at
Uncle
the
Wike,
national
and
level.
Brother Makinde, and
Yeah.
Uncle Autumn, everyone, there's a roundtable discussion. We're going to have one good, happy family campaigning. Yay, go PDP.
After what I saw in today's paper is after they meet with the Ibrahim Babangida, that's the hope that they will solve the problem in PDP. How is that impacting your campaign?
Well, it doesn't have any impact at all negatively. This is politics. There are bound to be some aggrieved persons, but then the room for negotiation is still open, for dialogue, should I say, is open. As you heard, there was a video where Governor Wike expressed that view, that look, the door for dialogue is open and they're willing to meet. Of course, there are some demands being placed every now and then, and it's left for the party at the National Committee to discuss and to agree whether these terms are reasonable enough for them. But at the end of the day, what I see happening, politics is about 3 months away, and the election is about 3 months away. And I know that before then, it will all be resolved. One thing that endeared me to the People's Democratic Party is such a strong, solid, should I say, management at the national level, and which resonates down into the states. And I know that in a matter of time, every aggrieved person would find reason to come together and work for the success of Atiku, Okowa, and everyone. So I don't think it has freed any veins so far. We've made quite a lot of progress. Of course, we have President Jonathan who has intervened, we had IPP who has intervened, and many others are also speaking together. And I know we're going to be victorious. Do you have any other questions?
I know that politics is local, and but let's watch this. This is what happened in Edo State yesterday or the day before yesterday. Is the Obi movement, has it got to Kogi State? And is it of any consequence in Kogi State?
Oh, let me say this. For the first time in many years, Nigeria is blessed to have the 3 top candidates vying for the same position. I would say this, whether it's Peter Obi of Labour Party, I've admired him as an entrepreneur. I've always watched his talks on, what's that platform again that he speaks?
Platform. It's called platform.
The platform.
Yeah.
Exactly. I knew that I was like, is it platform or does he have an extra? Yeah, I've admired that. I've admired the way he spoke about driving a lean, effective governance, cutting down costs and all of that, doing away with the extras. I've admired him on that. I actually met him once at an event at the Yahaya Center, and I just appreciated, acknowledged him. That was in 2016. Then let's talk about Tinubu himself too. That's a people's builder. I admire the fact that he identifies leadership and capacity in individuals irrespective of your state of origin or background, and he grooms you. That's what I've seen about him over time. I've like this Honorable Faleke from my state. There's the Vice President Sibanjo from Ogun State, and many others. There's Fashola, and he's groomed people. We found that. And I admire that about him too. And then let's talk about my own presidential candidate, Atiku. I can see you're all still smiling with me. He's also an embodiment of all of this. He's an employer of labor. He goes for the finest of technical expertise. In honor ports, he partnered with the Italians, and in creating jobs in their thousands. He's got quite a number of factories. He's also an employee. He also grooms a lot of young people. He gives opportunities for everyone. And one thing I love about my president is he stays in touch with the dynamics of this generation, which means as much as he advances in age, he takes it upon himself to understand what interests this generation and even generation after me beholds and what the expectations are. I will give you this example. My stepson Daniel sent me a text this morning. Before now, he was batified. Like, we have a very complex home whereby not everyone is for Atiku, some are for Tinubu, and then I take it upon myself to educate them and say, okay, you know what, this is why you should support my presidential candidate, Atiku. So he sent me a text this morning that, ma'am, do you know, take a look at this. He sent me a screenshot of what the Vice President, His Excellency Okowa, tweeted on cryptocurrency. My stepson loves the cryptocurrency. So even though he's in his first year university, he is an expert in that and he trades on it. So he said, and that tweet reads that Nigeria should not have done away, should not have prohibited crypto, but found a way to understudy it and adapt, create rules that will ensure its safety and a healthy ecosystem around cryptocurrency as a legal tender. So, and he said this got him. So he said, from now on, I'm for Atiku Okowa because they have a vision for cryptos and folks like me. So that means here's what it is. And this is what I tell everyone, whether you are an obedient, whether you're batified or my articulated team, it is left for you to encourage your presidential candidates to sell their manifesto and their projections for the Nigeria beyond 2023. What do you have in store? What, because we're all different human beings. We all have different interests, different goals, and different ideals. You know, what is good for me is not what might not be good for Mr. Rudolph. So it's as against looking at the three ethnic groups, because like again, like I said, for the first time in many years, we have had three good, like both Tinubu himself, Peter Obi, and Atiku had three good candidates. And perchance they represented three different tribes, which is the Hausa, Fulani.
Yeah, Natasha, let me stop you. Let me stop you because I want you to comment on this. This is from your candidate. Let's see. Let me play that.
We Northerners always think about Nigeria more than other parts of the country. This is simply because we are multi-ethnic and multi-religious. There is no any other ethnic group in the Southwest other than Yoruba. There is no any other ethnic group in the Southwest other than Igbo. So that's why they identify themselves as Igbo nation, Yoruba nation, whatever nation they call themselves. But in the North, what are you going? You can only identify yourself as a Northerner because we are multi-ethnic and multi-religious.
Was he right?
I would say it depends on the context you want to interpret that. Let me say this. Nigeria, we have over 360 ethnic groups, right? Or 340? What's it? It keeps increasing, reducing.
350, so I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I, for one, belong to one of the minorities, the Ibira tribe. In school, social studies, we're taught the top three: Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba. People like me had identity crisis. We were never mentioned in anything. And we have the Shekiris, we have the Urobos, we have the Ijaws, we have so many Ibibios. You understand? And so I would say this. He probably is speaking from the perspective of the three major as an average Nigerian would connect to. If you're probably to dissect that statement deep down, then you find that probably that's not what he meant. I don't think there's any offense in what he said. Like I said, if you ask an average Nigerian, there are three major tribes: Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, and Igbo. Hausa, Fulani been merged. As a matter of fact, they call them more of Hausa. Then later it's okay, Hausa, Fulani. You understand? But I got to know some years back that, okay, even the language, let's look at the Yorubas themselves. The Yoruba language that the Lagosian speaks is from the Yoruba that the Ondo indigen speaks. So they be with amongst themselves, there's a huge difference. But when you try to divide, the Southeast goes to the Igbos, the Southwest goes to Yorubas, the North, people just assume it's just Hausa Fulani, but it's not just Hausa Fulani. Even in the, what I also got to know is that the president's the president's wife, the first lady, Haja Aisha Buhari, she's actually from a tribe that is not called Fulani itself. Do you understand? In Adamawa right there. So probably people just try to take offense because he was speaking from the layman perspective. But people should
All
not
right.
do. I can
All
say
right,
quite
they've had enough from me,
people.
and we're going to let our audience to join us and have a chance to talk to you. We plead that if we call you, please make it just one question, and then we will make it just brief. Don't make statements, and so that we can get more people involved in the conversation. So let me start with Paul. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good morning.
Yeah, Paul is joining us from Arizona. Paul, do you have a question? Or...
Good morning, Mr. Paul.
Thank you. Yeah, Natasha, when you talk about your Senate, that Senate stuff, you really blew every one of us away. We say, where did she come from? I really appreciate that time. Since then, that's when I start following you. And when your everything you started in Nigeria started with Ajaokuta Steel. I'm from Delta State, precisely. I'm an Alaja boy. So you should understand where I'm going, talking about DSC, Delta Steel Company. And you keep making so much talk about Ajaokuta Steel. What is your plan when you go there towards how you can make that dream come true towards Ajaokuta Steel to Alaja Steel? I know the government did a great work. They put a train, they put everything. I can tell you for sure that DSE is technically dead. Just the location is just dead. So what are your plans? And just let it not look like you are using it just to go into politics to also go and get your money back.
Thanks for that. Do you mind if I respond to that?
Yeah, I respond. Yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah.
Mr. Paul, the first thing we'd like to do is to ensure that there's a steel bill that is passed. It will interest Nigerians to know that we do not have any set of regulations or laws that guide the steel sector. If you look at the petroleum, we do have the petroleum, the PIB, okay, which was passed like 2 years ago. Yes. So for the fact that we don't have a steel law in place, that's why you have governments come in, go out, ministers serve, and then even administrators are appointed both for Delta Steel and Ajaokuta and others that are the other mills from Jos to Oshogbo that are laying moribund. Nothing is happening. No one is held accountable. There are no guidelines. There is no yardstick that guides people and even punish defaulters. Whether it has to be the salary scale of steel workers, nothing there. What about the tariff that should be in place on steel imports? There's nothing in place there. So critically, Nigerians should know that as of today, there is no steel bill that guides the steel sector. And that's one thing we would like. That's the first thing that I'm going to push for. It will also interest you to know that all the while I advocated, I worked closely with the Society of Engineers, particularly Professor Ezezugbo, who is the head of department, the metallurgical department, University of Lagos. So he, amongst other engineers, put forth a set of documents which will serve as a foundation for the steel bill, of course, to be debated upon through. So that's one. And secondly, we're going to look into all the several agreements, even the recently entered bilateral agreement between Nigeria and Russia in 2019 on the which brought forth 1.45 billion naira. We're going to look into that and begin to ask questions in the open space for Nigerians to know why is it that ever since that bilateral agreement was entered into again in 2019 till date, nothing has happened. You would also know that about 3 months ago, we saw in the papers, even Bloomberg carried the story that the Attorney General of the Federation approved or recommended the approval to pay Global Steel, that is the company that degraded Delta Steel, Ajaokuta Steel, to pay them $496 million. And later, a week after that, we got to know that $250 million of that was already released to them. So we have a lot of questions to ask. One, was Nigeria actually owing this Global Steel holding $496 million. And I will tell you categorically, Nigeria never owed them that money. So hurriedly, the next thing we saw was $250 million released. From where? Why are you releasing that amount of money? To settle whom? So there's lots of questions that I'm going to serve as a watchdog to checkmate the excesses of these executive administrators and ensure that for once we'll begin to put action into words and promises.
All right, thank you. Natasha, do
And
you mind
also,
if...
sorry, if you don't mind, also, what about the dredging of the water by Warri there, by Alaja Steel? Because they make a provision that they're going to dredge the water again so that the ship can land in Alaja precisely. They're using flat barge to be moving these steels from Alaja all the way to Ajaokuta.
Okay, let me say this. If you look at I have this document, which is the master plan of the entire steel development of the entire steel sector in Nigeria, which was entered into in 1979, converting the Warri ports into a deep sea port, and even Lokoja port. Sorry, I had like a little mod that flew in front of me, and even the Lokoja port, the Confluence port, into a deep sea port, so that ships will dock, drop off the raw materials, and take out for the steel bars and finished products. But till today, that has not been done. So, and again, like I said, once I get into National Assembly, I'm going to work interrelatedly with other ministries and other departments to ensure that simultaneously, while the steel plant is being resuscitated, there will be power plants that will be put in place. There will be means of transportation which will aid in transporting the raw materials and finished products. There will be airports. Of course, now Delta State, you already have an airport there, which will help simplify or facilitate travels. In Kogi State by Ajaokuta, there was an airstrip that is totally abandoned. It's just grown with bushes there. So there's going to be an entire new series of projects that will come up simultaneously. And that's what, if you watch my presentation in 2018 before the National Assembly, I did mention this, that so if you think, okay, it's just pumping in the 1.45 billion to Ajaokuta and then neglecting Delta Steel or neglecting the train, or it's not going to work. It's like an ecosystem. For example, if you take, I'm going to use this phone, for example, you'll see that for any phone to work, there's the battery, there's the screen, there's the cameras, there's even the charging port. And it will interest people to know that at the same time, like this phone wasn't just built in one place or in one day, but each component was being created in different places. So it's almost like the value chain around the steel sector. Each and every different sector is going to be addressed and simultaneously would be resuscitated. So including the seaports, the airstrip, the power sectors, and all of that.
All right. Thank you, Natasha.
Thank you.
Let me say, Paul, thank you so much. For those who want to join us, please turn on your camera. If your camera is not on, I will have to ask our team to remove you from the studio. And then, of course, let's limit it to one question. If we have the time, we can come back for second round of questions. So, Omar Cafe, you're next. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the show, Honorable Akpoti Uduaghan. Because we're talking about Alaja and the steel companies and all that, I know that over time you've done your best to be in the consciousness of people in your home state of Kogi. And I also know that you've suffered a lot of persecution from the governor there right now. It's one thing to have the zeal and the energy you have about your people and what you intend and want to do. It's another thing to have the government in the center to key in and buy what you're selling. Trust me, I wish you well. I wish that come when you go to the polls, the people would really stand by you and give you the votes that you need to go to Abuja and all that. But the point is, you are one person. You are one Natasha. how do you think you'd be able to convince and bring people onto the same page as you to drive this? Because I wasn't even born when this Alaja Steel and all that. I grew up knowing about Alaja. I have a friend that works there, and I asked him one time, "Hey, what do you guys produce?" Nothing, and he's getting paid. So the point is, you have you have the energy. You want change. You are asking the hard questions because as Nigerians we don't ask questions. And like you said, they've come to you with money and all of that. But the point is, how do you intend to put people on the same page as you are to get things moving? Because you can be moving as the coach, like a train, the engine, the coach, and the other coaches are not moving in the same direction. It's a tall order. What you have decided to fight, as Nigeria is presently constituted, I'm not saying it's impossible. It would only be possible if you have people that are there with you, because some people can actually be there with you and not there with you when the chips are down. How do you intend to get people on board to fight with you? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Umakafe. I've asked myself this question a number of times, but let me say this. First, I will speak from experience. Shortly after my presentation at the National Assembly, in short, that very day, the speaker, Honorable Dogara, led me and other members of the Steel Committee to his office. And right there, he created a team. It was headed by the present speaker, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila. And he gave them one instruction, that they should all work together in the shortest time to look in the documents or presentations I made and come up with a possible bill. So we met about 3 times at the National Assembly, and myself and about 10 other members of the House of Reps. And there they were able to draft a bill which requested a $1 billion resuscitation funds. Now that scaled through the readings and then was presented to the president to be, adopted. But that was when President Buhari turned it down. Now, I will say this, I didn't spend a kobo lobbying any of them because I understand how sometimes these bills get sponsored and being lobbied for. And I heard that sometimes it's quite a lot. I tell you, I never, not one person asked for a kobo. And from me, when that bill passed the two houses. And it now made me understand that people, even the most corrupt, they're human beings, right? When you sell an idea that resonates in the minds of everyone, then people are bound to be human enough and to connect with you. Because you see, the pangs of pangs of pangs, what's it? Of poverty. It bites everyone, not just the poor, even those in authority themselves, even those who are sitting as ministers and serving as governors, they're all feeling the hardship. And deep down, in as much as some of them they live on stolen funds, on stolen public funds, they want the country to be better, but it's just that they don't understand how. So sometimes I believe that, or what my hope is that when I bring to the table or to the floor of the National Assembly an issue of national concern like Ajaokuta, I don't think anyone will stop. Mind you, or anyone will vote against whatever I intend or my committee intends to deliberate upon. And let me say this, I'm going to work very closely with the public, the citizens. I'm going to run a very open and transparent system whereby if any senator votes against, I will list that person out. I'm not, sometimes you hear that some people voted something that you begin to wonder who was it that voted, and is this cloud of secrecy? I'm not going to do that. I will make sure people know that, look, this is the person that turned it down. This is the person whose table that document has been on his desk for months and he has refused to append his signature. And if any minister is found wanting, even if it's a president, I'm telling you, even if it's Atiku that I put forth this and then someone is behind trying to have a deal that goes against the interest of not just the steel sector, but any other um, department or ministry. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to speak out honestly. And that is why I keep saying, I was even speaking to my husband a few weeks back. I say, you know what? The saving grace I have now is that I do not have a godfather. I did not have no sponsor that will cause a kind of fear or inhibit my voice from the truth. No. So I believe with that, once people know that Natasha is the one passing this bill, or this Natasha is interested in monitoring and evaluating this project, the person should think twice. Don't come bribe me with nothing. Don't sell any lie to me. What, as a matter of fact, I'm going to have CCTV and cameras. I'm going to have live sessions. There's going to be like, I'm going to get like a media team that will follow me and do like a reality, like a day in Natasha's life on Most Critical. Then you see, if you want to discuss with me, discuss, the cameras will roll. People can just log in and watch how we run things. I think that's the best way I'll be able to get the most efficient response and the shortest of time on issues that have ordinarily been swept under the carpet. I think I'll be able to get a team today. It might be aggressive. Many would not like it because that goes against the typical narrative. But I see myself as a maverick. I don't intend to go in there having suffered this much, having risked this much to go in there and slip through issues of national concern. No, I'd rather not even go there because believe me, this has cost quite a lot. The campaign so far has, even though I've not gone on the field, is quite a lot. My image being called a terrorist and all of that, I know how damaging that can be. I wouldn't put my children and my husband and my community, my friends through all of this just to go in there and mess up. It's just too much. And neither do I intend to be a life politician. I don't call myself a typical politician. I see myself as a political reformer. No, this is very important because people have always asked, Natasha, how do we trust that you won't go there and be like the lot? How do we trust that you won't just go there and you're not just campaigning because you want to get voted for? And I hope that as much as my people are going to vote Natasha in, this is a call for every district in Nigeria, in every state. Try to vote the very best candidate. So when I go there, I'll be able to find like minds and we can form a synergy together.
All right, thank you, Natasha. Can we, Natasha, let me ask you, can we take 3 questions at once so that to move faster? We have a lot of people who are interested in joining us. And if you have had the opportunity to talk to Natasha, maybe you can leave the studio so that we let new people in. All right, Ifoma, you're next.
Mr. Omakafi.
Hello, Ogo. Thank you. And Ms. Natasha, thank you. I'm in Michigan. I don't live in Nigeria, but most of us observe, watch, listen, and know firsthand sometimes what goes on within the country. I kudos to you for what you're doing. However, I have a slight concern. One, for your security, your family security, that's a concern. And your choice of presidency, of who you think could lead Nigeria. For what you're voicing that you intend to do for us, our country. Some of us want to visit. Some of us want to return. My kids want to come home. Every spring, summer, and Christmas, they want to fly home and go home. That's what most of us want to do. And also to retire at home and help raise other folks that could help you represent us within the context of Nigeria. If today you were asked who would be president of Nigeria, who honestly, you, Natasha, would you think or presume would be president of Nigeria to help you carry out what you're trying to do for us? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Foma. Natasha, note the question so that when we you want to answer? Okay, go ahead, answer. All right, go ahead, Natasha.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks. In short, I was getting very emotional with how she spoke because I could feel her concerns, and that's most Nigerians who have lived or who live in outside is still connected home. They want to come home, especially those who've retired. They want to come home. There's a huge yearning, and here it is. I have spoken and interacted with my presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, and his vice president, his vice presidential candidate, Okowa. And I tell you this honestly, that all of the concerns I have put down, the projects I have penned down in my manifesto are projects that they would support. I have mentioned about the importance of the steel sector, and His Excellency Atiku Abubakar has said, of course, that's going to be a priority. Now, I also know that the team which surrounds a president is as important, even more important than the ideas or the principles of that particular individual. That's the president himself. I've had people say that if Obama was to come to Nigeria, he wouldn't be as half successful as he was in America because of the system and the team he has around him. So one thing I'll say this, I have met with a president, I've spoken to him and have interacted, and I know the people he intends to work with as ministers and as senators. I can't say I have spoken and interacted with the Labour presidential candidate that's in depth. I met with him just once. I have followed, ma'am, you're crying, you're tearing up, and that's making me, it's okay. I understand this country is ours to save. And I promise you, I'm going to speak for myself, ma'am, that I will do my very, very, very best to project the interest of not just Nigerians at home, but in diaspora. I will make sure that my office and my voice projects the solution to most challenges that we face, whether it's economic, social, or judicial. And that's the best I can say. Please, I think
yeah, she's all right. Foma, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Man of peace, you're next. Well, man of prestige, sorry. I'm confused with man of peace. Man of prestige.
Yeah, that's fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Huh?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon. I think it's still morning here. I'm in California. Good. I don't know where you are, Natasha. Good afternoon.
I'm in Nigeria.
Oh, you're in Nigeria. Okay, so that's good afternoon. So it's nice to be on this platform. Greeting to everybody. Yeah, my first question is going to be on a threefold question. The first question is going to be...
man of prestige, we said one question each, please.
Okay.
Just pick the best.
I'm just going to combine it together. It's going to be about the Ajaokuta Steel mill. My understanding that you are a PDP member, but PDP, help destroy the Ajaokuta Steel mill, to my own understanding. Can you elaborate on that? And if that's true, how do you expect to rehabilitate is there any possible way to rehabilitate the Ajaokuta Steel mill for the future of Nigeria?
All right, thank you.
It's not the party that destroyed. I would say is the president that was a product of the party that made wrong decisions. So the members of the National Working Committee at that time, and they are different. I wasn't a member of PDP then, but I think it would be wrong to judge my capacity or my competence based on the platform at that time. And I will say this, there's a misconception that people make when it comes to thinking that is the political party that will save a country. It's the people that build a country. Let's take, for example, presidential candidate for the Labour Party, His Excellency Peter Obi. As at early this year, he was a member of the PDP. In 2019, when he contested alongside as His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, he was a member of the PDP. But now he moved to Labour Party and he has brought life and vigor to Labour Party. But Labour Party always existed. So it's about time that we focus on individuals. Do you understand? His Excellency Atiku Abubakar was a vice president to His Excellency President Obasanjo. And we all understand the limiting powers of a vice president. So I would say this: we should look at the manifesto of each candidate. We should find if it resonates with our ideals and projections for Nigeria that we desire, and then vote alongside. I am a member of PDP, and I have said I've spoken to my presidential candidate, and I have met many times with the vice presidential candidate, that's Dr. Okowa. And I can tell you, the vision, the projects I have put in place in my manifesto connects with them, which is social development and economic development and social justice. So,
all right, thank you, thank you, Natasha. Thank you, man of prestige.
So don't blame the party. Blame the individuals. A political platform can be as bad as it is, but it can have very decent individuals that will emerge as good leaders. While you will have a prestigious political party and will have misfits there. So let's focus on individuals. And that's why I keep saying, henceforth, to the young people who are watching and to all the political platforms, it is your duty to field in the very best candidates so we can all raise the standard of leadership.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Deep, you're next.
Hi, Dr. Damages. My pleasure to be with you guys. And beautiful Natasha, good evening from here. I hope my voice is coming clearer. Anyway.
Well, your system, we're getting feed from your audio.
Closer to the phone. You may not be seeing my face because I need to go to the speaker. Can you hear me clearly now?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So, Honorable Natasha, it's good having you one-on-one on Dr. Damage's studio. I have been following you for quite a long time, even when you suffered some intimidations from the current governor of Kogi State. And my family, on behalf of myself and my family, we sympathize for that damages and the destructions some years back. But having said that, my question to you should be, I know you've moved from one party to another. Probably you are just somehow reluctant to move to the right party right now that you've seen a right party, which you rightly mentioned, the first time in Nigerian history that a third force is really now or have become the first force. Do you think that your principle that you are supporting, because as soon as you mention whoever you are supporting on a platform, it either increases your support personally or it decreases. When you mention who you are still supporting as at this 21st century, I'm telling you, a lot of us are having some fever, as a matter of fact, because now APC is suffering from the track record of their president that have the drug cartel that he belongs in. After this APC stories comes PDP, because your principal have equally got a very bad track record in the US, which you and me know. So do you think at any point
my internet, I lost you, please.
Okay,
Doctor, I lost you. I got to the point where you asked that if I mention a particular person, am I scared it was going to reduce or increase my support?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Dr. Deep, hold on. Please go straight to the question. We have a lot of people who are waiting, please.
Okay, I am saying, do you think that Atiku Abubakar have forgotten anything in Aso Rock after more than 40 or 30 years running around Aso Rock and haven't sold a lot of properties during the Obasanjo period? of, do you think he still forgot something to come and become Nigerian president at this 21st century? Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Okay,
Dr.
here it
David.
is. His Excellency Atiku Abubakar has every right to contest. He has, and I got to know, there's this saying that people's vision and dreams, people change every 10 years. That's like, if one has an interest this year, it changes, it either grows, it diminishes. So if you ask me whether he forgot something about 30 years or so, I'd like, that's, let's just keep it at this. He's experienced, his excellency is experienced. He's very much in touch with the dynamics of this generation and with the desire need for us to industrialize as a country. And he's just, as an individual, as a citizen, trying to exercise his rights to contest. And I do wish him the very best. And I will serve as a very good, diligent senator, not just to support him all the time, but also to serve as a watchdog at times where he goes wrong for the interest of the people.
All right, thank you, Natasha. Thank you, Dr. Dave. Hecho, you're next. Unmute yourself, please. Hecho.
All right. Good morning from Aurora, Colorado. And it's good to see you, Natasha.
Good morning, ma'am.
I thank you for your courage. I like that. But I have an issue with your principle. And I wish you would be able to be honest with us, Nigeria, and assess him and talk about him the way you did with Yahaya Bello. What Dr. Damages showed to us when he was speaking about the North, I think, to be honest, if it was Yahaya Bello, you would speak the truth, the real meaning of the interpretation. But because it's your principle, you try to dodge it. And to me, that is not nice, and that is not fair to us, Nigeria.
Ma'am, can I ask you this?
Well, I'm
Please,
done. Well,
can you just tell me what you infer from his statements? What do you feel
what I
he
feel
inferred?
is just being tribalistic right there, making the Northerners to support the North. And that is one of the things that had destroyed us as a nation. Then two, the religion destroyed us. The tribe they said to us destroyed us. And to me, a young lady who is so courageous, who wants to change what is on ground that has destroyed us at home and internationally, should be able to look straight to his principle and tell him that, look, this your journey is part of what has destroyed us, and we don't have to continue. So if you cannot correct him right now, is it when he enters into power that he will be corrected? Then two, your principle said to us that they paid $16 billion in his time as a vice president to give us darkness. And that, I want to ask you, if you own Nigeria as a company and you gave your principal NEPA to manage or to sell that time, and he paid fully 16 billion to somebody or to a company, and they gave us total darkness, will you let him just go free? So please tell your principal that before he come in to become president, he should collect for us $16 billion that was paid and darkness was given to us. Not just the 16 billion, we want it with interest up to date. And that is my assignment for you and your principal. Thank you, ma.
Thank you, Hecho. Natasha.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. I will say this. What I have come to discover is that Nigeria has run a very expensive, should I say, budgetary and administrative system, because we have very weak institutions that have been able to checkmate the excesses. Here's what I mean. you will see 16 billion probably was budgeted for the electricity system. But you might be surprised that even though the president, at the presidential level, the money was, to their own understanding, diligently dispersed, but along the line from the ministries, the agencies, and even the contractors, before it got to the end, the money probably, I'm just assuming that, because speaking from, let's look at President Jonathan. When he left office, he was actually surprised as to all the work that happened in his administration. I have gotten to realize that sometimes, even speaking for President Buhari himself, when he gives an order on instruction or makes a pass for a particular project, along the line, probably because he doesn't have efficient team, from the ministers to the directors, even the permanent secretaries themselves, and to the contractors, the result, the projects themselves do not yield the result because they were not executed. And you don't expect the president himself to know, to personally go to visit all of this to ensure that, okay, such monies were being utilized judiciously. But here is the fault that President Buhari has, bears, and also probably even Atiku himself when he was a vice president there, is because they have failed to be transparent. That's a flaw that all, I would say this, from our present today, way back, they have failed to be transparent in their daily administrations. A lot of things happened in secrecy, from the award of contracts, from even the nominations of the contractors. Nepotism has been the watchword of the day, incompetence, and many others. And like I said, these are all systemic. The only way out, I pray, I'm a party faithful, and I wish my president the very best in success. But whoever becomes the president of Nigeria today will not find it easy, don't fail to strengthen the systems which will checkmate their excesses, which, and if they do not imbibe the principles of the advent of technology to ensure that the public is carried along from the budgeting phase to the screening of contractors to the actualization and implementation of these projects. If all of this is not transparently done, then we will still be in that bubble whereby huge monies are being budgeted for projects while these projects are non-existent. So I tell you this, every administration from now way back are guilty of this. And if we are moving forward, then it takes not just those people that we elect into offices, but even the people themselves. I talked about this platform called Budget It. I have followed them. They try as much as possible to every now and then put forth constituency projects and the cost of them, including the numbers of the House of Representatives or senators that allotted these jobs, and then so for people to go there and verify with their cameras. So we should encourage more of these transparencies. What I'm saying is it takes everyone, both those that are elected and the citizens, even those in diaspora have a role to play. Either we devise softwares that will ensure this transparency, or we actually go personally to visit and inspect and report. It's called society policing. So everyone has a role to play. But like you said, I'm very sure people from the party are watching this and they would relay your concerns to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. I myself, at the very last time, will tell him these were your concerns and the concerns, I'm sure, invariably of of many Nigerians, and see how that can be strengthened and averted. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you. Janaba, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for having me on your show, and thank you, Natasha, for coming to Dr. Damages' show. You are a very brilliant young lady. I wish you well in the pursuit of your career and for a better Nigeria. My question to you is this: what do you think is the biggest obstacle while Nigeria is not making any progress, and what will you do differently when you get there?
Okay, Natasha, before you answer that, please, can you add this? This is a question from somebody on the comment section, Bitcoin. He wanted to know what you think about Atiku deleting his comment. There was a comment he made when Deborah was killed in Sokoto. What do you think about that? So you can answer the two at the same time.
Okay, starting from this, I think he shouldn't have deleted it if he actually made the comment.
Okay.
If he made the comment, he shouldn't have deleted it. And even if he didn't make the comment, he should have put forth a statement to sympathize with her and call for justice. So, yes, you asked about
Janaba asks
Mr.
about
Janaba.
Janaba.
Sorry.
Do you want me to repeat? Do you want me to
Just
repeat my
repeat. Yeah, you
question?
were talking about was I going to.
No, I say my question. The first question is that what do you think is the biggest obstacle to the backwardness of Nigerian as a
Okay, and what
society
am I going to
politically,
do differently? Of
and
course,
what are you going to do differently?
the first is we have not taken leadership seriously, governance seriously. I would divide people. I would divide our citizens into two: those who are the technocrats, the knowledgeable, the good ones, you and I, people who are interested in asking questions, who are interested in improving um, the status quo. While I'll also then divide the other part goes to those who, actually, I would say like the bad folks who look for the quick ways to get rich, the smart way to convert public funds to themselves and all of that. But the problem here is the wise, intelligent, noble folks like us are most times too shy or too scared to go into politics and vie for leadership positions, thereby leaving the vacuum for the misfits, should I say, who are not afraid to dive in there with the guns to fight and ensure and get the leadership to themselves at all costs. The quality of leaders we have produced. And I will say this again: you cannot expect from a person what he does not know. Most times I have seen elections take place whereby people just vote in someone because they were nominated by a particular godfather. And therefore, questions are not asked, manifestos are not required or requested. These people don't even have town hall sessions to express and win votes from the electorate. They just, sometimes you don't even see them campaigning because they have been endorsed by a godfather. And these people, sometimes they have no capacity. They can't even speak. They can't even conduct a simple sentence. They can't write. They can't express themselves. And these people make 90% of, I can say even 95% of those in the National Assembly, or as governors, or as ministers. That's the folks we have. So, sir, John, Abba, if you want to have a different narrative in Nigeria, moving on, then you have to participate. It's not enough to stay passively in, you know, in the society. You must be an active participant in politics. Step up. Come, let me feel that it's not just Natasha we have. Let me have another John Abba there who we can rub minds and form a synergy. It can't be fixed by one person, but I tell you this, for myself, in my district, the APC candidate doesn't even have a manifesto. He doesn't have a manifesto. And when I've watched some debates, some discussions and arguments on social media, and then I see his team uh, speak about who manifesto help. Yes, your own that has a manifesto, mine will still go get in there. You know, there's like the young people don't even find the reason or the desire to ask the right questions and set a yardstick in raising the bar of those we elect. So let's start with that. The main problem Nigeria has is the quality of leadership. I bet you. And Once we get that right, you begin to see things fall in place.
All right, thank you. Kalata, you're next.
Thanks, Rudolph. Natasha, congratulations for following the courage of your conviction. You're actually participating as opposed to some of us that just talk about this thing. You're doing it. So let me stay in your focus area. I think you said steel. Looks like you have an interest in steel. So Nigeria spent over $7 billion on steel in the steel industry with next nothing to show for it. And a lot of what's going on. We had, shambolic privatization, Oshobo Steel Rolling Mills, Katsina, Jaw, all over the place, littered with moribund industry. So you did said, one of what you can do since you're going for Senate, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is you'll be able to pass a bill, right? So if you're able to pass a bill, first thing is, what will your bill do to kind of fix the situation where we sold off this company, we sold off this companies, they're in private hands? How are you going to change that fact? Number two, you have the marquee Ajaokuta Steel project that started off with Russians, all passed to Indians. Now we're paying like $500 million to kind of get control of it. So your bill, what exactly is your bill supposed to do to fix this situation? And in a situation like Ajaokuta, at what point do you think we can even get a functioning steel industry in Nigeria? Give me the timeline that you like, based on what your bill will do.
All right, thank you.
The bill is going to be a set of laws and regulations that will guide the steel sector. So once we begin to, like I said, even though we have a foundationary document, we'll still be open to getting more input from the experts from the steel sector and the Society of Engineers, the metallurgists, and co. So it's going to be a working document that we hope that by the time it's implemented, it will serve like as a framework for all the steel activities. As to the timeline, because I interacted with the original builders when I traveled to Russia in 2016, and they told me that pretty much whether it depends on within 18 months it can be up and running. That's the first phase, and then it depends on the level of expansion the country wants, the government wants it
What do
to.
you mean by up and running? What exactly do you mean by
The
up?
first phase, like if you can get the steel mill today, it's in stages.
But they're sold. They're in private
It's
hands.
presently Ajaokuta Steel Company. What the first phase was not yet completed. So you can just keep expanding, either adding additional blast furnaces, putting in more running mills just to expand production. But as at today, it has not yet produced its own mill, steel bars. No, it hasn't. And that's the first
You're
stage of
speaking of
getting things
one
working.
company in the value chain. We have the steel
That's
rolling
just
mill.
one of it. Now, like I said, and knowing full well that the technology that it stands on now, the blast furnace, is the only technology that can actually, today in the world, and actually convert iron ore of that capacity into steel bars. Now, tomorrow, if the government at hand decides to, okay, let's expand another, let's expand to include refurbished steel. Do you understand? Like maybe the ships and the vehicles, all this extra. It can decide to open another, expand to another, to incorporate another, what's it called, department of it. So like I said, it all means there's going to be an open discussion onto what the government wants to incorporate the ministry at hand, the president himself, the students themselves, the universities will be incorporated in these discussions. But all I know is for this first phase, which was neglected, the Russians, that's the original builders, told me that it would take about 18 months if all parties are serious, if funding is not an issue, if there is no nepotism being played as to the employment of staff that are not qualified. If everyone is employed on merit, if the funds are available, if there's a healthy, free atmosphere for all workers, both expatriates and the locals to work, then it will take about 18 months. And They said it could be shorter if they work on the timeline that they did in the early 80s. And what was that timeline? There was about three, what's it called, phases in a day. Three engineers in the house to help out. You know, when you're like from morning till afternoon, there was one set of workers that would work, and then there was another that would take into midnight, and then midnight into morning. So it
You're
was
talking
like
about shifts?
shifts. So like, yeah, they said it depends on the shifts. So if you want it to be more aggressive, then they are able to work all night, all day and all night. So that would then shorten it. But normally it's going to take 18 months. So yeah, and you asked me what, like,
Well,
see, just like this, the steel sector has suffered the exact setback like the refineries, the petroleum refinery sector and the electricity, and like every other factory, every other industry. It's just because we have not taken, like I said, leadership seriously, and the leadership that is transparent enough to ensure that whatever processes, what have been entered, what have been done, whatever from the companies that will be selected or chosen from the bid, how are we sure that they are capable enough? They are not just packaged. I would say this, for example, we've had a lot of shell companies taking projects that they ordinarily would not even scale through the technical, not talk of the financial bids. We've had a lot of shell companies that have packaged themselves and gotten really big projects, and then at the end of the day, they will not be able to deliver. One of it is Soul Gas, which Obasanjo, that was the first company that Obasanjo gave Ajaokuta to before the Indians took over. And even the Indian company, which is Global Steel Holding, is also another shell company that got into the whole vandalization problems with Ajaokuta, Delta Steel, and Itake as well. Because if you look at the history of that company, the same degradation of equipment as they were degrading our steel plants here. They also did the same in Libya, in Bulgaria, and many other projects that they went into. So what I'm saying is, to make things differently, it's important that Nigerians don't just think that their duty ends at the polling booth on the day of they vote their leaders. Once your representative or senator or governor or president resumes office, it's your duty to continuously ask questions, to continuously call for discussions. Let's have leaders speak to us through social media platforms weekly. Let's ask questions. Also, one thing I'm going to do is ensure that probably we have to devise a means whereby this immunity is taken out so that we will be able to recall our elected representatives when we feel they have fallen short from desired expectations, so that people don't feel, okay, once you've voted me in 4 years, it's immunity, I can do whatever I want. By the third year, people will forget what I've done. That has to stop. So it's all about a lot of systemic changes that will be put in place. Only that way we'll be able to ensure that whatever reforms we try to put, whether in the steel sector, electricity, and all other sectors, will actually work. So we all have
All
a
right.
role to, not just myself, yourself too. Sorry, can I just run and get my charger? My battery is running low. I forgot to plug
Okay.
it.
All right. All right. We'll give you the chance. Okay, go ahead.
But let me,
We have no
I want
option.
you guys to see. So,
Okay.
okay. Okay.
All right. Um, so after this conversation with Natasha, we are going to have a little conversation on some of the top stories of the week. We couldn't come on yesterday, so something like Kwankwaso is under pressure to join to stay down for Atiku. That's the story that we see on the front page of the papers today. And of course, what happened in Edo State yesterday, I believe it was yesterday. So and then Charles Soludo and P2B, what's going on there. So we will have few minutes to talk about that. But let's finish this round of
Oh
questioning,
yeah,
and then
I'm looking for.
we say Bye to
Hi, Rudolph.
Natasha.
Can we talk about Tinubu drop case?
Oh, that's a long conversation. Maybe we have to have a special show on that one. But we'll drop it into, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All
Okay.
right. So,
Okay, so I
okay.
have to change my sitting position. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not
All
there
right.
yet.
So, forefathers, you'll be the next, and then we will continue the conversation. Go ahead, forefathers.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Rudolph, and greetings to Mrs. Tasha, Natasha, and everyone on the panel, chat, and the viewers. I think from what you have revealed today, it just goes to confirm that the state of the country is not necessarily by accident. You said earlier on that just before you left that we are not serious, we are not taking leadership seriously. At the core of it, we are not taking our security seriously because you mentioned that the DSS warned you about people that have passed because of some of the stance that they take and the vulnerabilities that they expose themselves to. Is because they allow themselves to be vulnerable and they are not secure. And I agree with the point that you made that the people need to get more involved. And the problem with that is there has to be mechanisms for them to latch onto. There is nothing there. And the leadership is developing the country on top of the people without the people engaging with the system. Like the way the Ethiopians did. They got the people involved into a dam project. They literally have to put missiles on that dam to secure the dam, to develop their country. This is the nature of living in a black country. And we developed over the citizen. This is why the citizens don't know what is going on with the Ajaokuta Steel. When things go wrong, they don't know. They just hear money is being exchanging hand. There is no transparency. And I heard you mention about transparency, which I agree with. I've been talking about this for a very long time. And that at the core of our problem is security and transparency. If we had those, the people will know exactly what is going on in their system, and they will know who is at fault and who is not at fault, and they are more likely to engage. Because if I ask Nigerians, if you going to contribute to the country to build anything, they say yes, but they are going to steal the money. And that type of stuff, you get that all the time. So I agree with most of your points, but I think that there has to be vehicles to allow the people to engage with the system, and transparency is one of them. If you offer them a way of verifying what politicians are doing, for me, I'm actually advocating making government accounts public, so that the people, institutions, at least you can start from institutions. All government institutions will have access to what other government institutions are doing, so that they can be able to be monitored. They don't have any interest in broadcasting anything to the world. So we can see what every other person is doing, universities, and you can even use that for final year project and learning how to be very more transparent than even the West. Because what we tend to do is we try to copy the West when we can even leapfrog them and be more transparent, because we are facing a different challenge. Our people in Nigeria don't trust their representatives. So there has to be higher level of transparency to meet the challenges that we face in Nigeria. So you said something about the Ajaokuta Steel, because I really appreciate the question that Kulata asked. You mentioned something about 18 months that the Russians mentioned to complete the project. Well, there was no cost attached to it. And secondly, I don't want to ask many questions. I just want to state some facts so that I just go to the core of it. Because this Ukraine war, I also heard about the Ukraine war affecting.
Okay, forefathers, we have a lot of people. So please, can you go straight to the question? I know, I'm sorry, but
see, because I have to flesh out some things. You see,
no,
Don't worry, I'll give you.
I think I know where you're going to. Okay, the first is transparency helps to build trust in government. Like I know I read about the dam. It was the people of Ethiopia that actually crowdfunded that dam, right? Like they were in a situation whereby they had a chance to either get the money to build the dam from World Bank at a certain rate and condition, and then the president was like, you know what? We can't be slaves to this. We can do it ourselves. Let's crowdfund the project.
And they did. The same thing with Egypt. They crowdfunded the dualization of the Suez Canal. The government issued bonds and people bought in like stakes, and they raised the money for it in months. And you see, Nigerians can. We're very wealthy people. When I mean wealthy in terms of intellect and especially our diasporas. I think if I'm not mistaken, as at last year, over 8 billion naira was repatriated down from our diaspora folks. So just imagine now we have a government that the people can trust. I tell you, there's no reason why we're going to rely on borrowed funds from China, or we're going to borrow funds for World Bank or IMF. If the people trust the transparent system of any government, we will be able to pull in funds and even buy stakes and be co-investors into government projects. But then again, a typical Nigerian will think that, oh, the moment, and should I doubt if the government today calls for crowdfunding of even 10 million naira, nobody's going to put a cover, because the basic assumption will be like, this money is going to go into the person's pocket. And you know what? Pretty much they are not wrong, because that is what has happened. We have seen costs, very huge, unrealistic costs being allotted to the building of airports, even these train projects. We've seen some comparisons. Dr. Damages or Rudolph, Mr. Rudolph, I've seen even you and Adeola made some videos comparing the Kenyan railways and Nigerian railways, and even Ethiopia, Tanzania or something, and then even the Ghanaian airport and Nigerian airports, vis-a-vis the cost implications attached to that. And then you see that we're just joking. And then hopefully, I'm really hoping that Nigerians who are listening to this, at the 2023 polls, they look at the very best candidates and vote. Because I know by God's grace, I'm going to get in there, but I can't do it alone. In short, I was even telling my family just last week that, look, I know that the very first week I get there, I'm most likely going to be suspended or so. But then I'm not afraid, but I know that because I'm going to push for bills in such a way that will be quite radical, in a positive way. And and once I start doing that, I'm going to count a lot on Nigerians that will say, you know what, what Natasha said on the floor of the National Assembly or the Senate is true. And if she doesn't go back in, then they're going to shut the gates. So not like I'm going to cause like a I'm going to be like a positive rebel in the National Assembly, because there are a lot of things, very serious, crucial, how should I put it, issues that need to be tackled from the health sector. I'm one that actually thinks that our education is obsolete. I believe that there should be an overhaul of even our curriculum and the manner in what we are being taught in school. I believe also that where we should have a healthy energy mix as against relying on, we should have a healthy energy mix. We have a lot of solar. Today, Germany, 60% of the electricity Germany generates is from solar panels. So we here, and they have, I don't think they have as much sun. They don't have as much sun as we do here. So why can't we have solar farms like Egypt does, Morocco, really huge solar, generate enough energy and sell to other countries. But again, like I said, this will require the participation of citizens who will come up with very sound, interesting, realistic projects. And once I believe that from the presidency, once there's a reasonable level of competence and transparency, we will be able to have one or two of these projects see the light of day.
Yeah,
All
sorry.
right.
The question I was trying to ask, I didn't get to the question. See, you didn't let me ask a question. You didn't let me ask a question.
And as for the cost of Ajaokuta Steel Company, hold on. Yes,
I didn't
there
ask a
has to
question.
be
You
an
just cut me off.
evaluation. There has to be a technical evaluation first. There has to be a technical. Why am I looking this? Okay, yeah. There has to be a technical evaluation done first, which will then bring the cost implications to fixing it.
This is
But
why
let
it's
me say
important
this.
that I finished
Hold
my
on, let
question,
me
because
say
the
this.
question I was
In
asking is
2001,
leading to that. But
hold on. In 2001, the last time, I think it was when Medvedev visited. No, not 2000, 2007 when Medvedev visited President Yaradua just before he fell ill and passed away. Was it 2007, if I'm sure? Yes, the TPE brought a quote of $496 million. I actually have the contract with me, which they were supposed to sign in. That's it. So I think it was 496 million for this first phase. But based on fluctuation rates, inflation, and all of that, I can't be in the position to tell you what it's going to cost, but I believe that's the duty of the experts. But first, there has to be a technical evaluation of the project. But again, let me say this. Even once I get there, by God's grace, to the National Assembly, and whichever committee I find myself in, definitely I'm really hoping that I'll get the steel. It will not be done in isolation from the experts and the good citizens. And one thing I find is you just see bills being passed without a platform for citizens to vote or to contribute or to discuss or to criticize. So it's not going to be for whatever I'm going to do. I'm going to announce, okay, this week I intend to to discuss this on the floor. What are your takes? What do you want me to say? How would you want it to be drafted or shaped? That is the participation, the in-depth openness and participation I'm going to bring forth. And I hope you all will demand the same of your own representative. So I believe from there will be no guesswork or I don't know, nothing will be shoot in secrecy. As much as possible will be transparent. That's what I intend to do.
All right. Thank you so much, Natasha. Let me say this. If when we are talking and Natasha is answering a question and we're coming to you, it's a time to prepare the question you have. We could let people talk for a long time, but we have so many people who are trying to get in. So that's why we limit time. Natasha, let me, before I call all on politics, I want to, there are some questions on Facebook and other platforms. Someone wanted to know from you if there's an election now and there's a runoff and it's going to be Obi and Tinubu that are going for runoff. Who will you vote for? There's a question that somebody also has here. It says, did you join PDP because you didn't know Labour Party will be waxing strong now? That if you had a chance now, let's say this is the time and you're about to pick a party, will you still pick PDP or will you join Labour Party? So you can answer this when after we hear from On Politics. On Politics, go ahead.
I'll still choose PDP just to answer. I've answered it.
Right. Okay, good. Go ahead, On Politics.
Yeah, Barrister Natasha, Mao.
Kani.
I appreciate the fact that they are passionate about the Ajaokuta Steel, which actually is situated in your own constituency. Because I understand you are from your constituency. You are going to represent 5 local governments. That is Adavi, Ajaokuta, Ekene, and Ogorimagogo, if I'm correct. And Yakubu Oseni, who is currently representing that constituency for APC, preach the same gospel of doing something to the Ajaokuta Steel. And I understand that as a national treasure. So everybody that is representing that constituency has to put it first. But what is your plan about places like the Osomorika Hill, the Kukuruku Hill, within those algorithms? I'm from Ososo, by the way, who see just neighboring village to all these places I mentioned. That's why I know all these places. So Okuguruku Hill and
can you all see me?
Hill.
Yeah, we can see you.
Yeah.
Hello.
We can see you, Natasha. Yeah, Natasha, we can see you.
Yeah, sorry. I think what is he still speaking? Because what he was trying to say
is, I'm trying to land my question. My question is that what is your plan
all
for
promises and no deliverables like my predecessor, right? That's it.
No, that's not my question. Is what are your plans for Oshomorika Hill, Okukuruku Hill, and the environment.
Lost you.
And you understand why I'm mentioning all the tourist attraction that plays hold in terms of
Sorry, I lost you
potential
for a while.
tourism.
What are my plans for?
Oshomorika Hill and Okukuruku Hill.
Ovia, can you put your question in the comment and I can read it to her, or Rudolph can read it to
No,
her?
just put in the comments. I'm actually.
Ovia, put your question in the
Yes.
comment.
Read it now.
Type your question in the comment.
Just type it out, please. I'm actually read because it keeps on as like there was this glitch. I don't know if it's me.
All right.
Yeah, we're
I'll put it
having.
in the comment.
All right. The next person is Chibuzo. Chibuzo, just a question, please. We have to round up in a few minutes. Chibuzo, can you unmute yourself and maybe you can sit up? It will help if you
For
can
some
sit
reason,
up.
I can't.
Oh, okay. How are you listeners? Good day, everyone listening. And Dr. Damages, the host himself. Okay, I don't know if you can see me there. I want to ask Natasha just
She's
a
also
simple
frozen.
question.
She's frozen. I don't think she can hear us. She's frozen.
Okay. So Chibuzo, hold on. Okay, let's
Hello?
figure out
Can
what's
you hear
going
me?
on.
Can hear Mr. Chibuzo.
Okay, but it appears as if you are frozen,
Okay,
Natasha.
can you hear me? Yeah, the video is frozen.
I'm here. I can hear you.
Video.
Okay. Chibuzo, go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
no problem. Okay, all right. Natasha, I want to just ask you one question because of last time I was listening to your interview in my right TV, and there is when EFCC or which DSS was, talking about something concerning herdsmen in your constituency. Then somebody was accusing you that you are part of the syndicate. But anyway, you made a very good, clear point that if at all you were involved, they have to indict you, and so that you will be among those people that will be questioning, including Yahaya Bello or something like that. So you just make yourself a very simple and clear person. That was an accusation they give you. So I give you credit for that. But what I wanted to ask you about your principle is, Atuku said that there will be only the northerners should believe that only the northerners should be the only people who will take care of Nigeria. They don't need any Igbo, they don't need any Yoruba person to be there, only the northerners. So, but now there is this ignorance that he played, which the southern governors that they said that every political party should route their ticket to the south because of the imbalance that is in the system. So now, what is your take in that imbalance that the southern governors have taken? Then the second one is, you are a barrister.
Chibuzo, only one question, please. Thank you so much.
Rudolph, I've seen Ovia's question. You want me to voice Ovia's
Yeah, you can read Ovia's question.
So
yeah.
Ovia said, what plan does Natasha have for Somorika Hill and Kukuruku Hill? I don't know where those
Why am I
places
not seeing this?
Oshomorika Hill and
Probably you're
Okuruku
talking
Hill.
about the tourists. It's probably going to tie into tourism.
Yes.
But
yes.
also, before we convert any of our precious hills into tourist attractions, we need to ensure that they do not have solid minerals or minerals of value in there. Because it will interest you to know that most of the hills in Kogi Central have precious stones, from amethyst to even gold. So one thing we're going to do is and work alongside the Ministry of solid minerals. Well, the funny thing is that it's changed. Sometimes it turns to solid minerals, sometimes it becomes mines and steel. So that's part of the inconsistency. But whatever the relevant ministry, we're going to embark upon exploration to ensure that first is that these hills will be of commercial benefit to the people. And then before we begin to convert them into the tourism. So pretty much, because I believe nature is beautiful and has given us with everything. God has blessed us with a lot that can be used to our own advantage. If you look at Austria, for example, I love going there with my children as well. Austria, they have hills. So they've turned the hills into beautiful, it's becoming like the whole place like a resort. At winter, they have the winter games like Switzerland. During summer, it's like a retreat, all the hotels on the hills. And so we can do the same as well. So it's tourism first, is to ensure that we exploit the very best of the minerals that are in there. Second, tourism. And then to the other gentleman who talked about, I will say this. I have read, if you had chanced to look at the manifesto that my principal has put forth, it talks about unifying the country. It talks about identifying regional strength. And that goes in line with true federalism. And that's what has been missing for a long while. We have practiced what is more called a unitary system of government. And if we do not take his statements out of context, he was addressing the northern folks there. And he was addressing them in the perspective of them driving their own region. If he were to make the statements in another political zone, he would then probably address that to the Yorubas. And this is what I believe. If you ask me today, I think Nigeria will do well having one president and three vice presidents or four vice presidents. I'm saying this. There are countries, yes, there are countries that, is it Angola or
Switzerland.
Guinea? Even Guinea and some African countries have two vice presidents. Guinea?
Okay.
Yeah.
Not sure.
So you can actually have that. I don't believe Nigeria should have one president and one vice president. We are quite dynamic and quite diverse. And I think it will be quite wrong for us to really get our strength, which is in our individuality, and sum us all as one people. That's where the problem is, because we then begin to think and assume that what fits one, we then tend to generalize ideals that what fits one ethnic group fits every other person. So that's the perspective he intended to come across from, ensuring that we do practice regional government so that our Yoruba folks, our Igbo folks, our Niger Delta folks, each of them will be allowed in their own spaces to develop their own community, their own economy, and contribute their quota to the federal, prioritizing themselves in their
That does not suit my question. That is not part of the question I asked. I said that
you
how
talk about
the
the statements towards the
yeah,
north.
and right, and undermine, because the current president is coming from the north, and now you are rooting again for the northern to become Nigerian president. And if an Igbo man was the one that made that comment in Ohaneze Ndigbo, I wonder how the rest of Nigerians will take this kind of comment. But your principal have made that comment, and you romance it with this talk you are just saying here right now. And that is not going to sound good to the Nigerians that are listening. And what I want you to understand is, what you just said, that if Nigeria can have double vice president, that
That's
is
my
good. That's
own perspective, what I feel that
that is
should
a
be
very
addressed.
it's a very good idea. But what I'm trying to say is that very word that he mentioned in the northern, that does not suit to Nigerian situation right now. We don't need that kind of unifier who use that kind of ethnic comment to position himself to be a unifier. That is why you see a lot of Nigerians are having a rage on his comment, because of that is an ethnic language. That language does not suit to Nigerians. Think you can go ahead.
Mr. Chibuzo, I'll say this again. Probably he was taken out of context. But this is it. I have found myself in a place whereby the issues of hero beer with the Biafra son being tied to um, His Excellency Peter Obi. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
like I've been in places where they're like, oh, how can Nigeria elect a president who is an apologist of Biafra? I've heard that. And they say, I was like, oh, really? They say, oh, yeah, don't you know that when he was a governor, he floated a company and the company owns majority shares in Hero Beer, and that the Hero Beer is like a statement for the projection of the Biafra. And then for me, I believe Biafra did happen. I believe that there should be an honor for the fallen heroes. I believe it should be recognized and shouldn't be swept away. I believe there should be that. There should probably be a day, the Biafra Day, so people will feel validated. That's my own views, like I said. But again, it would be wrong to castigate His Excellency Atiku for some statements that probably were taken out of context and probably can't just be placed on a literal explanation of things. What I know, because I had to go back and say, okay, what drove him to make such statements? But I had to look at where he made the statements and how that connects to the regional government that he wants to drive in Nigeria. Again, I keep saying, if I'm speaking, for example, to an Ibra audience, I would know the kind of language I would use. If I'm speaking to Kogi State as a broader platform, I would know the language to use. But by the time you begin to say, okay, you connect all of my statements, at the end of the day, they will all mean and amount to the same thing. So basically, if he is speaking to the Northerners and he was speaking from them being hopefully driving a region that will concentrate in developing their own moribund industries, their sleeping economy, I don't think it's any way it would mean an insult to other regions if he's making that same statement to another region. You are shaking your head, Dr. Dominic. That's exactly what it is. So,
All right.
but
All right.
what I would just say
Let's
is, if anyone takes it out of context and finds an insult in it, let's apologize on that. Is that enough to say,
I
okay,
feel like
we're sorry if it
there
was
are very,
taken out of context, please?
all
there
right.
are very
All right.
black and white things that people always like to say it's taken out of context. What he should have said, which I expect of someone who be diplomatic, is to say, yes, I know that we as Northerners have certain things that we are passionate about. We want our areas to be developed. But vote for me because this is what I can do, not because I'm a Northerner. And if you also see other candidates who speak to your interests and you can trust, then you're free to, vote your conscience. That is how he should have gone about it. It has nothing to do with whether or not he was with people who are of his own origin. And I think he made a mistake of not using that opportunity to be a man of the people, a man of the whole Nigerians. Rather, he chose it as an opportunity to kind of project himself because he felt that he was at home, forgetting that he's being televised around the country.
Can
All
I
right.
just say something to that a minute?
No.
I think
No.
the aim has been achieved. The aim is to piss some section of the country off. It's all about voting. It's all about winning. That's the aim, and it's been achieved. There's nothing wrong with that. If you let it go, you're actually playing to exactly what that comment says how to achieve by getting angry. That's it. So it's
All right.
the
All right. Thank you, guys. Let's round up. I think
I
the
haven't asked my
Blackstone.
question, Rudolph.
Okay, I'll come to you and the Mr. Scribe. So I have the Blackstone.
I don't have a
versus-
question.
You don't have a question?
No,
Okay,
no.
Dominic. All right, so these two, but if Natasha wants to stay longer, she will let me know. We can go
Yeah,
for
I'm
second
here.
round there, people. Oh, you are. All right, all right. She's not going anywhere. At the Blackstone, go ahead. Okay. Go ahead, Blackstone.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
Good evening from here, and good morning in the US, and good evening, Madam Natasha. Thank you for being here
Good
today.
evening, Blackstone.
And I got to hear about you first time when we were contesting as the governorship candidate for Kogi State. Right, that's when I get to know a little bit about you. But my question is this: I'm coming from a different angle, right? For some time now, Nigeria like revealed that we should have more women get involved, or give the women some percentage, like just give the women some percentage, inscribe it into the law that 30% of every government appointments or in the political parties and everything, you have a certain percentage allocated to the women, right? And I thank God you are a woman who have been fighting for yourself in your state. And my question is this. And also, what I also find out that most of the time when the women are standing out, contesting in the political parties, most of the women doesn't even vote for them, don't support them, right? So my question is this. In your state or in your zone, are you having that full support from the women, right? Can you guarantee that most of the women will vote for you as a woman from your constituency? And also, if you go into the Senate, are you going to fight for the right of women? Because I know in Nigeria, the right of women is like it's been trampled upon all the time, right? I know where I live, that women is taken as the first priority. They won't have women, they have a vest for the women in their national item, right? Dedicated to the women and so on and so forth, because they have that immune support for the respect for the women. So what are you going to do, right? If you're having the support from your constituency, that the women are supporting you, they are behind you, and they are ready to fight for you to make sure they push you into that.
Thank you.
And
Thank
also,
you so much.
and when you get there, so what are you going to do for the women? Are you going to fight for the right of the women? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Blackstone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blackstone. First, I'll say that I know there commonly there is like a pull down mentality amongst women, and there's been a call for women to support each other. But I'll say this: I enjoy tremendous amount of support from the women of Kogi Central and Kogi State, broadly speaking, and Nigeria at large. I get a lot of cheers and encouragement from women to speak on, to push on. And so I know that most of my votes will come from the women folk. That being said, I also understand that there has been a delayed, I think we were thinking about the 30% affirmation of women who are to be fielded in elective positions and appointive positions. And that I've always wondered too, how difficult was that for the women presently in the National Assembly or in the past National Assemblies to have enacted that into a law? How difficult was that? But then also, when you look at most of the women who are there in the National Assembly, they are there either because they were voted in as wives of the big wigs. That means most likely their husbands are politicians and the wives got in there on their husbands' backs. Some of them are ladies from prominent or prestigious backgrounds who got in there from their, how do I put it, who got sponsored in by their fathers. So you have very few women who are actually born, who actually walked through the ropes of life and the streets and became women of substance of their own right to have, and who got elected on their own merit. There are very few. And but that being said, when I get in, I promise I've spoken to my women, the women of my constituency, and now I'm saying it to Nigerian women at large. I don't have to come from your district, but the fact that I am woman enough and I get in there, I would ensure that you do have a larger participation in elective positions and appointive. As I'm speaking to you, I know, I don't know if I'm to say this openly, but I did speak to some members of the National Working Committee 2 days back, PDP, I mean, and I made a concern that there were not enough women. I didn't even say, I said, look, I don't see any woman in the presidential team. That's His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. I'm sorry I'm saying this openly, but I just want people to know that, look,
Whenever I see a concern, I was like, look, when he made a visit to the United States, and I know he toured to France and some other European countries, and when he went on tour to Edo State and other states, Akwa Ibom, the speakers are all men. His team are mainly men, made up of the men folks, and that there's a gap, and that was noted. And they said they were going to discuss that at the next meeting they have before another campaign, a visitation to another state. What I'm saying is, I'm quite aware of the fact that my gender has not been represented well, whether socially, even if it comes to like the age which protects young girls from being married. I know that is real. People don't want to speak on that because there was a senator, with due respect to himself, who got married to a 13-year-old girl, whether she's from Nigeria or not. The fact that she's female, she shouldn't be subjected to that. I also am aware of rape as an issue, which has not been taken seriously, and the offenders have not been punished adequately. And there are so many other things that have affected women, that affects women and the girl child, and to an extent that we're almost made to feel like a second-class citizen. I'll say this: I was speaking to Mr. Rodolph earlier on, and I thought he was going to ask me a question that will bring that. But now that we're saying, I contested the 2019 election as a single woman. Senator Dino Melaye, with due respect to him, he also contested at the same time for the senatorial position in Kogi West. As a single man, he wasn't married. But yet, I never saw the people attack or castigate his person, being a single man. But I was torn and attacked, defamed every day, that even the present Commissioner for Information, Kingsley Fowler of Kogi State, on air on AIT, said that I was unfit to serve as a senator because I had an improper family. And Ijoma asked him of Democracy Today, was like, what do you mean improper? He said she is not married. So these are the things that women face. We are being torn, we are being judged, and that's because probably we have not had enough female heroes to be celebrated and to pave the way for the younger generation. And that is one thing I'm going to do. Whether it's in the corporate sector, the public fields, whether it's individual funds to encourage startups from our young, smart techies, I'm going to do a whole lot of that for our young female, but as well as men, because even if we look at the male generation, I can tell you there's a lot of disconnect from them. They will have a lot of bright minds who are geniuses in their respective spaces, but they don't have an avenue to succeed and thrive individually. So yes, I'm going to project the female gender, but also I will do whatever I'm going to do invariably will support and create an avenue of growth for every person, whether you're young or old. Anyone else, please?
Yeah, can I ask?
I have one question to ask
I have
him,
one
if
question.
you don't mind.
Please. I have Dominic.
Okay.
Dominic is the next person, please.
Oh, Dominic, go ahead.
Hold on, someone has a bad audio. Please, if you're not speaking, please mute yourself. Dominic, you're next.
All right, I thought Paul came before me. Okay, I'll go ahead and
No,
ask
Paul
my
has been here before.
Everyone has spoken except
you.
Oh, really?
Dominic. Yeah, Dominic.
Okay. Well, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not on behalf of being Rudolph's co-host. Well,
okay, you are the co-host. No one. I was wondering how he just moved me to the left.
I promise that there's no nepotism here.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. I commend the work that you've done. I actually started following you after you spoke at the house because it's very commendable what you said. You even spoke about your family background. You expressed some level of vulnerability, which is something that is lacking in a lot of Nigerian politicians. Even some of the things that you've done, using some of your personal funds to, I believe you tied a road or something of that nature.
Yes. Yeah. In the Ibiu there.
Well, very commendable work. But being a fan of you is still not going to prevent me from asking you the tough questions.
Fear me.
Rudolph, I'll keep it to one question. Don't worry, but I have to lay the groundwork first. So you mentioned a couple of things. The first thing you talked about is you mentioned about manifesto, which last time I checked in the Nigerian political setting, manifesto doesn't mean anything with respect to what the candidates will end up doing. So that's by the wayside. You also mentioned, I was surprised that you actually were in the PDP because I thought you were still part of the SDP. But
No,
I
no.
think I've gotten to a point where I am now starting to judge candidates rather than judge
That's how it should
the
be.
political party. But still, it won't prevent me from answering this question. You've convinced a lot of Nigerians of your integrity by your actions, not just by your words, right? And so when I ask questions of candidates, people like Atiku Abubakar, I have to look at their actions, not on their words or their manifestos, because you can have pretty words and have pretty manifestos, but amount to nothing when it comes to leadership. He has a history in Nigeria, and he has a history that precedes him when it comes to corruption. Now, I'm not going to lay any allegations, but this is what a lot of Nigerians know. He was the VP, and he spearheaded the privatization of a lot of Nigerian resources. He is fiercely, when it comes to management of resources, he's fiercely into private sector. Nothing wrong in that, but he's also fiercely into, I think that kind of undercuts when you talk about things that are of national interest, like NNPC and something like Ajaokuta Steel industry. I think my issue with listening to you today, and it still doesn't diminish my respect for you, is how did you convince yourself to be able to say good things or to believe that such a man with certain actions will be able to put forth your interest? Because my understanding from what you've done is you are trying to make Ajaokuta Steel industry a national steel industry, right? Probably you don't want it to fall into private hands. You don't want it to get privatized and be sold to, the big wigs
I
in
believe government
DDP or
has a
APC.
right.
Exactly. So how did you convince yourself? And how will you convince people like myself who have serious issues with Atiku that he is going to represent what you are trying to do? And the last thing I'm going to say is this. I think a lot of Nigerians, and myself included, are a little bit hesitant when someone comes in with, when someone has people that run into elections and are one single idea sort of candidates. I'm not calling you that, but sometimes it seems like you're portraying someone who is a one single-minded politician. You are there to
That's
make
what
sure.
I'm being asked always. If you ask me,
Exactly.
I'm a lawyer first, and I worked in the oil and gas sector for
Exactly.
5 years.
So how will you present the interests of all Nigerians? I know you're a senator. You are meant to defend and make sure your people thrive. But how would you remove yourself from being that single candidate person who's always like, if Atiku is going to make Ajaokuta Steel industry very good, then I don't really care about what is going to bring up different parts of Nigeria, which is the issue that we all have now, which is why there's a lot of sentiments and emotions running about tribalism and religion and all those things. Sorry.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Natasha, you can go ahead.
I should have taken a pen down and start and jot things down. Okay, here it is. How have I been able to convince myself that against the odds that His Excellency Atiku Abubakar has been painted, right, that he's the ideal candidate? How can I sell him to you? All right, let me say this. I told you Nigeria's problem is largely how did I sell him to myself? How was I able to convince myself?
Because he's into privatization and selling national assets. And Ajaokuta is one of them.
Okay. Now, here it is. He was the vice president. Okay. And the selling of Ajaokuta to the Indians, that decision was taken solely by President Obasanjo in a manner that, or should I say, I would say most people in government make a mistake of giving away valuable projects or deciding on contract, almost like I would say a bedroom discussion. Oh, come here. I like your idea. Take this. I'm not even going to verify you. That's the nature in which Soul Gas was brought in by Obasanjo's son, Benga. That was it. Soul Gas, which was the first company that Ajaokuta was handed over to, was brought in by Obasanjo's son. And then he now partnered with Pramod Mittal, who was the younger brother to Lakshmi Mittal. So both of them formed the Soul Gas Cooperative. Along the line, there was a fallout, and the Indian man created a company called Global Steel Holding. So now
in all of this, Obasanjo did not consult with Atiku, but fair enough, because they were in the same government. Whatever ills and bad happened rubs off on them. That's how it's almost like saying whatever happens today, people would invariably say, oh, Buhari did this, Buhari did that, even though if it's a decision, a wrong decision made by his ministers or government. Let me tell you this now. The 2019 governorship election in Kogi State was the worst in history. It was very bloody and very violent. And it was reported so by the electoral observers. But it has been termed under President Buhari's administration. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Some of what we read today that were being decisions made by the Vice President Atiku himself was actually a decision made by the ministers, the president himself, and others. We all know how the vice president, I'm not making a lot of excuses for him. And like I said earlier on, I believe to avert all of this, there would have been some level of transparency. There would have been a process whereby contractors are evaluated on their track record. And that is missing. Even if you recall, some time ago, if I'm right, I think in 2016, His Excellency Amici had a problem with some security Israeli company. Anyone here knows about that? Whereby the company was given an award to, was awarded a contract, but the company never was registered, it never existed in Israel. Do you recall that? So here's what I'm saying. I'm not making any excuses for him, but I know, having worked closely with some people in government, and that's what endeared me into politics, to make a change, to make a difference, to raise certain standards by projecting some reforms, is simply because a lot of deals happen behind the scene in manners which do not project the very best interest. But so to an extent that whenever a president or a vice president or a minister has good intentions and signs off a project, honestly, before the monitoring process of that project from the table of the president or vice president, before it gets down, from the directors, the permanent secretaries, even the executors, the field managers that go to the field to ensure whether that project is done, the corruption along that line will, at the end of the day, devalue the project, or sometimes even shortchange the nation entirely of that project. But at the end of the day, who do we blame? The president and the vice president. So to avoid all of this, it's important we still go back to what? Number one, strengthen the systems, making sure that they serve as checks and balances, ensure adequate transparency of processes, ensure that everybody, yourself and myself, we monitor and evaluate projects from the award to execution. So it's everybody's duty. So please, have I answered your question? So if there's anything else.
You only answered half of my question. My question also mentioned, given his precedence, remember this man, Atiku, is fiercely private sector. He's fiercely into that sort of thing.
And that's a, hold on, I would say this on the private sector. One thing why I like Atiku is this. Yes, he's highly private sector driven, and that is what we need.
And privatization too.
Well, privatization, like I said, it was, and hey, who decided on privatizing? I wasn't part of the kitchen cabinet that ran the Obasanjo administration. But I tell you this, most of what reading Obasanjo's book, I could see now that there was a huge disconnect between both of them, even though they are president and vice president. And that's what happens, you see today. Governors and deputy governors. Sometimes deputy governors don't even know what transpires and what happens. They just get to know of a project or a process after it has been made. So I think it would be wrong to judge His Excellency Atiku on every flaw that happened at that time. Okay, so it's not just enough. It's not right to do so. But again, one thing I like about him is he's highly private sector driven. I believe that the only way we can actually grow our economy is if we strengthen the private sector. It is the private sector that creates the jobs. It's the private sector that generates revenue. It's the private sector that drives technology. And the reason why Nigeria is highly politicized, the reason why I'm sure if you ask an average student in secondary school, what's your future ambition? I want to be I want to be a politician. That's because politics has become, a lot of people have made that a career. They live off it, they train their children off it, they build their houses and even save for their unborn generation off public funds. And that is what at President Atiku does not just himself, all the three candidates, even Peter Obi and Tinubu himself, they're all, I would say, semi-technocrats. They all have contributed greatly into the private sector. But of all of them, Atiku has done much more. Right from his time in customs, he has never relied on, I took my time to understudy that. I took my time to understand that. So he's heavily invested in the private sector, and I believe he will deploy his experience into strengthening the ecosystem for entrepreneurs. I'm an entrepreneur myself.
Natasha, to some extent, I want to disagree with you. My dad worked in the Nigerian Ports Authority. My mother served food in the stored in the restaurants over there. So I've actually lived my life in the port. That is the first place I gained my first employment. So I was previewed to know Atiku a little bit in terms of some of his policies in the port when he was in Lagos port. So, for example, I want to talk about when you talk about nicotine, when there is a very heavy port congestion and everything. I could remember there is this vessel called Bako Liner. It's an express ship. They bat in the midstream water, then they use flat barge to offload everything. So Bako Liner was making a lot of money because of this heavy port congestion. Then Atiku create another aspect of it when you want to pay expressly to bring your vessel. That's when they introduce what they call eco support after BAT 19, where Dangote end. And they make a lot of money. So when you talk about Atiku being a capitalist, a private sector, this business was registered to an Indian company. Somewhere along the line, we know that Atiku owns it. The same thing still goes to Intel. You're talking about Intel. Intel was not sold as private sector when they sold all those things in Port Harcourt Port and everything to Atiku, because Atiku was in charge. You don't sell things to yourself in government. We know when government sells something, to some extent, it's like an auction. It is cheaper. Yeah. It is sold to an Indian company. Fast forward after years, then we know that Atiku owns this business, and Atiku come out with full chest now today that he owns this business. This business, this dealings was behind the scene. And if you tell me Atiku is a successful businessman, how come none of his investment is in the Nigerian Stock Exchange? Because they run away from accountability, transparency and accountability. They don't want SEC to regulate their business. They don't want the NSE to regulate their businesses and everything. Every business he has been doing is all in the name of fraud. Let him come out with blueprints to convince us how much taxes he has been paying with these businesses. It's not when you start businesses, you just go behind the scene and go register it in the CAC and say you own these businesses. Let him come out with blueprints. Show us the taxes he has been paying for this business. How did he start this business? Go ahead.
You know, this is a discussion. It's quite interactive.
Correct.
When you started talking about the ports and all of that, I don't know much. That's some of these terms are quite new to me. I can't claim to know it all. But here it is. And what you've said also of people who are in government, they have found a way of diverting resources to themselves. I mean, we've heard about Otta Farms and Obasanjo's connection. And now you're telling me about Intel and all. But you see, this is why I keep saying that it's important that people at all times should get involved and ask the right questions. Maybe if at the time all of this, the Indian company acquisitions, people, lawyers, Nigerians will have a lot of lawyers. Imagine them writing, not even stopped anyone from writing to the Indian company or to India to find out, okay, who are the registered partners? Or let us bring it here. We'd have gone to CAC to find out, okay, who are the owners? Somehow, if you dig deep, and investigate properly, you will be able to find the underlying gray lines as to ownership. Just like myself, when sorry, the gentleman said I was talking about Ajaokuta too much. I'm talking about Ajaokuta, but in the process of my advocacy in 2016, I discovered the Kogi State Governor, Yahaya Bello, registered a company called Ajaokuta Steel, Kogi Ajaokuta Nigeria Limited. It was a shell company, Kogi Ajaokuta Nigeria Limited. He registered that company and he did not give shares to the state. But the documents and the letters he exchanged with CAC, he expressed intentions to register the company for the state. But then in documents, in papers, the state did not have a stake, neither did any indigene of Kogi State was listed. The two people there, one was from Abia State, one was from Benue, which are the two directors. So that's definitely clearly a shell company. But then how did I discover that? My passion to ask questions and to dig deep into governance led me to unveil that, and I made an issue out of it. I took a step forward. I wrote to DSS, and they then investigated and ordered CAC to shut down that company. Nobody paid me for that. That was a selfless step I took. Now imagine if you, Mr. Paul, Dr. Dominic, Mr. Scribe, Mr. Chibuzo, everyone at every time, we see an information on the papers. Oh, the president is doing this, the governor is doing this, the minister is doing this. Don't just read and say, this is it, they're about to take money. Right, speak about it, ask questions, visit CAC, ask every decision. What many Nigerians don't know is government is for us. Everyone working there is being paid to serve the people. So it's our right to demand for the contractual documents of every agreement and to ask questions. Why this? What this? What are the terms? Because it's in our silence we are being
So Natasha, like you said, let me sound a little
but
bit
let me
like
say this one more thing. You have been
Right.
attacking His Excellency article because I know that. Okay, one more thing, please.
No one is
I
attacking.
live just next door from Next Cash and Carry. Okay, I live next door from Next Cash and Carry in
Correct.
Abuja before it was burnt down. All right. And I also know about the controversies surrounding Next Cash and Carry. I also got to know that, okay, some say that it was built by funds from His Excellency Peter Obi built it from using funds from Anambra State. I also know about his stake in Fidelity Bank. I have friends who work there on high levels, and I asked, and in truth, His Excellency Peter Obi owns a large stake in Fidelity Bank.
He was a chairman of Fidelity Bank before he even
Exactly.
became
No,
governor
hold
of
on.
Fidelity Bank.
No, they are not. Guys, hold on now. We are getting somewhere. And Next Cash and Carry that he claimed to be his father's company. Okay. Now, all I'm saying is, but you will never see me. But when I get all of these conversations, I say, you know what? Yes, he is so and so, him with this and that. But let's see, does he create jobs? Yes. When he was establishing Next Cash and Carry, and as it says, you have the right to write to CAC, demand all the financials, find out if he imports products. Why does he import so many products? Why did he not establish factories in Anambra State to produce some of these things? So it's all left for people to, the problems are there, the questions can be asked. And between the questions, the problems, the questions, and the answers is the effort we all are going to put in to ensure
Natasha,
that
please let me just ask you. Let me just add one question to it so that I'll let others also contribute. Let it not look like it's my show.
But I'll
Please.
soon have to leave now, please, because my
All right. So hold on, guys.
Kulata has to ask.
So Okay, hold on, guys. So that's what I'm trying to prevent, and sometimes it looks like I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm trying to prevent this. So our guest was booked for 90 minutes. She extended it for us, and this is 3 hours now. So we have to let her go. You know, sometimes I know you guys would like to hang around with people and talk for all day. So
Yeah.
let me let Kulata just give ask the final question. Then we let her go, and then we continue our conversations on other things. So. Kulata, go ahead.
So, Natasha, so I have a question a bit about you yourself. In 2006, Oshogbo Steel Rolling Mills and Oshogbo Machine Tools was privatized under
With
the
Dangote now.
guardianship of,
It's with Dangote now.
yeah, well,
It's in the
whatever the
concession.
case is, it was privatized concession. The chairman of the privatization council was Atiku. Right now, 20,000 people are out of jobs. Just Steel Rolling Mills, since it was privatized in 2006, not a single sheet of steel has been produced. What's it called? The one you're very passionate about, Ajaokuta, the concessionaire was done by Atiku. So Atiku, being a capitalist, uh, has a right to privatize, but it comes with a lot of failures down the line. So my question is to you: you were in SDP, that's a socialist party. Uh, so how come do you have a shape shifting ideology to move
No,
from a
I don't.
social let
Yeah,
me ask my question,
yeah.
to move from a social democratic party to a PDP with a truckload of failed privatization initiatives? Are you moving to PDP to kind of like evangelize to them? And when you guys maybe want to do your bill, you want to make sure it doesn't go to all these shell companies, but there's so much recurrence of shell companies that they don't have the technical expertise to do this job, and they give them all these deals. And then Nigeria also pay their way out of this. Example, we're paying 490 something $1 million. We don't have the luxury of paying out of a bad deal. And then we're going back. We want to entrust the person or the party that's kind of like put all this burden onto us. Even under the government, people still have jobs. But now with all this crony capitalism, you've moved from SDP to PDP. Can you explain the transition in your ideology?
My ideology still remains the same. And the day I decamped, I remember I was shared a video with Mr. Rudolph. I said my decamping speech was that even though I'm in PDP now, I'm still a social democrat at heart. And even in my manifesto, I put the line there, I am. I believe in that a country should project a mixed economy. I believe that the capitalism should be practiced on ideas or businesses that people initiate. But while um, it's government businesses and development of natural resources should be along the socialist line. For example, oil and gas, steel, anything out produced out of water from government funds and government efforts should be for the good of the people. I believe government has a duty in getting involved in business to generate revenue to sustain itself. I don't believe everything a government should have should be privatized. Some of the strongest economies in Europe today, you have the government participating in businesses, whether it's a telecommunication. I think BT, British Telecom in London, the government has a stake. Rwanda, even you see South Africa, many countries have their airlines run by the government as well. The energy sector, even in America, most of you were there, you know that the government does have a hand in owning and regulating the sectors. But so I don't believe everything should be privatized. No, I'm not a core capitalist. I don't believe some people should enrich themselves on natural resources that ought to be for the benefit of all. I don't believe so. So the fact that I'm on PDP, moreover, who told you that PDP is core capitalist? No, it's
You're
not.
you're you're
So
in-
here
you're in
it is.
clear you're going to based on what you just said
It's
that
not.
everybody can
Yes.
listen to.
Why
You're
don't you
in
focus on
clear
the
conflict.
individuals?
You're in clear
No,
conflict with what your principal intends to do, which
no, that
is, and I
is what.
quote him, I will sell this to my friends. I don't know what crony capitalism looks like. It's not even pure capitalism where you actually deregulate and have a lot of people trying to participate. he said, and I quote, he will sell it to his friends. And what you are telling me is in conflict with that ideology. So why
And
are
let
you
me
in
say
PDP?
this. Hold on. Let me say this again. Why am I in PDP?
Yeah.
That's who was it that said that you need to begin to focus on individuals? Let me tell you, it's individuals that make the party. It's individuals that build a country. Today, what I have gone through the manifesto of PDP, and I don't see it projecting the policies of and philosophies of pure capitalism. No, it doesn't. And if you
Not
talk about
pure.
the
I
by
mean, to
principle
a large
himself,
extent, is center
Mr.
right at best.
Olata,
Center
let
right
me
at
say this.
best.
Let me say this. Why don't you begin to talk about how we're going to strengthen systems that will one day be strong enough to call for the resignation of a president when you see him defaulting?
But
That's
how
what we
can
should
we
be talking
set
about.
strengthen system when people move from one party to the other? If something doesn't favor, how do we even
You
know
know,
where
when I
core
got into
beliefs?
politics, no, hold on. When I got into politics, I admire countries that have like the Democrats and the Republicans in America, and even most part of Europe, you have like two parties. And just recently, with Macron creating his own party, we're beginning to see a new dimension of new politicians. I think it was in Slovenia that a lady also, the present president, created a new, she ran on a new platform as well against a 56-year-old political party. So pretty much I appreciate um, party loyalty. And I thought that if I was ever going to join politics, I would just stick to one based on my ideology and stay there. If I lose, I'll stand through all. But let me tell you one thing that I have never discussed. One of the reasons why I left Social Democratic Party, SDP. I got to realize I got how many of you followed my disqualification from INEC list when that's my gubernatorial remember they had this scandal.
Attempts. Mhm.
Yes, when I was delisted because they said I fielded in a candidate who was below the age of 35. My deputy was below the age of 35. Therefore,
Yeah, I
I
followed
was
it.
disqualified, even though the moment I realized there was a window for substitution and I put in a substitute, but I was still denied to substitute, and therefore I was disqualified. I had to walk through, I led some protests and I went to court, and therefore I was reinstated back on the ballot. Now, um, sorry, I just lost my line of thoughts. What was I saying?
Let's run.
No, 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 hold on. I think something very important before. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Hold on. Along the line, I got to ask. I thought it was just INEC and the Professor Jega, not Professor, Professor Yakubu himself that was, like compromised, that had compromised and got me disqualified. Do you know that it was actually someone, one of the top people in SDP, that actually connived with Yahaya Bello in APC to get me, sure, to get me disqualified? So that means while I was there speaking and fighting and crying to ensure that I was back, restated back on the ballot, someone from my own party had compromised with Yahaya Bello to ensure that I was not on the ballot. Money exchanged hands, even with some people in INEC, and that happened. So when I got to know, to make it more interesting, okay, I went on the field. I came third. Yahaya Bello won. Yahaya Bello won. The PDP candidate, Engineer Wada, came second. I came third out of 13 candidates. When I went to court to challenge the elections because of it was extremely violent, there was a lot of rigging. Do you know that the same SDP wrote to me asking, querying why I went to court to challenge the election, that they were satisfied with the results? As a matter of fact, they told me to pull out the case from court, otherwise I was going to be expelled from the party for challenging the result. My own SDP. So that was when I said, you know what, you all are the same. I needed to get a platform. I didn't realize that, okay, yeah, SDP existed. The SDP I thought I walked into was the SDP that my father built with MK Abiola. At the time, my late dad was actually the head of steering committee for Kogi State, then SDP. So I thought that was, as a young girl, watching them all, chanting all the MQ songs. That was when I got interested in politics to an extent. I thought that was the same SDP. What I got to know was that even my own party betrayed me. So I said, you know what? I went through APC. There was no way I was going to join APC and Yahaya Bello. And I studied the manifesto of PDP. And I said that, okay, you know what? The new management resonated with me. There was new reforms. And then I joined. So I don't think it's right. I don't believe you should judge a party just because you see, yeah, you might all say Labour Party today, but Labour Party has existed. His Excellency Peter Obi was in PDP. As at early this year, he actually was a presidential aspirant. As at March this year, he was a presidential aspirant in PDP. So what we should focus on now is electing a president that resonates with us. What would you want? I'm not forcing you to vote Atiku Abubakar, but I'm asking that you look at his manifesto. I know you said, Mr. Dr. Donwick, that manifesto has been so bastardized that they just right now empty words, but it's a yardstick to access people. If we think it's an empty promise, then we need to begin to devise a means whereby we hold them accountable to these promises.
Natasha, when you
Yeah,
said
please
these
tell
things
them.
about Atiku,
Paul, no, sorry.
I'm done
Finish up,
already.
Natasha. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we should just find a means of strengthening system. I was so proud of South Africa.
Oh, Rudolph, did she cut off?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know what happened. All right.
You see, I don't use my worry power, doctor. I've used my worry power.
Now,
Paul,
Paul.
Yeah.
you should allow me next time to ask multiple questions.
Doctor, let me ask this
Yeah.
question now.
No. Hold on, guys. We have to round it up well.
Everyone, please mute. Please.
Let's hold on, okay? Let's see if she can come back and we end it properly. And
Can you all hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Look, we see countries that jail past presidents.
Rudolph, maybe you can text her to turn her video off so her audio can improve. At least you can have her make a closing statement.
Final, yeah. Okay, all right.
Nigerian government is dealing with her there.
Are you see? Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, let me tell you this. Today, I know many of you here. I can see His Excellency Peter Obi's, sympathizers.
Nope.
If you bring him in, or Tinubu in, or Atiku into office, if we don't have the independence of the three arms of government, if we don't have our institutions working effectively with the best brains on merit of standards and processes, I tell you, we're still going to be a failed country. That's the honest truth. So rather than looking, one man won't just fix in. If Macron should come to Nigeria today, or who is the one of the finest presidents in the world today, should come in with this same system, he won't be able to function. He won't be able to function because the rot in the system is like a clog in the wheels of progress. We must devise a means to make sure that even the police themselves, all the institutions should be able to checkmate themselves. Let's get to a point whereby we can call a president to resign and he will resign. Let's get to a point whereby once there's a security breach, the officers, the chief of naval staff, the chief of army staff will resign themselves out of honor. And if they fail to resign, we'll get them arrested. Let's get to that point whereby we begin to hold people responsible. Can you imagine, like today, our roads are not safe? Because I watched an interview where His Excellency Amici was asked about the insecurity on the highways. And then he said it was like a nonchalant response, like that does not concern him. I think that's the problem. And then I was surprised that Nigerians did not call for His Excellency Amichi's resignation. I think the problem we have in Nigeria is because we just talk about issues, we argue about them on social media, but we don't take a step forward to checkmate the excesses of our leaders.
But you're going to go create laws to fix this.
All right, guys.
Rudolph, go ahead.
All right, guys. We
Thank
have
you
to
so
end
much.
it
My
here.
baby's crying. I'm
Natasha,
hearing
thank
him
you so
crying.
much for joining us today. It's been 3 hours,
Thank
and
you.
I will say this: as you go on to campaign, if you have the time, always call on us. We can bring you back and have people check on how the campaign is going. Okay.
Yes,
We
please.
appreciate your time. We appreciate your
Thank
time.
you. I
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
you all too. Thank
All
you.
right.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. So,
Thank you. I
all right.
appreciate. Thank you.
God bless.
So we are going to take a little break. When we come back, we are going to talk about Tinubu, Obi, and all the stories that happened in the last few days that we missed. So stand by.
Look at you, Mr. Scribe.
My people, look here, face me like Facebook. Na go see Lisa, na go see na chameleon. Time don't come for us to wake up. My people, it's not time for action. Yeah. No more talk. We know how, yeah, leaders, we don't tire. Yeah. This situation, we don't get you.
Them say, the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you dey invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you don't sell your vote, no shishi for bribe. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. If you talk and I talk, and we all the talk, you say, no shishi for bribe. You say, no shishi for bribe. You say, no shishi for bribe. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say good roads, good health, and education.
Them say the way you lay your bed, that's how you go lie on top. They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you know say your future for chichi. Them go surely take them back with profit, now you go suffer. Suffer, Naija. Monkey go the walk, bamboo go the shore. Say that's how we go there.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. It's been a wonderful week. I was out yesterday. I went to a funeral of a friend, but I'm back, and a lot of things happened in the last few weeks, few days. Where do we start? All right. I understand that most of you are interested in talking about Bola Tinubu and the drug case. So let's listen to this.
Let me get back to the conversation. And the question that a lot of Nigerians would like you to answer tonight, and perhaps they probably would have wanted to even hear directly from the man in question, your presidential candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But there's a fundamental question on the source of the money he deposited, of which he reached a settlement. Has he given a satisfactory explanation of the source of the funds?
Well, thank you so much. Now, at that point, the burden was on the prosecution in the U.S. or from the states in the U.S. to prove that the funds were proceeds of narcotics. Now, that if you look at paragraph, I want you to go to paragraph 2 of the affidavit of Kevin Moss. He kept saying that it was his reasonable suspicion. It was like probable cause, probable belief. It was speculative. All it was speculative. They had not come to a definite conclusion. Let me tell you what happened. Now, if you see the whole gamut of that affidavit, it was more or less like, well, it happens to all of us, Nigerians. You go to a new land, you go to a new place abroad. Any Nigerian you see, especially from your own tribe, they become like brothers to you. You associate with them, you visit them. You may do 1 or 2 transactions. You may not exactly know.
Yep. Paul, how many Nigerians did you transact? Gave you 400 and something thousand to put in the account, and all
Doctor,
right.
where I'm living in Arizona, we don't even have African restaurants. So I don't I don't transact business like that.
All right. So
Pastor
let's look at this.
Skiamu is just talking like somebody who drink real sapele ogogoro. The man is just talking babadash.
Sapele water.
Rubbish. But yeah, the retested OKO, when you take up your belly go open to eat. So now hungry they catch him. He just take ogogoro. He's just talking babadash. You understand? How much is Tinubu making that you have all this money that you are paying? What type of business do you do for you to pay $460,000 tax? What type of business do? You don't write off tax, you don't do nothing. Since then, he has never come to America. He's running away from America. Even when as a governor, he has
Paul, he has been to America, so that's
no. As a governor, he has a diplomatic passport. When they take his passport from him, he didn't come to America. He's scared.
Paul, he's
That's
been
what
to
I'm saying.
America. He's been to America several times. Paul, that's not correct.
Kolata, I said when he has his diplomatic passport, nobody do you anything. When he has a green passport.
Since he's left in 2007, the man has been to America several times. I think
Kolata,
everybody needs to go and read the case.
I don't know. You check out from the former, the last two immigration officer, the DG on the immigration, when they complained that so many Nigerians that have left office still carry red passports. They complain, they make list of somebody like Bola Tinubu. They still carry red passport and they complain extensively
how long does a
about that.
diplomatic passport expire? Because
That is
someone
the
left
thing.
office in 2007.
So Kolata,
20,
can you listen my English? This is the word I said. They still carry this passport. So people are asking. Then the DG of immigration said some of these people refuse to turn it in. They say just knock it out. If I have a questionable thing on my passport, is that not how the SSS pull me over if I go to Nigeria or anywhere in the world? You understand?
Okay.
Put a questionable thing and every other thing. So they do that.
Let's start from the beginning. So who has a good understanding of this case? Who
I
can...
do. I've read it. I do.
Okay, Kolata, tell us what's this.
Kolata, I go verse. I can only see half of your face.
Kolata, tell us what this
yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
So let me describe the case. So oh no, what? Don't feature me now.
Okay. All right.
Rudolph, the man is telling
so okay, here's the thing. The DEA, it starts with DEA. DEA arrests some guy on heroin charges. So that guy, they arrested him. He told them the address that he got the drugs from. You know, back in the day, it was pager. So that address was somewhere in South Chicago. And it was a guy called Agbele that was a drug dealer. And the Agbele worked for another guy called Akonde. So they're operating from one address. So Tinubu comes into the country and opens two bank accounts, one with Heritage Bank, another called a money market account or something. I can't remember the terminology. Using that same address that they caught that Agbele guy for selling drugs. So that ties Tinubu together with the Akonde and the Agbele guy because Tinubu opened an account. Then Tinubu funded that account with like $80,000 that he received from a drug dealer, and that's the Akonde guy. So that establishes a connection between Tinubu and the Akonde. His name is called Muiz Akonde and the Agbele. Agbele was caught. He confessed to his crime. So that one is a known drug dealer. Agbele was caught. He's confessed. Akonde is on the run somewhere. I think the guy is now in Nigeria. So Tinubu started operating that account. Then later down the line, because I'm going to try and make it short. Tinubu opens more accounts, Citibank, in Citibank in the US and other Citibanks internationally. Then he now deposited massive amounts, $600,000 and $1.2 million. And again, he had refunded that $80,000 back to that Akonde. So there's a link between him and that Akonde using that address and using that $80,000 transaction. That clearly links him to that to the drug dealer. But it was when they were investigating who were his associates that his name came up. So you can't say they caught him trading or whatever. But that wasn't the main case. The main case was after this 601.2 million came in sometime in 1990, they called Mobile that, who is this guy? Mobile confirmed that is our treasurer. How much is he getting? They said $2,400 per month. And then they were like, wait, is he, since your treasurer, is he doing any business on your behalf, transacting money in South Chicago? Mobile said, no, they don't have any, what's it called? Anything to do with any account in South Chicago. So the people investigating him now established a probable cause. That there's a probable cause. You have unexplained money in your account, in your account, 600,000, 1.2 million. You're either a U.S. citizen or a permanent resident. You've not paid taxes since 1984. So they went after him, and Tinubu's, all this was happening over the phone. So it's not like they took him to case. It was a case of civil forfeiture, not criminal forfeiture, civil forfeiture. There's a difference between the two. So he talked to them, and eventually with the civil forfeiture, it doesn't have to be an indictment, and they confiscated 460,000 from him. So that's why, and then after that, they dismissed the case with prejudice. When you dismiss the case with prejudice, means you cannot open it again. It's done and dusted. They dismiss the case with the prejudice. And if you go and check for any sort of indictment, you will not find any indictment over him, because it's a civil forfeiture case. And under civil forfeiture laws, government can take your money. They don't have to prove anything in court. That's why there's nothing to prove in court. So as of today, the man can enter the US. And when Obasanjo government tried to check if there was anything to it, the ambassador said, no, this guy doesn't have any, it doesn't have any case to answer. And so if you go and check, you will not see him as there's no indictment. You go and check if there's an indictment over him, there's no indictment. But yes, with civil forfeiture, all they need to establish, like, probably the money you're transferring has something to do with crime. They don't have to prove it. They can just take it, and there's nothing you can do about it. So Tinubu claimed that the money belonged to his mom, or his, I don't know what to call him. His dad, where the woman's Alaja Mogaji, or they called it Alaji Mogaji, and then they put another name, K.O. Tinubu, probably his wife, because he opened another joint account. At the end of the day, they found out he had 10 accounts opened all over the world, and they're trying to establish, like, for a guy that's making 2,400, where you getting 10 accounts from? So it's probably money due to corruption in Nigeria or whatever. But they did not clearly say that these funds belong to a drug trade. The funds that belong to that drug trade that he sent back is that $80,000 that he used to open the account. And also he returned that money to that Akonde guy. So I read that entire case, and that was what I could get out of it. That it was a case of civil forfeiture, not criminal forfeiture, because you can't find any indictments. You can go and check if there's an indictment. There's no indictment. So that's the short summary of the case. You're on mute.
Rudolph, you're on mute.
Okay, sorry. Kulata, thank you so much for that summary. That was good.
But I will point out that civil forfeiture does not what do you call it? Even though he's not indicted, it still doesn't prove that he's innocent.
It doesn't prove he's innocent. No, it does not.
It retains the status in which there's no reasonable doubt to prosecute him. And so the best thing to do is to, at least if we can establish that this particular asset came out of a criminal
if you suspect money is linked to crime, you only need to suspect that the money is linked to a crime, and then you can seize the funds. And that's what happened.
It doesn't exonerate him. Okay.
It doesn't exonerate him, but he's not indicted at the end of the day too.
All right. Mr. Scribe, do you have something to say about this? Mr. Scribe, you are muted.
Let me just say one thing. Mr. Scribe is wasting time. I was going to mention one thing while Natasha was still on. I was going to advise her that the best way to win an election is to maintain your integrity and instead of wasting time to defend the indefensible. I think that's what she should have done on this show, rather than trying to tarnish her image. I hope her image is still intact.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Okay, Scribe. Yeah, Scribe. Go ahead.
Dominic, I'm happy that you used my time. Thank you very much. I have nothing to say.
I'm sorry.
All right. So Who else? Paul, the Blackstone. Go ahead.
Wait, I
No,
thought you were
Paul, I
going
think
to subscribe. Subscribe, please go ahead. You're
he,
making
he
me
has
like
nothing to
No,
say.
no, no, I have
He
nothing
has
to
nothing to
say.
say.
I was even glad that you used my time. No problem.
this man.
He
I
has
don't know.
to.
I have nothing to say about the case because I'm not.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not read the case actually, so I have nothing to say about it. But one thing I believe that if it's a criminal, it's a criminal, right? So and anybody has identity image should not be in Nigerian president at this time. Thank you.
All right, John Abba.
No, I don't have anything to talk about.
Why are people afraid of saying something? What's going on?
Okay,
Because I
let me
don't
say,
want to. I don't want to say things like on the issue that is not a new
Jagaban
thing.
is watching John Abba.
Are you people all connected to Bola Tinubu? I didn't know that. Femi, what do you have to say?
First, John Abba is the funniest person ever. Anyway, yeah. So, Miss Natasha, she's gone now, away from the stream, but I found it amusing when I was listening to part of what she was saying. You know, it's funny when you look at we call it body language in Nigeria. I know we like terms very well. When the way she was responding, I was just finding it amusing, especially when I was listening into the back and forth between herself and Dr. Dominic as well as Paul. You know, you could just tell. And there was a point that Paul especially made that I kind of aligned with, because growing up, my father worked with the defunct National Fleet, the when we had the trains, the national trains, and then later on with the Nigerian National Shipping Line. At the time, they had about 26 or so ships, and of course, you know how we destroyed the entire economy when it came to ships and all of that. And I remember he used to talk about things that had to do with people like Atiku and so on. And he had facts because he was actually a chief claims officer when it came to insurance for National Shipping Line. And you know, when there's some things that he would mention and some of my uncles would say, and these people have facts, you know. So and that's why whenever the issue of people like himself or Bernard Timbu come into play, and you have people that have hard coded facts, you can tell these people know what they're talking about, and especially with respect to how these people made their money, and you're trying to convince me in that same Nigeria that we all know ourselves. Come on now, Abba. You know, so I just found it interesting. I just thought to mention that. It was just interesting. The way she was trying to rigmarole her way. You could just tell that, I beg, there's nothing to defend, you know.
All right.
She should never be allowed to do any spin doctor duties for any politician.
It was terrible. She did a terrible job.
She's not a good spin doctor. She's not a good spin doctor. She should just stay away from spinning.
It was so obvious.
She could not spin it.
I was so sad on her behalf because this is someone that I respect and I still respect her, and I feel like her action precedes her. But I think
but Dominic, you have to respect her for the fact that she's clinging to her convictions, right? She's a politician. You understand? I don't think I expected anything less from her. It's just that I would say she's that honest and an individual that her body language was giving it away.
Exactly.
I think that's the point. I would say she ingrained in her, she wants to do something, right? But you could see her face and everything. It was a hard job. She's not a good spin doctor. She should stay away from it. She should have just said, you know what? I don't know. I'm just in the PDP and I'm focused on myself, and I agree with the philosophy of the party. It's the closest option to what I want to achieve for the good people of Kogi Central District. Simple.
Well, to me, if I was in her shoe, I'm going to be bold enough to stand my chest out to speak the truth. Your principal has questions to answer, and there is no true story about it. If you are convinced with your own conviction that you are coming for a change, be ready to fight the fight It is either you win or you win or you win. When the
No,
people
but
see that you are there to speak the truth, even to those who have destroyed us, they will stand by you. If you don't win today, you won't win tomorrow. But trying to play the game of stupid politics that have destroyed us, I have an issue there. But I like her both there. But I guess she's hearing me. My sister Natasha, you don't need to defend anybody. You are not there when they ate the money. I, Hannah Jabare, the convener of Ann Diamond Gold Foundation, we will ask you people questions. We will drag you to the international court if our court refuse to bring our money from your hand. Did you all hear me? If you think you have eaten it and you've eaten it for long and nobody will answer you, I am saying to you, these young daughters of yours who was small when you ate it, the young has grown and they are coming to ask you questions. I bet you. Shebi, you see the one you hide for London, they don't get her. We will make sure we use every authority that is under the sun that heaven has given to us. I didn't become a dual citizen for nothing. We will use it to get everything you stole from us. It is our destiny you guys stole. You will not eat it and go scot-free. You will vomit it. So those of you who do not want to be dragged, begin to bring them out. If you like, hide them for America. If you like, hide them for UK. If you like, hide them for Europe. Your sons and daughters are everywhere. They know where you hide them. They know the name of the people you use in opening those bank accounts. They name the name of the people you use in opening those companies that you use our stolen money to do. We are getting everything back as long as breath remains in me. I promise you that. You are not going scot-free. So all of you that have been thinking it is Nigeria before. No way. We will fix Nigeria so that we can retire home and let our younger children inherit a better country. So no hiding place for any of you. I promise you under this sun.
All right.
Madam Echo, they are calling you area mama in the comments.
I am the area mama, yes.
You sound like good. You sound like
are area father.
I think we need to be fair on her.
That is Charlie. I am your area mama. And I'm ready to fight and get back on the stove.
We need to be fair on her. This is not fair on her.
Let me hear from Kulata.
Because look, all of us come here just to talk. Everybody has 100,000 variations of the problem. Everybody can feign the righteous indignance and scream and shout. The country is born. The country is born. How does it? What does it take to fix the problem? This woman at least volunteered to go and serve. She's trying to make a difference. We're just here talking. How are you going to make a difference if you don't join the politics and try and change it? I mean, inward. It's not fair. At least she's volunteered. She's not being accused of any crime.
No, fair point.
Hold on, guys.
I just want to respond to.
No, who is speaking? I want Kulata to speak. After that, I'll coordinate.
No, what I'm saying is, she's putting her best foot forward. She has to join a party to be able to make a difference. It's not holy. It's full of gray area. There's no black and white in this thing. How are you going to change it if all we do is just come here and lament 24/7? Who doesn't have a skill in lamenting? How many people have skills in fixing the problem? And how are you going to fix the problem if you don't sometimes join these things? It's easy. It's the easiest thing to do is complain and lament. We just talk about the problems. The idea you have in your head, how are you going to implement the idea if you don't try and join the train? Whether it's Labour, you join APC, PDP, something. If you still have the conviction that you want to use to fix the problem, there needs to be an avenue to do it.
Kulata, nobody is dressing down Natasha. I think a lot of us here are passionate and see the kind of integrity that she has. That's why someone like me feels bad that she has to come here and feel like she has to defend Atiku.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. How do you defend Atiku?
I think
Kulata, certain things that Atiku have done in Nigeria, Starting. Oh,
All
okay,
I'm
sorry.
saying is, I think I feel bad that it will even diminish her as a candidate who's putting forth and saying that she has integrity. I still respect. I'm just trying to give her a simple advice. I felt bad that she had to come here and feel like she has to defend herself. Defend the article, but I think all it does, it diminishes her integrity. That's what I'm saying. I'm not dressing her down or saying that she is a liar. That's not the point I'm trying to make.
All right.
Because she's part of the PDP and she may feel a sense of responsibility to defend her principle. I'm just thinking that I'm just saying it's a bad idea. Simple.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Paul. Go ahead.
But she should never
Yeah,
be
so
allowed to do
Kolata, when you talk about Natasha, I think every one of us here, we really appreciate what she's doing. But trying to defend Atiku and talking about Atiku being a capitalist who knows how to do business, when we know nearly all the business that Atiku has done, is a shady business. Like I said, he did not buy the Lagos port. You understand? The eco support from shade 20 down. He did not buy it in his name. It's an Indian company. Somewhere along the line, we didn't see this Indian company. We hear that Atiku owns this company. And that is the thing that affects my people from the East who are into importing. You understand? There's a port congestion up to date. The same thing, Atiku move again and got another company called Intel. Can you ask yourself, from Port Harcourt, from on a port?
Paul, I know about
Kolata, let me finish. From on a port to Aba, it is 1 hour, 10 minutes drive. I follow ship to travel from Lagos to Warri Port to Calabar Port to Saple when Saple was still Warri Port to One. I follow ship to travel, so I know what I'm talking. The same thing happened again in One Port. In River State, we have 2 ports. The same thing. Today, no Igbo man can ship 20-feet container to Port Harcourt. He has to come Lagos. From Lagos, you find your way all the way from Lagos to take that same goods back to Aba and Onisha. You understand? They kill everything. He owns Intel. Intel run all this thing. And Intel is the one that is in charge of all the installations, the pipelines, and everything. It's making a lot of money. Every businesses we have in the Niger Delta. And these are businesses that Atiku have today. You understand? So when somebody want to tell you that he's a successful businessman, where he crumble every other person, he crumble our own port. The port's supposed to belong to the public. And one private man, you understand, own this thing to bring goods from his own shade to every other person. That is not a successful businessman. It doesn't work like that. It does not. You understand? So don't defend that type of person, because some of us don't know. We say Atiku is successful.
The woman,
you understand?
Natasha clearly did not. She did not write that completely. Today, she did not have to bat for Atiku. All she had to say was, "I'm going to the Senate to create laws that will change all these things that we're complaining about." She had no business defending Atiku's record.
Zero. Now you're saying what we were saying.
Exactly. Yeah. But it came out across like everybody's attacking now. But I'm like, let's even give her some, like, at least she's going for it. She's trying to make a difference. But she didn't play well, obviously. But at least still give her some kudos for even trying to join the system and fix things from inside. We can't fix. We can't fix it just by complaining all the time on the internet. So people need to play active politics to get some of these things done. And if she has good intentions, pray for us that she succeeds.
Yeah, she has a clear picture about the steel mill, and she's doing a great work on that aspect. Every one of us commend her when it comes to that aspect. I come from a steel mill company. You understand? My cousins, my uncles, they work in the steel mill. That is in my own village, not my town. My village, not my town. Delta Steel Company is in my village, not my town. And I know in the 80s we have electricity there because of the privilege of DSC. That's my village. So she is well grounded when it comes to that aspect. I give it to her. You can even see in American election, I hate to deviate a little bit. They told Biden, don't go to Georgia to go and campaign because you are causing problem to the people because Biden is not doing very well. You understand? So this is how it is. So she should have managed Atiku very well. Don't rub on Atiku. Don't come and tell us Atiku is successful. All the successful business are babadash. You know, those businesses are not working. That's why I said, if Atiku is courageous enough that he's a successful businessman, how come none of his company is in the Nigerian Stock Exchange?
Yeah, that was a good question from you. That was a very good question from you.
Dr. Rudolph, can I talk?
Excuse me. The thing is this.
hold on. We have to make sure that everybody's involved in the conversation. It's not just few people who can speak over others.
Our oracle is here.
Janaba, go ahead.
Okay, John. John has spoken multiple times. Okay, John hasn't said anything.
Oh, did John speak? I don't remember. John, did you say something?
No, I've never said nothing. It's about marginalization. You have to marginalize me. I don't know why I don't know why Dr. Paul is always on my case. When you get married like me, you will know how life look like. We are going that area. Paul, let's talk about. I will talk about Tasha. Tasha is a wonderful woman. If Jesus Christ is walking on the street in Nigeria today, he will be very stained. Even if he run for local government chairman, he will not come out of it to even be a senator. That is the environment we have in Nigeria. So for her to come to this platform with all the bombard and all of that, she's still focused. And then just like Kolata said, it's about trying to be part of the system that is bigger than you so you can make a change in the way you can. And that is the way we are all going to be moving Nigeria forward. If you all criticize everybody that come on this platform and not encourage them in one way or the other, or give them credit for what they are good at and criticize them for what they did wrong. But you cannot, when the article started eating money, Tasha may not even be born yet. So he can't take responsibility for article. She's just been a politician. And that is under the platform she's running. So the principal right now is Atiku. So you cannot stay in the glass house and be throwing stone anyhow. It's not done anywhere. Paul, I hope one day you go to your community and run a successful campaign, and then we will join you. I will retire from here, meet you there, and then we will make Nigerian better than to have that sharp knowledge that Jesus have two girlfriends. So we will be fine. And HO, you sound like Madam Good Luck, but I will talk later.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
All right. Okija, you're next.
Okay.
Mr. John, continue. Like patient Jonathan, continue.
Continue. This guy. I was beginning to take Natasha serious until today, and she was with us class today, trying to defend the article. In U.S. politics, like in Ohio, Tim Ryan, he's Democrat, but he ran for Senate. He distanced himself from Joe Biden, distanced himself from Democrats, concentrated on himself, what he wants to achieve. That was, how he ran his campaign. That's what Natasha should have done. And then she was, like with her class, because she was making conjectures about P2P, which nothing verified, just putting things out there. And I didn't expect somebody like her, a lawyer, to be just, throwing those, stupid things out there. This place is not a pampering, place where you come to us to pump, touch you and massage you. No, we're here to ask you questions. All around, everything we can think of, we ask it. If you're not ready, don't come. Just stay home and go to another place where they're going to massage your ego. So this is not the place. I'm glad you can run her out of this place.
Don't scare people off, I beg.
Yeah, so next time she wants to come, let her get prepared. If you can sidestep the question, no, I don't want to answer it. Let me concentrate on what I want to do. But to try to come up and just say some rubbish, that's.
I hope one day you bring the Obi and then we take it from there. You have
of course.
Okay, yeah. Then when you become, then we're all gonna judge him based on.
Yeah.
I hope you stand at your.
Listen, bro. I always have my pitchfork. If Obi comes here,
I'm looking forward for that integrity to show that day.
Yeah, so that's not, if you want to lead, be a leader in Nigeria, you have to be prepared for Nigeria. This is a new Nigeria. This is not old Nigeria, where people, just like Tinubu is avoiding debate, avoiding being where he will encounter serious questions. So that's if you want to answer question, come here. Anyway, Kulata, I believe Tinubu, it was a civil official
But for civil forfeiture, you have the court. They have to prove that there was a crime linked to that. There has to be a proof. You just don't mention say it's a crime. You have to prove it because if not, anybody can, FBI or whatever, any prosecutor can just go to court and claim anything and take your money. You have to prove that there was a crime connected to this money. So that's about that.
I can read something on civil forfeiture. I have it open.
I have it open on justice.gov. Justice.gov. I just posted it on.
They said with civil forfeiture, the government can proceed against property directly under the legal fiction that the property somehow acted to assist in a crime. So you don't have to take it to court. You just have to have probable cause. And if you read that, I read that case. I don't know what was wrong with me. I read the entire case. They said probable cause, probable cause, probable cause. And the question is there a probable cause? Yes, there's a probable cause because he's linked with that Akonde guy. He's clearly linked with the address and with that $80,000 that went back and forth. Is linked. But it doesn't have to be any... US will save money because if they take it to court and they lose, they'll waste money. So with civil forfeiture, you can just go ahead and take the money. But nobody's trying to say that there's no relationship between Tinubu and that Akonde drug dealer. There's a relationship. The address ties them together. That $80,000 ties them together. So I don't know. I mean, the only fine detail here is whether it's a criminal case or a civil case. And in this case, it's a civil case.
All right. Okay. What I have here on justice.gov, that's a Department of Justice website. Unlike criminal forfeiture, there is no criminal conviction required, although the government is still required to prove in court that the property was linked to criminal activity.
Probable cause. That's the probable cause. But you don't have with a criminal conviction, that's without reasonable doubt. But with a probable cause, it is suspected, and I have this proof, but maybe just not worth my time to take it to court. So nobody's trying to carry brief. Whatever the guy did is shady because you can't be earning $2,400 a month and then deposit 1.2 million and 600,000. That doesn't add up in anywhere in the world.
All right. The truth is this. Truth is truth every day, no matter how we paint it.
Truth is truth now. Everybody should penalize him on the ballot box by voting against him.
Tinubu cannot swear before Ogun that he did not do drugs.
That's between him and his Ogun.
So I don't know. Let us not. You see, Nigerians, we have twisted our hands and our heart for too long because the person is related to us, or is our friend, or is our party. When we see truth, we want to paint it a little bit of truth and a little bit of evil. That is what has brought us to where we are. And if we must live where we are, to where heaven has original destined us to be, we must stand for truth, we must stand for honesty, we must stand for integrity, and we must stand for fairness. As for my sister Natasha, yes, she has good intention. She should stand henceforth, my sister. Stand on your lane. Do not mingle with things that you know nothing about. Do not mingle with things that they ate when you were not there. Even mama, when you carry pikin for belle this day, cannot even venge for their child. How much more people that you don't even know their history and you want to venge for them? I know you want to do politics, but please, we need clean politics. All this one that we play in the past that has made us to be caricature. And in the midst of those, we are better than in every ramification. For us to claim back our glory, let us play clean politics. There is what they call clean politics, my brother. That is what will take us out of this mess. We are too great, we are too brilliant, and we are too smart for this nonsense to continue. There are men and women of integrity of Nigeria origin that can still take the bull by the horn and give us our glory back. Let us bring those men and women out so that they can veg for politics. Anything they do for 2023, me I not go too far. But 2027, my sons and daughters would have been recruited, groomed to take over that nation by fire, by force, none of them will stay anymore. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Echo. Let me say this before we change topic. I want to know if anybody feels that, based on the weight of this issue with Bola Tinubu, that he should have a press conference, that be the person that will defend himself, not push out lawyers to talk about these things. Is that important enough or no?
Absolutely imperative.
Yeah. Dominic, go ahead.
See, when I say my things, I try to veer off from popular opinion or rumors of things that people have, rumors that people make. Sometimes I make mistakes. The last few interviews, let me not even say last few interviews, who here would not agree with me that most of the time when Tinubu speaks, there's an air of arrogance and aggrandizement that comes from him. This is the same man that we expect to humble himself to come and talk to Nigerian people. A man that I'm pretty sure, from things that he has said, feels that he can win this election without the common man. Some of what he is doing, I believe, is just playing to politics and putting up his stooges to come and talk for you on the TV, right? If that man respects the common Nigerian, he would have come to, well, people say not debate, he would have come to town hall. So I don't expect him to do such a thing. And even if he did such a thing, he'll be full of lies. He cannot prevent himself from being who he is, which is personal aggrandizement and and insulting people here and there. It is his nature and personality from what I have, all these interviews that I've watched. So I don't see him turning a new leaf anytime soon.
Dr. Rudolph, if I may add real quick, I'm totally convinced now that there's a plan to, whether we like it or not, please put Tinubu in power. I hope I'm wrong. And the reason why I say the reason why I'm convinced of this is when you just look at the picture of the way we continue to, the things that continue to happen in Nigeria, I see no other way that they're not going to put this guy there. Again, I hope I'm wrong. Like, I posted an article just now. I was reading it this morning. And of course, I believe he owns the nation, right? I've no, for every time they point something in his direction, the likes of Kenyamu, who as far back as, was it 1999 or thereabout, was actually one of those that was the forefront of trying to prove that this guy is a criminal in all ramifications, in addition to the late Ganifa Ami of Bless's memory. He's not trying to, they're not the kind of people that are trying to convince us otherwise now. See, and this guy, the way he acts, it's like there's just something that he just knows that Nigeria being Nigeria, we are full of abracadabra. He's convinced that it's good. And a lot of times when he speaks in Yoruba, and when he goes to a lot of the West, because he's domiciled in the West and he has his acolytes working for him in the North as well. So when the kind of things he says in Yoruba, and this is what I tell people like my aunts and my one of my brother-in-laws who thinks I'm gonna be in alignment with. See, first of all, I hate injustice. Let's be clear. If we want to practice democracy the way we're practicing it, let it go to the East. Since we prefer to do turn by turn, we don't want to structure the country. Now, they keep telling me, my aunt especially, and one of my very close aunts and my brother-in-law, they keep telling me that they keep going with this local thing, that if not him, after all, Peter Obi is this. But every time I try to talk about Tinubu and his shady past and the fact that everything about him is a lie, they keep deflecting him and doing the same things that Tinubu's handlers and Tinubu himself do, which is to talk about Peter Obi. They don't want to talk about the reality and the fact of what we know. Even those of us that are from Lagos Island that know this guy, everything about him, starting from his birth, his name, we know ourselves. This guy is a lie. But people try to, I'll just keep it that way. I think they're trying to put him there. Chicken.
All right.
Doctor, if Bola Tinubu allies is other men, then they can even run away from even going to a place like Arise TV because of somebody like Rufai. You think Tinubu will come outside and talk? Doctor, you said you're funny.
The Blackstone.
Yeah, Rudo, see that guy, Rufai. Anyway, if they put him in that debate, that town hall thing, would have just like a show, would have scattered the whole place. So they want anyway, people who are more civil and diplomatic.
You
On
see,
Friday,
Hold on, guys. Let's follow Blackson. Go ahead.
On Friday, I watched a program from Wazobia TV. Snowball made a statement. The topic was that Snowball said, "This drug issue will die away with time as dodo." So that is so impression that is how it see Nigerians, that nothing lasts more than 2 weeks, and truly it's already dying away. So we can't expect him come and give any statement or say anything or to try to defend himself or to just give anything concerning it. That's not possible, right? Coming to Mr. Femi, I believe that one of the greatest problems started with the Yoruba people allying with the Northerners, and that is still going on today, right? And that's an issue. So Tinubu can only become a president on when he has the support from the Yoruba people, which is Yoruba people are, we say, even the Igbo are tribalistic, but Yoruba are more tribalistic than the Igbo people. You understand me? Than the outside people, because they always want to portray their own first, notwithstanding the consequence or whatever is going to happen, right? So for them, Tinubu is Tinubu, and that's the end, right? The Labour Party, the DG said one thing. He said he has been talking to his own friends who are well educated in Yoruba. Yorubas are well educated. They said that it is Tinubu they will go for. No other candidate, no other person. So that will tell you that the Yoruba already made up their mind.
I'm going to have to respond when he's done. Please.
Apart from the youths who are now waking up and saying, no, we are not going to follow the protocol, right? They're not going to follow the standard. We're not going to follow what is it. So it's only the ones that are now separating themselves from Tinubu, and the elderly ones, the educated ones, all are for Tinubu, definitely. So in my belief, in my assessment, right, the Yoruba states, all the 4 Yoruba states, the vote will be shared between Tinubu and Labour Party.
All right.
Okay, Dr. Please, can I respond real quick?
Okay, go. 1 minute.
Blackson, yeah, you just contradicted yourself ultimately by the last statement you made, and I think you're very unfair because there's a lot of people I know that are Yorubas. You're extremely wrong. I go to Nigeria a lot. There are a lot of people I know that are Yorubas that are not Tinubu. They do not like this guy at all. They don't even forget. I know what I'm talking about. And it's unfair when you say statements like this, because what it does is that it gives certain Yoruba people that we're trying to also convince, or they're already convinced that, look, we cannot go with this tribalistic jingoism. It gives them this fear of what some other people say, that Igbo people are like this, because I have never been a tribalist. I know all Yorubas that are not like that. So when you see,
I said the youth are separating themselves from that belief.
It's not just youths. You're wrong. I know what I'm talking about. I know it's not the youths.
Femi, just tell him that the biggest pan-Yoruba group support Peter Obi. Just tell him like that, Femi. Just tell him like that, Femi.
We are still taking the same. Let me step in here. We are still making.
Can I talk in favor of the Blackstone after her?
There are only 2 tribes in Nigeria, my brothers and sisters. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors.
Correct.
The Igbos, they belong to it. The Hausa, they belong to it. The Yorubas, belongs to it. And they've ended up to do one thing. To sow in the camp of the oppressed this division, and we are still buying it. For how long? If we can only identify ourselves with these two tribes, all this we are talking about won't happen. All the things they keep on dragging us to, which of us was born there? And which of us participate in whatever they are talking about? And where is the history book to really prove it? Until we learn this to tribe and understand it and fit yourself into where you belong is these two tribes, we will never move forward.
All right.
The so-called tribe and religion they are using to divide us, are they not marrying themselves in their own camp?
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. Thank you. Hecho, let me hear me subscribe and we change topic.
I want to give you one thing that I've been working on for the last 2 weeks since Pasoranti and Adebanjo appeared, and I use that word very, appeared to have, sort of like taking sort of like different two sides, right? I think people are missing one thing about Adebanjo. Adebanjo is an NCNC guy to the core. He only left NCNC pre-independence based on the fact that there were, the Eyoita squabble with, there was a lot of accumulating nepotistic thing that happened that in the NCNC, Zeke and Okotiebo and the rest. And he joined Awo. And since then, he has been an action group guy, action group Bert Afenifere. I think we are missing in this whole thing about what is playing out in the Yoruba part. People are actually not conscious of calling this out. And the thing there is that Afenifere is split, whether you people like it or not. I'm not a Yoruba. I was born in Lagos. I have my birth certificate in Lagos. I think that's as far as I can be Yoruba, right? So, from my own understanding and looking at history, I've traced this thing a little bit in history, and I can speculate that to an extent, what Blackstone is saying, it may not, sort of like tally where you're going to, but you can't just dispel that away just like that. You have to.
So can I interject quickly, Scribe and Blackstone? You guys are talking without any form of empirical data. Go to 2019. Go and check the voting patterns. Go to 2015. Hang on. We can only rely on data, not opinions and emotions. Yoruba voting patterns is always split in the middle. It's either 50, 55, 45, 50, something close. You will never, ever see domination in any vote. So I was just looking at people talking about
and that is where
I was check the data.
I was trying to
check the data.
Wait. I was trying to build up from a historical perspective to actually just kind of say, like, you can't, I think Blackstone's opinion can't just be brushed away just like that. You have to, there's a way you look at things.
Opinion needs to be backed up by facts, though.
No, wait. Even you have already somewhat backed it up, what he's saying, with facts. And if you allow me to kind of go down, I was trying to connect this with, that the Akintola versus the Awolowo. Remember, in Ibadan then, the booing was mostly focused on the lawmakers in Ibadan. And I forget the name of this guy, but he had tribal marks. And I remember I was reading him. He was so torn in the middle that up to the extent that a PRP was trying to get him on their side. The other guys from the north was trying to get him to the side. The point that I think Blackstone is making, that we shouldn't just dispel like that. And I say it that yes, it's not based on empirical facts, but sentimentally, that can be said that it is part of the reason why you had Alimo Tupelerura as the Alaga at that time, who was an NCNC person. These were the fundamentals that led to these splits. And you had a Herbert Macaulay at that time. You had those fundamental ideologies that were there before you saw what the drive that Awo did. So these things, you people don't tend to put it into consciousness that from a historical perspective, That is the underlying thing that actually, motivates you people, that you are being split like that. So hence, I try to look at it from a historical perspective to just say that what Blackstone is saying should not just be sweat like that. It doesn't have empirical backing. I agree.
Mr. Scribe, can I just say something real quick? Can I just say something real quick?
Excuse me. I said,
Mr. Scribe, can I just say something real quick?
wait, excuse me.
Can I say something real quick, please?
Femi, wait. I said that the vote in the Yoruba state will be shared, will be splitted between APC and Labour Party, right? That's what I said. That was my conclusion. So I didn't say that.
But can I just do a rebuttal? I'm sorry. The only reason why I said what I said is because, and if you've noticed, right from the first moment, if you've ever been watching me, right from the first moment, I told you my antecedents, the way I grew up, my thinking, my thoughts, and the way I know a lot of Yoruba people think. And I'm not saying this for Yoruba people alone, because I grew up in a way in Kaduna where I never even knew anything about Yoruba people until I got to Lagos. Now, the reason why I responded that way was because you said something that I knew is not true. And I think applies, if anything applies to everybody, because whether we like it or not, outside of Nigeria even, you have forced your ethnic group before you're someone else. And just as it applies to Yoruba people, everybody has sentiments in favor of their own religion or tribe. Let's not act as if it's only Yoruba people. But I'm just saying that there was something you mentioned that made it look as if Yoruba people are the only ones that have such sentiments. But that's what there is, just that part I wanted to correct.
All right, guys. We have to move.
That one is wrong. It's spread across.
No, Mr. Scribe, we have to move to a different topic. Thank you very much. I want to play a video and then we will have this conversation. Just a minute. All right. Sorry.
Rudolph, I sent you something. Yeah. I sent you a video a few days ago, but you didn't respond.
Few days ago. Okay.
The one where I was taking the job at Dino Melaya for bringing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I have it. I have it. That was one of the best moments in the campaign. All right. So this is what I want us to talk about. Let's watch a little bit.
Perhaps because this is an area in which you are very known for. Investment. I mean, what's your own perspective in a government investing outside of public sector? Because, and I'm making another reference to former Governor Peter Obi of Anambra State, who has talked about how much of investment is made with the resources of the Anambra State government to bring back profit and benefit of to the Anambra people. By the way, what has become of that investment, and are you looking in that direction also?
So this was the question. Now let's listen to the answer.
I don't know why you're turning the interview about Peter Obi.
No. I'm just making reference because these are light opening. Well, I made reference to former Governor Obi and not to.
Shell interview is about my 2023 budget. I'm not talking about the investments of either any of my predecessors. By the way, the one that you talk about, I don't know about that. I mean, I think there was something I read about somebody speculated about the value of whatever investment. What I've seen today, the value of those investments is worth next to nothing.
That was it. That was the moment that, according to what's the name of this character? What's his name? That was when he knew that he messed up or something. I don't remember what they said. Okay, go ahead, Dominic.
I watched Pompeo will say that Pompeo told Caesar, Caesar told Pompeo, we have crossed the Rubicon.
That was the moment that changed everything. Go ahead, Dominic.
watched the Arises News's analysis of this, and I, quite frankly, after listening to this firsthand, I think some of what they said doesn't actually quite hold water. Here's what I get from his interview. What I get from his interview, and I'll lay this ground clear. Everyone who has known me on this platform knows I never endorse any political candidates. I can tell you what my political philosophy is, but I even for my tribesmen who are one of my tribesmen who is ethnic man who is running for this presidential election, I still haven't declared my support for him. But the point I'm going to make is this: what I heard from Soludo say was not a criticism of whether or not Obi's investments amounted to anything, because you remember that he has had after Obi there was what Obiano for what 2 terms, right? So Obiano could have squandered the investment and ruined it to nothing. So I think from what I get from Soludo, he's only talking about what he met now. So maybe the investment was worth something at some point, right? And then consequently, when Soludo came in, it was worth next to nothing. But what I'm also not saying is whether or not Obi actually made those investments, because I was not there. I don't know whether he made those investments. I don't know whether those investments were actually true valuable investments. All I'm saying is based on what I see Soludo say, what he's saying is the investments are worth nothing now. I don't think he made a direct jab at Obi, which is what Arise News doing analysis was alluding to. I don't think that was the case. So I don't think anyone should be angry at Soludo or say that he has, because one of the comments they made on Arise News was like, why should he, or maybe the other comments on Twitter, why should someone like him be diminishing his brother instead of promoting his brother?
All right. Who else? Who wants to take on this? Yeah. The black.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. What I will say regarding this issue. Let's
just 1 minute, please.
Okay, let's not shy away from the main issue actually, because Soludo cannot deny that they didn't know that there was investment made by Peter Obi when he was the governor of Anambra State. He cannot deny it, right? And 2, he can also deny that there was after Peter Obi was Obiano, right, which he took over from. And there's a video that surfaced that Soludo asked, he himself was talking that he asked Obiano, where did he get the money to build the airport that he was able to build within 3 months? He said it was the money, the investment from Peter Obi, right? So he is a banker. He's a banker. He's an economist.
Yeah, that was a Taraba State governor. Taraba State governor.
No.
Taraba State governor asked Obiano. I have the video.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay.
I know the video you're talking about.
Okay, maybe all right, side. So, but we cannot deny that he's not aware of Obi investment in what he left behind, right? If he says that at the moment he doesn't know what it's worth or what is the worth, it's a different thing. Not that you say that it's worth or not. The beauty is there. Other things are there that are still working, right? So It was a very wrong statement actually from him. Like the way a well-led person like that.
Can I go?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scribe, go ahead.
Yeah, I will toe the same line with Dominic. I for one I don't see anything wrong in what he said. I just feel like there's not enough meat to what was going on in his brain that led to that statement. And you're talking to somebody who is an economist. You see, that's one thing. If you are in the midst of people who are of similar understanding like you, there are certain words you will throw around and people will understand. What I watched that interview and the build up to the interview, by saying next to nothing, what I perceived he was saying, which is not wrong. He wasn't jibing Peter Obi. What he was saying essentially is that given that this investment has been yielding something right at the moment, he can't use it to pay. Remember, he talked about the Antifa transition. He talked about how he needed money to continue paying some of the contractors, some of the pensioners. He looked at it. This is a man who, at the moment, has built a fiscal funnel, chased away all these touts, and has built a fiscal funnel. That was the context within which he was saying what he was saying, that, look, at the moment, I can't run to those funds to solve the problems of Anambra. That is what next to nothing meant. And if you listen to the build-up, and you know, me and journalists may not agree on this, but sometimes journalists, the way they kind of present the question also sort of like doesn't really give the owner. He wasn't comfortable. If you look at him psychologically, he wasn't comfortable with the fact that he came there to yes, P2B has the wind behind him, but he came there to talk about his 2023 budget. He's focused on Indianambra. He's not, so he wasn't, so you can give him as a human, that's a little bit of that gap, that he was focused on talking about the 2023 election. So psychologically, was he really prepared? So he just said something like any other erudite person would say, assuming or losing focus of, you know, the wider audience and how they would have perceived it. That's a human error. He did not jibe Mr. P2B. Okay, he didn't say the investments do not exist, that P2B never made those investments. That would have been more of a weightier comment than people. This is the problem with the obedient movement and why I still agree with Dr. Dominic, and I don't want to endorse them. They are heading towards the biggest shock of their lives because they continue feeding things based on subjective things. This movement is not based on objective arguments. The obedient movement, when you look at them, the way they talk on Twitter and everything, you read, and I'm looking for substance. I don't see it. I do not see it. Listen, it's reminiscence of what happened in the Bolshevik Revolution. I'm just looking at them and just saying, okay, fine, go ahead. But Mr. B, is he the best candidate? Absolutely. He's the lesser of all evil. Is he a saint? No.
All right.
Mr. Scribe, don't put me in hot water. I have not endorsed any or criticized any movement.
No, I was saying, I said, me too. I join you by not endorsing Obi as well.
Okay.
I'm only saying that at the moment, he's the best of the crop, right?
What you should say, Mr. Scribe, is you join me in not endorsing any candidate, not Obi.
No. Sorry, that was a miss.
You endorse any candidate.
I apologize.
All right. All right. Kolaka.
I think, Doc.
Hold on.
Okay,
sorry. I'm gonna skip this topic. Yeah.
Kulaka,
all right.
don't answer to the comment section. If you want to comment, you are free to comment. I mean, this is how you say,
Yeah.
right?
That's exactly
this topic. Some other
Kolaka,
topic.
Kolaka, you don't want obedience problem.
No, I don't want.
So I think the mantra that Soludo is bringing to Anambra State, Soludo is bringing more infrastructure and every other thing. Obi try to balance everything and save, keep a reserve and every other thing. So that may not resonate very well with Soludo. And Soludo just said that passively, but some people may take it so strong. And even though, let's say, even though if we take it so strong and every other thing, the beauty of it is that Obi left money behind in Naira and in dollars. Obi left money behind. He tried to do one or two things. He left some investment here and there. This investment may not amount to much when it comes to what Soludo will see, because Soludo is an insider. Remember, Obi, right now, while we are talking, everything we are talking about Obi is campaigning. So it's going to inflate anything he's doing. This is the era of campaigning. You understand? So when Obi say go and verify, I like that word. Give us what to verify. You understand? If we don't have the document, there is no website, there is no nothing for us to check some of those things. How can we even verify some of those things? But the beauty of it is that Obi did well. But like I said, it is the era of campaign. So it's going to inflate anything he's doing. You see the Lagos, you see the way they talk about Bola Tinubu. No rail is working in Lagos today. But they say, oh, blue rail, red rail. We've not seen anyone working. We've not seen Dangote refinery starting. We've not seen airport. But this is the election time. Yeah.
So Charles Soludo is in APGA, right? APGA is not Labour Party. APGA has a presidential candidate. Charles Soludo went to channels to talk about his plan for Anambra. The journalist wanted to mine something from him, and they mined something from him. Now, we need to not mix investment and savings. They're different things. Let's bifurcate things. Obi made decent savings. He paid the loan based on the Paris and London refund in 2006. He was one of the only governors that used it to actually do what it was supposed to do. So he made savings and he made investment. Mind you, we've been through 2 recessions in Nigeria, COVID and low oil prices. Everybody here, how is your stock price doing? It's not doing that well.
It's in the red.
It's in the red. So, Ludo answering the question is factual. I don't think it was pejorative. I don't think it was trying to disobey. But the only thing is, because he's not in Obi's party and everybody expects him to defend Obi, that's unfair on him, because that will be anti-party activities for the APGA party in Anambra. That's how I see it.
Kulata, I'm sorry, it's not, most of these obedience are Igbo people, irrational, who are paying sentiments and saying that as an Igbo guy, he shouldn't have taken that jibe. I think that's where what I've read on the online media is saying. Yeah.
Well, people forget that he has his own party too.
But
and
he
has their own candidate.
Exactly. He has his own candidate.
It's been 3 days since he made that statement.
But actually, the way
if he felt he was
excuse me, the way he put it, he said it worked to nothing. He could have put it in a different form. I said, I don't know what it was this time.
What if he knows the Blackstone? What if he knows?
If he knows, it doesn't know the value at this time. If he knows, it was at least what is a better word, a better expression.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let me hear from the Blackstone. Hold on, guys. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Ndubisi, welcome to the show.
Ndubisi is black and white.
Ndubisi, welcome to the show.
We can't see you.
All right, we can't see Ndubisi. No, he can't even hear us. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, he has been this. Soludo made this statement about 3 or 4 days ago, and then people have been talking. Why hasn't he come out to correct, give more, follow up with what's going on? I mean, people might not understand it, because I'm from Anambra. I was born and raised in Onitsha. Peter B was born and raised in Onitsha. There's this attitude of Anambra intellectuals, the way they put down people born in Onitsha, raised in Onitsha, traders. They call them traders. And they look down on them, their fear people, market people, So Soludo, Peter B defeated him in 2009, okay, and in 2013 he defeated him through Obiano. So I don't think people who know Soludo, he's arrogant, he's pompous. He he hasn't gotten over the fact that a trader beat him in 2019. 2009, beat him in 2013. Okay, this thing has been going on. What has he said since then? If maybe he didn't he didn't mean it this way, and people have been talking about it. He has gone to London. He has run to London. Probably I don't know. He hasn't said anything. But the fact is this: Peter B made a two because I verified. Yeah, I verified. Peter B made investment of $20 million in Submiller. First of all, a company was formed, Interfact Beverages was formed and domiciled in Anambra State. Okay, so in Interfact Beverages, Submiller invested 77.5% of the money needed for the takeoff. Anambra State government invested 10% only, $20 million. Business owned by Peter, but he said he sold it to his brother, invested 7.5% of the money. And other indigenous investors invested about 5% of the money. That was in 2012. Okay. Peter stood as business development manager for Sabela. He gave that was, I think another process that was, the single highest FD foreign direct investment in Anambra State ever, about $155 million ever. So Peter Obi did that investment, and 2018, that $20 million investment was about $72 million in 2018. That was what it was worth. And I don't know what then Submiller, because Submiller was owned by Submiller, another company. Boss Sabela, Awaiza Bush or something like Boss Sabela. So that they be, and I think that company owned International Breweries Nigeria. So Sabila and International Breweries Nigeria merged. So now they're one company, and the International Breweries right now they're making money. So breweries are making money in Nigeria. So I don't know what the investment is right now, but even though there is recession, International Breweries, they are making good dividends. Probably what's his name, Obiano, used the money to do airport, or maybe he liquidated the investment. I don't know. Nobody knows what happened. So that's what probably P2B has to answer. I mean, actually, not him. Soludo has to answer that question. That $20 million, that Anambra had about 400,000 shares or so. Or what happened to those shares? Was it sold? Were they sold? And any one of them remaining? This Soludo, he needs to answer this question. He can't just let it be like that, and people are talking about it and it's like even though this is politics, he's a professor, he's someone people look up to, that you have to be, even though it's politics, you have to be honest, you have to be truthful. Are you a governor? You have to be truthful. So that's what I wanted. So that's something about investment. Any other thing we don't know. We are waiting for Soludo to respond.
Let me say this at this point. I've been trying to reach Soludo to bring him on the show, and I will continue to do that. As soon as I get him, or I'll have a show, even if it's on Tuesday or Wednesday, we'll have a show. I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to know what he actually meant to say, and we have to get him, or somebody from his office, if we can get him by the end of the week. Anyway, but the one thing I wanted to point out for those who watched that was people. I saw some comments of people saying, why should the reporter ask a question about, not focus on the budget and ask other questions? People don't understand the job of the media sometimes. The fact that you showed up means that any question could be asked and you have to figure out how to answer it. So it's not the fault of the reporter. And anyway, but as we go along, we are going to.
Sorry, Dr. Can I quickly throw a scenario to Okija, especially for those that come from Anambra? With Soludo being the governor, he's accountable for the state's finances. And if everybody has the impression that there's an investment that is yielding a lot of money, and Soludo now comes out that, hey, I need to raise taxes. Everybody knows he's raising taxes right now. And people are like, well, Obi did all this fantastic investment that should be giving you money. Why are you raising taxes on us? Is it an imperative for him to at least be factual? Whether the way he articulated his message was a pejorative is a different story. But at least he needs to let people know that maybe everybody thinks there's this fantastic investment that defies all economic whatever, that, hey, there's no money, there's really no money here. And whether it's Obiano that messed it up, nobody knows. But even if nobody messes it up, the trajectory of Nigerian economy since Obi left has been downwards. It's only some juju kind of investment that will.
But Kulata, when he talked to Anambra State, some few months ago, he told them that there was federal allocation was not coming. He mentioned that he was specific.
Yes. There's no federal allocation anywhere now.
If the investment were sold, or if they're not, yielding any money, he should be specific and tell us, this. Yeah, P2B did this investment or didn't do. If he did, it's not, or maybe it was sold, or it's not, generating money now, and he should be specific and not just say something, like that, and then you want people to believe you. You want people to believe you. You want them to pay their taxes. You have to give them, if the money is not, if the investment is not making money, you tell them it's not making money right now. This is what happened, and then they'll be able to. When
so is that adjective that he used as a problem worthless? You could have said it's diminished in value, but it's just that worthless.
Giving us specific.
No, please don't twist the words.
Next. Oh, sorry, next to nothing. Sorry, next to nothing.
Stay on the word.
You know what pains me in all of this, if I can add real quick, Dr. Damages, is that there's something I want to point out to you that a lot of us are not looking at. And please don't look at me as being Yoruba in what I'm about to say, because I know why I'm saying this. Sometimes when I speak to some of my fellow Yoruba people, if you will, that may look on diehards. You see, when they see things like this, let me tell you, I'm going to tell you for free what the kind of things they see. I'm not. It's funny. And this is what infuriates me. They see that same tribalism that we are alluding to, because we can't run away from these things. Let's be honest with ourselves. Sometimes we're setting people right in certain situations. So that same tribalism that was being adduced to just Yoruba, way I say is a general thing. It's a common thing. What someone like my brother-in-law would say, and it's something he saw repetitively in other situations, is you see them. After all, what's his name? Soludo is like saying things about Obi, so you can't even trust them. I know why I'm saying this. I have seen it several times, and that infuriates me because it's not even a discussion, but these are the kind of things that certain people turn into discussions as well. I'm just saying.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Thank you. Oh, no, hold on. No, Scribe, hold on. Rohan, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
Yeah, if someone like Rohan, he's very calm, quiet. If he may stay here for the whole day, and all these people will be running their mouth, and he won't say anything. So we're talking about Obi and Soludo. Anything you want to talk about, go ahead.
It's like you just want to get my opinion. I think that's
yeah. Yeah, we want to hear from you.
Well, what Governor Soludo said, I think the issue of tribalism and what have you is already playing out already, because a lot of people are beginning to attack Soludo. Number one, he was there for the purpose of presenting, having a discussion about the budget of the state. So that is the primary objective. I was there, and the moderator of the conversation was trying to get a certain information out from him. And believe you me, we are all saying things about what we know. And he is the present governor now. He knows what he meant. And if you want him not to be realistic, it will haunt him at the end of the day. So as far as I'm concerned, the most important thing now is you either invite him to come and talk about it, if he wills, and even though he wills, he cannot be able to give you every detail, because if he wants to go down the lane to give details, it will even cause more problems that we are thinking about now. Because we have a associative government that came and has left. And Soludo is the kind of person, he's an academia, he has worked before in CBN. Most of the type of businesses will be more of corporate stuffs. And that of Mr. Obi is quite different. Buying goods and selling. And that is all. So you can't compare their mindset in terms of business strategies and what have you. So that's what I have to say at the moment. Thank you very much.
Rodolphe.
Yeah, is Dominic. He will meet me and then he will meet me when I'm ready to speak.
No, but yes,
I'm not.
Sometimes I hear my gun noise from YouTube, so I have to mute.
Not from me. Not from me. I'm sure.
Okay,
go ahead,
Dominic,
John.
you are the one in control. Okay, I don't even know between Dominic and Rudolph now.
We are one and the same.
Okay. All right. When it comes to I wanted to say something, but he's not going to even win Anambra. So why should I say something? So let's move on.
Wait. Janaba, what do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, hold on. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let me play a video because we are rounding up. Let me play a video. Janaba, you just caused trouble now by this statement. But it's okay. Let's look at this. I want to get your viewpoint at what happened here.
Many people that seem to be what they call obedient, that seem to be obedient. That's not what they say when they are with obedient. I'm just out of curiosity. I've asked a small child. I've asked an old man, middle age. You just get a sense of what is really going on. with this new guy in town. Do you know Peter Obi? I'll ask the little child. Little child. Surprisingly, I said, yes. I said, how do you know Peter Obi? I said, little child. I mean, really little child, you know, between 12 and 14 or so. And the old man also gray-haired, the 90-year-olds and all that. So I wonder if people that are saying there's only social media, if they are, anyway, let me not go there. Because here, the big truth. I'm just, just out of curiosity, I've asked a small child.
All right, sorry about that. I'm replaying the video. So that was the Oba of Benin at a meeting of with Peter Obi. So he went to Edo State. I think he touched down several places in Edo State, and the reception was, I missed all these things. So what is your take, you guys? What is your take on Peter Obi's visit to Edo State? Paul?
Yeah, I think the governor refused to give him the stadium for him to come campaign. But going to the palace to greet the Oba is full of wisdom. So the Oba will do the traditional thing, give him his blessing, praise him while he's there. You understand? Because the Oba is completely independent umpire with every politician. So I believe if the next minute, if another politician is in line that is there, the Oba will still do the same thing. So the Oba speak well and receive him well. But for Obaseki that look like Jehovah Witness, very quiet like John Abba. I don't know why he started acting this way these few days. I don't know why. John Abba, don't take it from me. You know, doctor also call your name too on his shows. So we would like to use your name to make a case, you know. So, but Obi did well with Edo State from the few places that he moved, he juggled to and everything. They receive him very well. It is clear if without rigging, Obi going to do very well in Edo State. And that's all I can say for now.
So let's hear from people who have not said anything. Okay, Blackstone. Yeah, just make it.
And anyway, that's my state. That's my Oba, actually.
Okay.
I can tell you what the Oba did. What the Oba did is like an endorsement of Peter Obi, because one, he is not in good term with Obaseki even before Obaseki become a governor, right? So he just want to use to tell the people, right, that he is in support of Peter Obi, and Edo State is 100% obedient, and Labour Party is going to win Edo State landslide. There's nothing they're going to do about it. Because if we see what happened during the time of the governorship election when they supported Obaseki, and Obaseki won in the landslide. So that's what Edo State is. Once all of them go in support of a candidate, that candidate is assured that he's going to win that state. For Oba to bring out those to ask Peter Obi a personal question, those questions, you should know that he has been following him. He has been monitoring his campaign, his antecedents, everything. He knows very much about Peter Obi. But you have to, he's a well-educated man. He was an ambassador to about 2 or 3 countries, so on and so forth. So he knew what he was doing. So it was like indirectly endorsing Peter Obi, right? Since because of their rule as an Oba, so they can't take sides. So that's why he said, okay, let's not go that side, you know. So he knows what he was talking about. And then Peter Obi is rest assured that Edo State is for him, from Benin to Auchi to roaming. You can see the in fact, when Obaseki killed himself actually, because he would have let him have the stadium. right? And those there wouldn't have been that some momentum, right? People would have seen it. But when he did refuse to give them that stadium, everywhere in Benin was locked. All the street was occupied by the people supporting Peter Obi, and it is at least something that.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are on a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
So,
so okay, all this energy is a welcome energy when it comes to politics, and I'm enjoying it. Even though, to be honest, make my blood pressure go up. But it will come there.
We understand. We understand.
We'll see.
All right. Who else has any understanding of what's going on or interpretation? Anybody?
I mean, the wind is behind Obi. Everybody knows that. People want him for good reason. They want a break from the APC. They want a change, which is clear. People want Obi clearly, but what I'm not comfortable with is the irrational, what I term as an irrational build up to it. They just bought into Obi. They're not actually looking at everything around him. And
okay, hold on, Mr. Scribe. You've said this before, and I ignored it. Let me just question you. Maybe we'll learn something from you. Where have you seen anything different from this in Nigeria? What era? What period?
Oh,
yeah. What were you looking for? What are you looking for? Where have you seen it before? When did we lose it?
There was an MPN base.
MPN, okay.
Okay, I was born early 80s, right? So there were the times when you see an MPN state, you will know it's an MPN state because of what their manufacturer said and what they did, right?
No, we're not. We're still talking about. No, wait. We are talking about movement, people supporting a candidate or political party. What was there in NPN that you have not seen in any of the parties that are out there, or the Labour Party that you see in Labour Party that explain to me with the parties we have now?
I still don't understand where you're coming from, to be very honest. Because
you said there was an irrational something going on.
Yes.
I'm saying what?
No, what I'm saying is we're still making the same mistake. The same energy that was behind that brought in Buhari is I still see that same energy behind a P2B. I think that's where I'm coming from, in the sense that people are not actually. Okay, we've identified this gentleman, right, as the sort of like I think it's better to call him the lesser of all evils because he's part of the elite, whether he likes it or not. Now this is a gentleman who clearly, he's part of the elite. He left PDP. He's made several statements. Yeah, howbeit people trying to say no, just leave him alone. People are not, in my opinion, not saying, okay, chairman, confess. what are you actually doing? People are just buying into the fact that they just listen to all these sound bites that have been. Listen, Obi started from the platform. Let's go back and see where he built all this platform. This is not just it just happened like that. He gradually presented sound bites into people's narrative. And remember that Buhari has pushed people to the wall. So now you now see something that is a little bit of a fair white. And then, people just lock up to it. And that's where I see I'm calling for caution in the sense that let's have a debate with this gentleman. Let's say, okay, Chairman, why is it that you have a capitalist background and you find yourself in a socialist party? Why is it that you've chosen more of your decisions are to me, it's a reflection of what is to come. And that is what I am saying, that it will lead to, when you go back in history, I still point to the Bolshevik Revolution, where you see all these kind of, I use this word loosely. In those days, they were called the peasantry. They were tired of the czars, right? It's very reminiscent of what is happening here. The czars had already pushed the peasantry to the wall. Remember, Lenin had already failed and was in exile. There was also the First World War that was coming. But so that the Germans would be able to hold back the Russians and everything that's happening in Russia, that it doesn't get out of control, Lenin had to take a train with all his boys, and they went to Russia, and they kept things going there, did all the fancy talk and everything, But look at Russia today. Look at what he produced.
Mr. Scribe.
Let me come back. I'm building up my point. This is what I'm saying, that Nigerians are calling. This is a guy that is going to swear to the 1999 Constitution. Okay, let me bring it back home. This is a guy that's going to swear to a 1999 Constitution. This is a guy that is going to enter into a very, very, very difficult environment. Why not the obedient movement be conscious of what the real issues are and engage him on that? And this is what I don't see. And this is what I'm saying, hang on, we'll end up just going with the wind with this guy, and all of a sudden it will become an Obama, a missed opportunity. And that's my position.
Mr. Scribe.
Dominic, go ahead.
Mr. Scribe, we tend to agree on a lot of things, but I have a different take from what you're saying. I actually think Ustobi has presented himself multiple times prior to even vying for the vice presidency and now for the presidency. And so a lot of his opinions are out in public domain. So I think in that regard, there is already a level of engagement that he has already preemptively started before even your point of whether or not people should engage him. The second part is the way you portray the the obedient movement is different from the way I portray it. I think there was an inevitable third force that was going to arise, and was already starting to brew, especially when you look at the NSAS. What I believe has happened is eventually all of those movements have galvanized and coalesced into pushing Obi. I don't believe he was the one that started this movement. It's only it's a matter of the right atmosphere, him coming up at the right time, and everything galvanized was. If it was in PDP, this obedient movement, I bet you, will not exist. And so it is what he represents, right? That is why he's able to. I won't say he co-opted the movement, because guess what? He didn't hold people hostage and said them, okay, now become obedient. It is only a matter of time, and there was a natural course of things that people were like, okay, we are agitating for a third force movement, but we're also being careful that for someone to win a Nigerian election, that person has to at least have some of his or her leg involved in the elite. And so it was almost a matter of like it was going to be an inevitable something, right? Someone who is part of the elites, right? But it's also has convinced people that she can be able to be part of the elite but not be corrupted by the elites. And so it was very natural for this movement to move towards it, right? If it was not, maybe this movement will not have any point of interjection or point of.
I think you misunderstand me. I think I rather have stated a lot of what you're saying. What I'm saying is that a P2B, we just go, everybody now just going behind him. Yes, you're right. It was all galvanized and everything. And he also built up, his repertoire and everything. And, people bought into it. But now what I'm saying now we've identified this gentleman. Why is it that within those clusters of spaces, the networks, the things, why is it that it is reflective of what the NSAS is? The NSAS, look at the agenda. The agenda was, give police more money, make sure that they live in better environments. But they forget that the NSAS was a request for citizenship, to be treated as citizens. Now, to be treated as citizens is a reflection of your constitution. This is where the NSAS failed it, in my opinion. It's a reflection of your constitution. So, in my opinion, the agendas of the NSAS should have been reflective of what the 1999 constitution stands for and how it stands against that, them as citizenry and not being able to, how the institutions are not able to protect.
I think
no.
Hold on. I think you are being a little bit utopic by putting it that way. The NSAS movement did not fail.
No.
There will be no obedience. There will be no obedience.
Can I interject?
NSAS did not fail.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Colette, I'll come to you maybe after I say something to describe. I like this academic thing. Sometimes it comes, you throw it in there. Some people decided to have their answers. Some people decided to form the obedient movement, and it's sitting in your office and you are interpreting what they are doing, telling them they are not doing it right. They want to win an election, okay? You are interpreting why don't you start your own movement to define the constitution? Can you see the difference in the way people watching you saying these things will be looking at this? These people are doing their own thing. I was thinking that you are going to tell me that PDP or NPN or GNPP, whatever party, UPN, or the UPN, there was a time UPN had the kind of political party that you were expecting the Obitin, and this is how they did it. That was what I was expecting you to say.
I think you guys are I think you're misunderstanding me here. Is that?
Listen, that you are not explaining yourself very well. Hold on. We can't go back and forth. Hold on. Kulata, say what you want to say so that you can deal with that. No. Mr. Scribe, we are going to answer. Yeah, Kulata,
sorry,
I want to answer everybody once.
I want to put some practical considerations to what happened in Edo. I think what happened in Edo now is becoming a recurring pattern whereby the candidate, like a 1,500 horsepower engine, we're trying to put a 1,500 horsepower engine on a keke rally. You know that keke rally, keke lemu, the keke that they used to tap and wine. Why am I saying this? Twice or three times now, Labour Party has failed the candidate. In his launch in Nasarawa, they could not secure a decent venue. They could not. In Edo, that's supposed to be Obi's base outside the southeast. They bullied them. They pushed them into a tiny venue. And these are, Edo is supposed to be friendly places. So how much more the lack of structure that everybody likes to kind of like complain about, how much more are we going to see whereby he cannot galvanize enough in his support bases like Edo? If he can't galvanize in Edo, what kind of venue are they supposed to give him in Zamfara or in Adamawa, in other areas? So Labour Party is actually failing that candidate Obi. Another example, Labour Party released a manifesto. Obi, that was the name of that Yoruba guy, the guy that's behind Obi.
Dele Farotimi.
No, not that Farotimi guy, the big guy, the guy that was a PDP guy or minister. Donyi Okupe announced that manifesto is coming. Official Labour Party announced manifesto is coming. They actually put the manifesto there. Obi came back and renounced that manifesto. So imagine the kind of dynamics that exist between Obi, the candidate, and his party, where the party is bringing an official manifesto out. The candidate is denying that manifesto. Are they talking to each other?
They did bring out a manifesto.
They brought it out. I downloaded it. It's a 20-page. I downloaded that manifesto. Let me land. Let me land.
Let me correct you.
Let me just land.
Blackstone, hold on.
Let me land my thoughts. Labour Party announced a manifesto. Labour Party released a manifesto. Obi came out and said that, I mean, any manifesto should come officially for him, that was not an official manifesto. And Okupe, that was close to Obi, also said the manifesto was coming when Labour Party announced it. So there's a big disconnect, whether we like it or not. That party cannot service the kind of movement Obi has. They can't secure different venues for him. There's disconnect between releasing basic stuff like manifesto. And I read that manifesto, and I know why Obi wanted to pull that manifesto away, because a lot of what was in that manifesto did not jive with all the things Obi has been saying in interviews. For example, there was no firm stance in that 20-page manifesto Labour Party released of removing oil subsidy. There was no firm stance on single forex. And Obi had been saying all that on TV. So this is where we have a candidate bigger than the party, and also a candidate that's center-right on riding a left-wing vehicle. And if they don't fix all those dynamics, there's a problem.
There's a disconnect there, clear disconnect.
Rudolph is from Anambra. No, Rudolph, are you from Anambra?
Yes.
I know.
We are not being state of origin.
I know. That is why.
That manifesto, John. No. Wait, John Abba. We are not being state of origin here, please.
No, it's
not about tribalism. No.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
No. When I say that, you guys should know what I represent on this platform. And you can't silence me because you're a doctor and I'm not. So, okay. Yeah, thank you.
That manifesto that is in the Labour Party website, that manifesto has been there for a very long time. If you download it from there, that's a wrong manifesto. That's not Peter Obi manifesto.
They released it on Twitter. The one they released on Twitter, Labour Party did, and they announced it.
No, that was a party that was one. If you go to Labour Party website, you see the same manifesto.
I'm not talking about that. I'm very, very factual about what I'm talking about. Labour Party released a 20-page manifesto, different from what's on INEC or what's on Labour website.
When was this released, Kulata?
This was like 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. You guys can go and look at the news cycle.
How did you know it was
Twitter?
But Kolata, up to Friday that they interviewed Dele Farotimi, they still asking the same question about Labour's manifesto.
That was,
he has seen what I said, but officially they've not released it.
Obi said manifesto is coming out the next day. Labour Party.
No, excuse me. How can a party release its manifesto on Twitter? And the manifesto is not on its website.
You guys, you're not following the news, obviously.
All right. Let me say this. Kulata is right. They released something. I don't know who did. And then the Peter Obi said, ignore this. It's not the right thing. And of course, it's understandable that when you have the way Peter Obi emerged from a party that is not established, that there will be a lot of disconnect. And he was right. Kulata is also right that saying that Peter Obi it's not a good thing to say, but it sounds, there's always sound, but it's actually, they are not prepared for this kind of campaign that they are running. They didn't prepare for it. So certain things will not go well. So it's expected. All right. I'm happy that we have Ovie.
That's why I said Dele Farotimi denied that manifesto on Friday when he interviewed on Arise TV.
Okay, Janaba,
thank you so much for having me. All my friends in Arizona.
Janaba,
Dr. Damage,
are you afraid of Ovie? Why are you leaving now?
Janaba, thank you so much.
Ovie is my brother from Medogri and from Bronish. We speak Kanuri.
I am about Janaba, please.
Do you know that Ovie and Janaba can actually negotiate with Boko Haram for us? They speak the language.
Janaba, because please do some grilling. Let me come to your house now.
Femi, I love you. My wife is from Yoruba, but I think with all you are saying, these people are trying to make you not have Begidi, but you are welcome. You can always have Begidi in my house.
John Abba, how can I get original sugar cane? You don't tell why eat them.
Go meet Dangote.
All right.
Brazilian own.
All right, guys. I'm happy that we have Ovie. I saw in the news. I can't find the newspapers that Kwankwaso is actually under pressure to join to step down for Atiku in the north. Ovie, do you have anything you can tell us?
I know what Ovie is going to say. Ovie, go and tell us.
I don't know. Can you guys hear me? It's,
yeah.
Ovie, tell us.
Yes.
Delay between us. Okay. I mean, are you guys surprised? I'm sure people will say, "Oh, I've been saying it." Pretty much everybody. I'm the only one in this part of the planet that's also really for Konkoso. Everybody believes that it's going to collapse the structure before now. So if he hasn't done it before now, what makes you believe he's going to do it when it's getting clear that his own projection that the election is going to go 2 rounds is becoming a reality? Of course, the pressure will come the way the rhetoric of the politics is going. I mean, we said it there before that identity politics is going to define the election. So, and that is what what's his name, Atiku, is pushing for. Start if you understand his speech at the Arewa House, and you understand his attitude he has given to the Wike group. So that's why when earlier on somebody was saying that even what he's saying that Arewa is not supposed to say. No, if you understand the how identity politics work, the more you react on this side, you get the opposite reaction on the other side. You understand? Because I always encourage us to pay attention to the local TV station, radio station, as it is now, like places like Zamfara. There's no way APC is going to win in Zamfara based on what they are experiencing in terms of insecurity. You understand? So this man understands that. The article understands that. So, but at the end of the day, if what he wants, even Tinubu himself, he should be against North and South. You know, politically, not Mokare go now. You understand? When it comes to that point, Atiku believes that he has upper hand. He's older, maybe this is his last run. There's a way they can talk to Konkozo to chill and all that kind of stuff. But the Konkozo that I know is going all the way. Is going all the way. I don't know.
To where? Where is he going to? Through what parts? What states you say? Yeah. If
now,
Now,
as
he's going to Labour Party.
Now, because everybody.
Ovie, why is Kwankwaso talking to Labour at the same time talking to Atiku at the same time? Which means that shows that he is weak.
Let me finish. Now,
go ahead.
Okay, Jude. Just everybody should pay attention to what happened in America at the meantime. The attention should be focused on where Paul is coming from. That's Arizona. For one, for obvious reason, over 20% of the machine did not work. Am I right? You can correct me if I'm wrong. That's why the result is not yet out.
No, that's a lie. Go and look the history of our election for the past 16 years. It has been like that. That's a lie.
No, why I'm saying that.
There's a glitch on the computer, but he has nothing to do because people still drop ballot on that same day.
Let me finish.
I just want to correct that part.
Let me finish. Why I say we should pay attention. Don't be surprised if you hear say some machine no work for Nigeria during the election. Don't be surprised. One, there's a rerun in Georgia. There's a rerun in Georgia. The question that everybody is asking, how much is it going to cost? Already they have spent $75 million for just those 2 candidates. Don't be surprised it's going to be double or triple that just for the rerun. So that's why we pay attention to that. Now you're asking me where is the Konkoso pathway, right? Of course, the Constitution said 25/24, right? When the third of the 24 states, that's what the Constitution, and then the simple majority follows. That's what the Constitution says. But as we speak, who among these candidates can say, yes, I have that in my pocket? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think PDP and APC,
yes,
PDP and APC
is over,
can cover that minimum.
None of these people, none of them.
PDP and APP actually have it.
No, they don't.
They do.
You know why you're saying they do? Because you believe that people like APC are going to do well in the North, especially in the Northwest. That's why you believe that is going to happen. and you also believe that no matter what, the PDP will pick stay from the southeast and the southwest. That's why you believe it's going to happen that way. That's fine. But watch out what is about to happen between now and January. When you see people that matter will begin to speak up.
Ovie,
Yes.
can I ask you a quick question? In 2014,
Yeah.
Wankaso actually stepped down for Buhari. The fact that you're so confident
He
that he's
didn't
going to go
step down. Finished second. He did
I
not
thought he
step
did.
down. No,
Okay.
he finished second. If for him to finish second at that time with all those many, even Atiku himself was in that race in Lagos, if you remember. But he finished second.
All right. Ovie, hold on. Okay, let's welcome Dr. Eberechi to the show.
Dr. Eberechi.
Yeah, Eberechi, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, and good to see you, Dr. Damages, and members of the panel. I spent a couple of hours just watching the show. I started off with the interview that you had with the governorship aspirant of Kogi State, I believe, right?
You're running for Senate.
Yeah, sorry, Senate, exactly. And I thought she was very impressive. I was very pleased with her performance during the interview. She's very articulate, I just wish her the best of luck. Now concerning Soludo, I thought Soludo was I don't want to be very, very nasty, but I think Soludo is beginning to piss me off, to be honest. I had enormous respect for this man. I was very happy when he won, because I believe that with his experience and his education, he would that he was just about the right candidate person to be the governor of Anambra State. But it looks like I don't want to even go into his performance, to be honest, because I have been discussing with some of my brothers who live in Anambra State, and it doesn't look like he's really done much in terms of governance. So now his latest focus seems to be on P2B, and I think much of what he's been saying, in my view, are driven by a sense of jealousy. He would rather P2B not shine, because I think he has his own ambition. I think his focus should be on the immediate past governor, but that is Obiano who anointed him to take over. And I understand why he's never comfortable talking about Obiano, because I think they have a pact. So instead of focusing on Obiano, he would rather focus on a man who handed over to him, which I thought was highly disingenuous of him. P2B ran his government, handed over to Obiano, and Obiano had 8 years. So, and now it is Soludo's turn. So whenever Obiano Soludo wants to talk about Obiano and what he met when he got into the office, he's always done that in a very flippant. He's always very quick to jump out of that discussion. He just says one or two things and then he moves on, because he doesn't want to step on the toes of somebody who anointed him. So now, what he has decided to do is to take every opportunity to take a swipe at P2B, and that is very unfortunate, to be honest. And the more he does that, I think the more he creates enemies around. P2B, like him or hate him, has become the beautiful bride of a lot of people, especially those of us from the Igbo extraction. So to have somebody from the same area taking a swipe at him at every turn is highly despicable in my view.
I have a question for you, but he didn't bring up. He was the person that was asked of him, right?
Yeah, but he's been. I mean, he's a politician, right? He could have handled those questions in a more dignifying. I mean, I had expected him to nuance his answers, right?
Okay, I agree with you.
Yeah, and not to. Not, I mean, it was just the way and manner in which he responded to that question clearly, in my view, I may be wrong. I felt like he
was irritated. His body language.
Yeah, if it felt like I mean, he couldn't pass. He couldn't, like, he felt like he wanted to say those the things he said concerning PPTO. And I thought it was very unfortunate, and he hasn't really come up to say anything since after this after that interview, which also should tell me that it was very deliberate. Generally, but obviously, I had a Mr. I think is it Mr. Scribe, who was talking about let me see I'm just looking at my notes here. What was he talking about? Mr. Scribe talked about okay, that Mr. Peter has not been vetted properly, and then he outrageously cited Obama as an example for what is to come, what is to become of Nigeria if it will be where to emerge. And I thought that the reference to Obama was very curious to me, because I don't think Obama failed as a president of the United States of America. So that is the first time somebody would reference Obama in that context. I think P2B is the most is one candidate who has made himself most available to questions and scrutiny. I've not seen Tinubu. Mr. Tinubu hasn't said anything, and he's not even prepared to say anything. I think there's a sense in which he thinks he can actually become the president of the country without even subjecting himself to the media or to any kind of questioning. Tinubu, Atiku has only granted one interview to Arise. So P2B is one guy who has consistently made himself available. I mean, he may not like his answers, but at least he's out there, and he has been doing this for like months. So I don't think to say that obedience have not bothered to question him and to get clarity with respect to some of the things he's been saying, that doesn't sound true to me. So this is just
I have some opinions for you. I have some questions.
A few texts on.
I have some questions for you. The Labour Party, when the day after Soludo was sworn in, you said maybe Soludo. You speculated maybe Soludo is jealous. The day after Soludo was sworn in, P2B had a meeting with him and asked a request of Soludo that maybe Labour Party should have, because of the insecurity problem, Labour Party. I think that was around what it is. I'm speculating here, but I believe I'm correct by saying that Soludo granted certain requests, even though P2B at the time was in a different political party. So to now talk to, I think sometimes when look, I'm on this platform, I am becoming better. So at bringing up my thoughts. And when I said Obama, what I meant is that a section of when Obama won the presidency, a section of America felt empowered, and a section of America came with certain expectations. I'm not the only one. If you search online, there are many in that section that perceive Obama as a missed opportunity. That is the context within which I made the comparison. And I'm saying that a P2B within the 1999 Constitution, I'm not saying that P2B is a bad candidate. I've never said that. Mind you, I've never ever said that he's a bad candidate. But I'm saying that this same energy, this same, what I perceive as irrationality that led to us misconstruing a Jonathan and putting a Buhari in there, I see the same energy without actually people sitting down and engaging with that candidate and saying, Chairman, I've not heard there are certain questions I want Obi to respond to. I wish I had a one-on-one with him, and I want to hear him. Farouk to me said that, yes, he has engaged him and he has this thing. But Faratimi did not go to the extent of, going to say, okay, fine. The model that Afe Babalola put out, that we all know that Nigeria is things like the exclusive list and things that are on the Nigerian constitution that are hands tying people in governance, people who have taken presidential positions. 2, the historical precedents of Nigeria. Have you taken your time to actually understand how much we have been thwarted in terms of our resources, in terms of our governance, how external influence has come and played on our politics? That is the context. I'm getting better at bringing out my thoughts, right? So sometimes when I say things, don't feel like I try to rush things. No, there's a lot that I can unpack.
Okay,
so understand where I'm coming from.
So my point here,
understand me that I'm trying to say a P2B is the best candidate. But what did we learn from 2015? How can we become better at making sure that our candidates understand the environment, the historical precedents, the economic tasks that are going to confront them? 2, does he really understand that Nigerians have a fundamental question which is based on sovereignty and citizenship?
All right, Mr. Scribe. That's thank you so much.
I'm going to cut you off. Udof, you've been here for 5 hours and 17 minutes. Your wife go vex. So let us start now making our concluding argument.
Yeah, I got that message.
Udof, I'm off today, so I don't mind saying for 7 hours.
I can stay 10 hours. No problem.
And you had that traveling back and forth. So let's start to conclude.
I think let's hear from Ovie. We are rounding up now. I just want
to be driving and looking at us.
Ovie, hold on. Okay, let me see if I get
someone just share your opinion before we conclude.
Yeah, Ndubisi, go ahead. Yeah, that's the problem. We've tried Ndubisi before. I don't want people to feel that
driving. It's not safe. We don't condone
we don't have insurance. They know that.
Dr. Damage Show will not provide you with insurance.
We don't have any anyway to begin with. So go ahead.
Not like American Express insurance.
Well, maybe we'll come to Ndubisi last. Maybe when he parks his car, so we can start going around.
All right. So let's round up. Let me hear.
Because
we understand. We don't worry. We'll query you one day. We will set you up and query you. Ovie, go ahead. Say what you want to say. Then
on Soludo. Well, I think one thing we should understand by now that the 2023 election is over. What you are seeing playing out is 2027. Now, why did I say this? Let's say there's not going to be any surprise in 2023. Everything go normal according to the old gas planning. I'll rank them. Tinubu is the favorite based on incumbency and everything. And again, because of his health and age. Now his last chance be this. Atiku would have been second in position for me. Win or lose, Atiku will contest again come 2027. I don't care what anybody do. Win or lose, you will contest. Then Kwankwaso, then Obi. Or what Soludo is playing is 2027. Soludo no one hear story where they play now about how Tinubu we don't finish for Lagos for the past almost 15 years. They say Nancy built Lagos. Soludo don't want to hear that 2027 saying that because of Obi did. Nancy keep Anambra going. No, he needed to set that record straight. Say, come on, this guy is not all that when it comes to his state. Watch out. And if I say okay, the Igbos must or we have become 2027. He's standard. He's the favorite. So it's about 2027 now, not longer 2023. Because whether we like
all right. That one is settled. Kwankwaso will be the president. It's settled.
No. I mean, that's why I say surprises. I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I'll give you the numbers he's going to win with. So if I cannot tell you the numbers, then I can't tell you he's going to win.
By the way, Ovie, did you like his performance at the town hall? Were you impressed?
Matter of fact, about this debate. No, everybody don't go. Sure is having debate anyway, but Kwankwaso just had his own town hall meeting, just him and his deputy organized by channels.
Which channel is so what I'm talking in? Let me go and listen.
arise. The same thing that happened when, yes. I mean, it's not about how Konkoso performed. Is that your question?
Yeah. I'm saying, were you impressed with his performance?
I mean, I think everybody.
He didn't make news. He didn't make news in Ezra. I didn't see anything about him, about what he said.
Yeah.
Let us be honest. Kwankwaso was swallowed with everybody else, including Abiola's child. How did Abiola's child even make it to that thing?
Not even make it, but
how did he get on that?
That works in our rise. I can't you put that together.
Dominic, it's a paid show. He paid for it. Now paid show. He paid for it.
No. See, to me, 1930s and 1940s. Now these characters you're going to see. Don't get it twisted. These are the characters you will see in 1930s and 2030s, 35, 39, 41. Just now them you're going to see all these Paula, Dewale, Obisi get maybe one or two shots, but I don't think Obi can actually get this momentum again 4 years time. Can he maintain it or?
All right.
I don't think it's going to happen. So
all right, we'll round up. We're rounding up now. Thank you.
Your wife is looking at you like this, like what's in the worry you
Thank you. Ran, go ahead. Round up. Final thoughts.
Well, for me, I have nothing much to say. We should just keep sentiment aside and do what we need to do. May God help us.
All right, thank you. See, I like people like Rohan. It's very simple. We move on quickly. Paul.
Doctor, what do you expect now? Rohan, they don't hold the country for over 40 years. What do you expect? Now they get the country.
I will ban you here. I will ban you.
Paul, you know drag woman with you.
Don't worry. I'll say me could have sent me sugarcane. They won't go give me sugarcane from Brazil. They don't want to give me the one from North no more. So, Doctor, the way the election is going and everything, we all know right now that it's all about Obi is doing very, very well compared to the remaining two. Atiku is having serious problem. Obi is talking about Atiku to Kwankwaso. I don't really see anything because PDP's strongest zone is Southeast and South-South. You understand? If you tell yourself the truth, like you understand politics very well, Obi going to disrupt those zones strongly. You understand? So where would Atiku want to get his vote from if he's having all this problem with the G5 governors and everything? That's why they are trying to say if you can work with Kwankwaso, we can be rest assured to be able to get the North, places like Kano, Jigawa, and the likes. So these are all the strategies and he's trying to do. Other than that, I don't see anything. Kwankwaso is weak right now. That's why at the same time, he's also talking with Obi. You understand? To still keep himself more relevant. That's all I will say for now.
I'm not going to say they talk with Obi.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Kolata, you're next.
Well, for me, all this politics is simple arithmetic. For now, minimum requirement, 25% in 24 states. For people that say Obi is doing well, does he have 25% in 24 states? For Kwakwansu, people say Kwakwansu is doing well. Does he have 25% in 24 states? For Baba Lagbado, if he's doing, does he have because you need the minimum requirement. If nobody is making that minimum requirement with ease, you have a lot of work to do. It's not by crowd now. It's not by crowd size. It's by canvassing now. There's all this. Don't get carried away with all this crowd side. Who is going to get, if you get 25% in South, if you get the entire 25% in South, Southeast, and North Central, you're still short. You still fall short. So it's not easy. You have, our elections need a lot of cross appeal. So people that are supporting whatever candidate, get to work where you're weak. Don't focus on where you're strong. It's like Joe Biden going to California and everybody screaming that he has crowd. It's a waste of time. Go to the places where you need people, canvass for votes. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, thank you. Mr. Scribe, you're next.
Sorry, I lost track of what we're supposed to talk on.
No, yeah, we're concluding. Just
okay. I think like I've said, Obi is the right guy, no doubt. But I just feel like we should continue. We should try as much as possible to be better from 2015, and try as much as possible to identify those potential banana skins that that is letting Buhari just go like that, and for us to kind of engage in what are you going to do. He hasn't, most of the questions that he has been thrown and been asked are all about consumption to production, fair and square. That's good. But to me, I see him as somebody who's going to fail from many angles, and who will not fare well. Let me not say fail, because if I use that harsh word, it seems like maybe I'm against him or anything like that. But I'm very concerned for him. And I wish I could have an audience with him or something like that. And I'll tell him, I'll put it before him. I don't think I'm the only one with this line of thought. There are many of people who have that line of thought and that concern, that we're not learning from our historical presidents. We're not, clearly not. The way people are just sort of like, what? Come on, man. Let's do this. Let's get this guy sitting down. Oh boy, what do you get for what are you even? Are you deluding us or what? Are we going to repeat the same thing again? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Scribe. Thank you, Dr. Eberechi.
Yeah, so just a very quick one. I want to quickly respond to what Mr. Scribe has been.
No. Conclude for yourself, because I don't want him to respond again.
Okay.
We don't have that time.
Just by way of conclusion, right?
Yeah.
By way of conclusion, you can only compare P2B with other alternatives. You cannot compare P2B with Ronald Reagan or Abraham Lincoln, right? So if you are insisting that if anybody is insisting that P2B must face questioning, the same can also be said of the other candidates. So I don't know why this is so much emphasis on bringing P2B to question him when the same argument is not being made with respect to Tinubu and the rest of the cast. So each of the candidates needs to come to the Nigerian people and be questioned, both P2B as well as the rest of the candidates. That's just my view.
Thank you so much. Ndubisi, let's try you again.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, and
wow,
my colleagues.
He has a voice.
Sorry,
we can hear you. Yeah, finally. Go ahead.
I don't know if it has been network or so. So let me, in summary, I don't know. Obi is like an open book now to Nigerians. He's always available to answer questions and all that, and he answers it as sincerely as he can. Other candidates, some other candidates, like the major candidates, have been dodging questions and all. So I don't know why people scrutinize him so much. The Soludo's interview with Shehu, I've observed, I'm a journalist myself by training. Shehu has always been throwing questions to people in a way to ask one thing about P2B or the other. So some sections of the media are like that. And Soludo didn't catch the bait, and he went on and said what he said. Though I felt he said this sincerely, but he would have been he would have taken it easy and given more details. By saying it that way, we have a lot of uninformed voters around the country. Any little thing said about somebody who they are still doubtful about, they will pick it up and say, "Oh yes, this man has not done well," like he claimed. Look at his pieces of who is already in India. He has seen all the books and he didn't say anything there. So Soludo didn't give the information as it should be. The money the man saved was used by his predecessor to do a lot of things. So those are equally the investments as well. Money saved can be used for some things. That is one. But I know that P2B is a very thoughtful and sincere man, and he has passion for Nigerians to help to solve the problem of the masses as we have it now. The other candidates, the other two major candidates, all of us know their baggage. I was born in Lagos. We know Tinubu's antecedents as governor in Lagos. So in all, like Mr. Scribe is trying to say, he wants to interrogate P2B, interrogate him. And my brother Bere said, P2B, yes, you can interrogate him, but others should bring themselves to the table as well to be interrogated. P2B can never be a Ronald Reagan, like you said, or a John F. Kennedy. He's in the Nigerian environment. The man is open to all conversation. I've seen him even speak to even people you can say he shouldn't speak with. He's always available. He's not arrogant. He has shown very nice attitude of somebody who is willing to serve and sacrifice to serve. And I think Nigerians should know that now they have an option. They have an option now. It's unlike before. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndubisi. All right, Kenneth, sorry. Welcome. And,
yeah, thank you. Good evening,
Final
Dr.
words.
Damages. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
So, what am I going to talk about?
No, final words. I just
Okay,
wanted to say
final.
hello
Okay,
because
I will talk
I didn't
about.
want you to. Yeah.
Yeah, I will talk about Soludo's blabbing to Chanel's TV. So, for those of us who may not understand what played out there, Soludo actually paid for that airtime. So he paid for that. So he wanted to gossip. But Soludo failed to tell the whole Nigerians what really happened. Because I know that P2B invested about 4.4 billion naira in Orient Petroleum. Orient Petroleum is in Anambra State. And from the proceeds, Soludo himself has collected close to 400 million naira from the same Orient Petroleum that he is now telling Nigerians or trying to deceive Nigerians that the investment was is worth next to not, is next to nothing. So Soludo lied, and Soludo should mind his business with Anambra. He constantly delving into P2B's activities. What I really don't understand. Maybe we've not forgotten. What is her name? Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Years ago, she told us that Soludo raked CBN. We've not forgotten how the guy really wrecked CBN. We've not also forgotten how Nigerian bank directors were all in Sofia, where Soludo came from, for the burial of Soludo's mother. And in that event, more than 30 billion naira was donated for the erection of, Soludo called it ultra-modern library in memory of his mom. Till today, there is no single block in Sofia. Soludo did not erect any library. He embezzled that money. So in as much as this guy wants to rubbish P2B, we the Anambarians, we that know what is happening in Anambra will not keep quiet and allow this guy, because he has turned Anambra to a den of thugs, just as what Tinubu did in Lagos State. Now Soludo has a squad of tax collectors that wear masks to go after the poor, go after market women. They wear masks as if they wear masks, and they are armed with sophisticated weapons just to collect tax. They are everywhere in Anambra State terrorizing the state. If you think I'm just making it up, ask your people in Anambra State what is going on. The women during the August meeting, the just concluded August meeting, Christian women from various denominations were cursing Soludo. The guy is turning to be a dictator in Anambra State. He's collecting tax from keke riders, Okada riders, hawkers, those women that sell up bread, granite, orange, mango. This guy is taxing everybody in Anambra State. And as I'm talking to you right now, this guy has collected, he has borrowed about, I think, $100 million. He has not started. This guy has not stayed in office for 12 months, but he has borrowed $100 million, and there is nothing to show for it. He has embedded that money, and this guy is just incompetent. So he should tell Channels TV the truth, what is happening. You should leave P2B alone.
Kenneth, thank you so much. We're having internet problems everywhere. But we're trying to bring Soludo on the show. So hopefully within the week we'll get him. If we don't get him, we'll get one of his people to speak to us. Dominic, you're next.
I still hear.
Who is it?
Dominic, you're next. Dr. Dominic.
Yeah. I will summarize this way. I appreciate this platform. I joined this platform maybe sometime last year. I used to be in the sidelines and comments, and after a while, I was like, you know what, I really want to be a part of the change that we are seeking, right? And so I started coming online, and I believe this platform has made a lot of difference in terms of how people think of Nigerian politics. It is a way for us to share our opinions and be able to edify others. We are not hoarders of wisdom. We share wisdom we share what we think are wisdom, and we also learn from the comments that people make. And people always come, when I first started here, some of you, I only probably know like one or two of you, Mr. Scribe, on Apology, Mr. V, and other people started joining. So I think it's a very open platform. I always think that it's important for us to allow people to share their opinion without anybody criticizing them too much or bringing them down. We just wanted to say that, it's when Ms. Natasha joined here, she joined with obviously with the thought of coming here to sell herself and also talk about what our plans are. But, we also have very strong opinions too and what we believe in. So I just want to say that we are not here, we didn't come here to pull her down. We only came here to make certain points, which we think are very valid points. The second thing I wanted to say that I appreciate everyone being able to come up here and talk about their political candidates and what the political candidates have to offer. Me, I have told myself I have never ever endorsed anybody when it comes to this platform or any other platform. I think for me, what I use this platform for is to talk about some of my political philosophy and what we think Nigeria should be working towards. Right? Even when people bring up obedience movement, I always say this is what I've always said about obedient movement. I believe Nigeria the kind of leadership that Nigeria needs is a sort of one that somebody who is radical and is not part of establishment can offer. Someone like Shawara. But I've also learned from this platform and in my involvement in Nigerian institutions and working with politics that perhaps what we need is someone like Obi who is able to bridge that gap between someone that we think has integrity and someone who we think is already part of the establishment. So my opinions evolve, and I think everyone's opinions should evolve, and also people should be willing to be flexible at the end of the day. We're all here to learn. I don't think it's a very good thing for us to be inflexible. Someone like Ovia, who's always very inflexible. I'm just kidding. So my summary is we should all be open to learning, and we should also allow others to voice their opinion. I'm not here to bring down anybody at the end of the day. I'm only here to teach others and also learn from others. That is how I'll keep it.
All right, thank you so much. Ovia, what do you want to say?
Yes, I know go just there when I just disrespect my incoming president like that, and I'll let it slide. To say that Obi is talking to and to say that Konkoso is talking to Obi, that's a very righteous insult. You need to see Konkoso no start today. Konkoso dream started April 17, 1983, when Aminu Kano died. So now the dream see they continue. So for you to say it go step down, if I don't work with Tinubu since now, be his running mate. That would have been easy. Would have been just a one-way election. If you want to be a vice president, he would have worked with Tinubu he would have judged on APC, and Tinubu would take him as a vice president because of his influence. And again, I want everybody to go and watch the interview that his channel did. He actually challenged Charles Onoje for physical fitness because Charles Onoje asked him about that is old, that Nigeria needs younger person. So he told Shehu that Shehu should be the referee, that he is ready to square down with Charles Onoje physically. So to say that he's talking to Billy, I beg.
All right. Ovia, thank you. Let me thank everybody that joined us, especially those on the comment sections. We read all your comments. They are wonderful. It helped us to shape what we do today. And our guest, Natasha, we thank you for joining us, and everybody here. I appreciate your time. Next week, we have Uwem Aban, who is the award-winning writer. He's joining us here on Sunday. And like I said to you guys, I'm trying to get Governor Soludo to come on the show. If I am able to, I can do a show within the week to get him to explain these things. On behalf of everybody here in the studio with me, I thank you all for joining. Dominic, thank you so much. Go ahead, Ovia.
You guys should, let me just announce that people should follow my YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah. Say that. You can say that. Go ahead.
Yes, my YouTube channel is On Our Politics. I will just put a link on the comment section. You just click on it. You just have to subscribe then.
So join Ovia. Ovia wants to be
the name of the channel.
All Politics, yeah.
Yes.
I don't trust you here. I'm just kidding.
I'll put a link on the comment section.
Yeah, so you go there and see him. Now, thank you so much, Dr. Dominic. Thank you for being here. Mr. Scribe, thank you. Rohan, thank you. Kene, thank you. Advocacy, thank you. Dr. Berichi, thank you. On Politics, thank you. And of course, CM, thank you. I'm sorry, we are ending now. You are coming back in.
Rudolph, many regards
thank
to your family for allowing you to spend this amount of time.
Yeah, I know. It's been hectic, but I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you, and we will. If you want to hang out in the other room, you can hang out in the other room. Hang out with us. But I thank you so much, and see you next week. CM, you didn't say anything. You didn't even say hello to us.
Okay, I've followed you. I've subscribed.
You've seen it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Thank you.